Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023, co-hosted by Wangshan Blockchain Labs and Hashkey Group, and organized by W3Me. I'm Jasmine. It's my great pleasure to be the MC for today's event. 尊敬的各位嘉宾、各位业界同仁，大家好，我是今天的主持人 Jasmine。欢迎各位莅临由万象区块链实验室与 Hashkey Group 联合举办 W3Me 承办的2023 Hong Kong Web3 Festival. The Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023 is titled and sponsored by OKX and ZA Bank, and it receives strong support from Invest HK, FinTech HK, Hong Kong Science and Technology Parks, and Cyberport. We're very grateful for the support of over 100 partners, including platinum sponsors, Near, Filecoin, Neo, Upside, QuestN, and also our gold sponsors, Avalanche, Bioscene, Certic, DGFT, Dodo, Dotbit, Forbelay, Map Protocol, Meta448, Metalpha, Mixmarfo, Neopets, Nervous, Pedal, Qtum, Safe Heron, Safe Pow, Zeba, Waterdrip, and ZKP Lab. Thank you so much for your great support. The Web3 Festival features one main stage and 4 sub-stages covering various technology fields of the Web3 world. Additionally, there are exciting side events brought by our partners. We believe that everyone will gain valuable insights from this festival. And it's also worth mentioning that the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023 is held with the newly launched Business of Innovation and Technology Week, which includes the InnoX, Hong Kong Spring Electronics Fair, Digital Economy Summit, and Hong Kong International Spring Lighting Fair events. Together, these events highlight Hong Kong's advantages as an international center for innovation and technology and an Asian hub for international trade exhibitions. So to kick off today's event, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. John Riggins, Head of International Operations, BTC Incorporated, to deliver the opening speech for the Web3 Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to Mr. John Riggins.
Hello, hello, good morning, and welcome to a full day of Bitcoin content here on the main stage. We're excited to present really some of the kind of top minds in the space, investors, mining experts, entrepreneurs, so we're excited about what we have coming. First, it's early. Can I get a show of hands if this is anyone's first Bitcoin focused content track to attend in person? Got a couple? Cool. My first Bitcoin conference to attend was actually in Hong Kong also. This was back in 2014. And it was kind of an interesting time in Bitcoin. China was really at the center of a lot of the action. We had one of the more important kind of communities and meetup groups organized in Hong Kong, the Hong Kong Bitcoin Association. We had a majority of Bitcoin trading taking place in China, a large portion of the hash rate based in China. The industry has developed in different ways the past few years, but I think this is a sign that Hong Kong could be a landing point. China could be kind of a center for Bitcoin, moving forward with the right regulatory path, with the right kind of focus, and how Bitcoin is thought about. We've heard a lot from local government officials, regulators, and kind of the finance and technology infrastructure here in Hong Kong this week. And it's been exciting to hear about how they're supporting the growth of the ecosystem and embracing Bitcoin startups to come to Hong Kong. I think we saw an announcement that over 80 companies have registered interest in being in Hong Kong since some of the regulatory change. And I think after this week that only grows. So it's exciting to see. As one of our speakers for today tweeted before the event, we are making Hong Kong great again, in a Bitcoin sense at least. So that's fun. Even more, I think, important in kind of the backdrop of the world at large right now, where we have increasing stressors on the financial system, the banking system. Individuals, families are just trying to save, send money home, or dealing with inflation they didn't expect. Businesses just looking to hold a bank account, transact, or having issues with their bank solvency, with sanctions. So these stressors in the economy and the world today make what Bitcoin is all the more significant. An open monetary network that anyone can opt into or opt out of, and that's what we believe in, being the kind of future of a better money. So today I'm basically here to set the stage for all of the great content we have for the rest of the day. So I'll be going through basically a high-level overview of the Bitcoin network today, and overlaying that a little bit with the context of the world at large, and finishing with why that confluence of factors creates a huge opportunity, and why Bitcoin matters even more. So first, a little bit about me. There's Arthur. First, a little bit about me. I'm with BTC Inc. We are really one of the first Bitcoin companies in the world. Going back to 2012, we've been informing the network, analyzing with news and research the Bitcoin community at Bitcoin Magazine. We bring together kind of the largest in-person gathering of Bitcoiners every year in Miami at the Bitcoin conference. I hope to see some of you there this year in May. And we have invested in the Bitcoin ecosystem in different ways, early stage Bitcoin startups, now with a dedicated Bitcoin ecosystem fund. So we're all passionate Bitcoiners. We do this every day, and I hope that comes across in what you experience at this in-person event here too. A little bit more about Bitcoin Magazine. So the story of Bitcoin Magazine over the last 10 years, 10, 12 years, kind of overlaid with the growth of Bitcoin, it's a good example of how much in the public consciousness Bitcoin has become. Bitcoin Magazine is now read by U.S. senators, the highest levels of U.S. government. It's in the office of President Bukele in El Salvador. It's a real movement. Vitalik published the Ethereum white paper at Bitcoin Magazine for the first time, which I've heard from a lot of attendees here. But now a Bitcoin-only focus and pushing that Bitcoin narrative. And then the conference. So, the reason we're participating, the reason I think that this event is significant, is that in-person gatherings, we've seen play such a large role in in-person meeting, spurring development of the ecosystem at large, and the growth of Bitcoin has also led this event to be the largest finance conference in North America. So, something that's only about Bitcoin. As Bitcoin has grown the way it has, and as kind of broader factors in the world make Bitcoin more important, it's become the largest finance conference in the world, which, with kind of the embrace we've seen here, would be bullish on Hong Kong being a landing point for something like this in terms of size and importance moving forward. So first, just kind of the current state of the Bitcoin network. Again, some very high-level kind of stats here. How robust is the network now? How's adoption trending? We'll just look at a few kind of high-level metrics. Some fundamentals here. So nodes, growing steadily. These are reachable nodes, so not a full accounting, but we see steady growth through the bear market. Geographically distributed well around the world. I think we'll continue to see more in Africa, South America, but good distribution, and hash rate at all-time highs. Kind of skying through the bear market. Individually, these don't tell us everything, but together, these three metrics are a good way of tracking kind of the security of the network. And I think this one's interesting also. This is something that Jameson Lott publishes, or kind of takes a look at. This is the proof of work equivalent days right now. This is the amount of days it would take to rewrite the Bitcoin blockchain with 100% of hash power. So we're looking at 2 years to do that now with 100% of hash power, which is kind of interesting to think about. Not a perfect metric, but a good kind of thing to point to for how strong and secure the network is. The development ecosystem. We're seeing strong onboarding of new developers into Bitcoin monthly. We kind of see a peak in bull markets, but consistent growth. That's what we want to see. And also in terms of development, developing on Bitcoin is something that's taken very seriously. It's like working on an airplane in mid-flight. You want to make sure that the precious cargo aboard is taken care of and everyone's aware of what's happening. So we've actually had some big events in terms of development on Bitcoin upgrades in the last few years that I'll kind of point out here. 2017, SegWit being kind of the important thing happening there. Lightning Network was able to kind of come from that and has become a very important solution for increasing transaction throughput and developing on top of Bitcoin. And then in 2021, we had Taproot activate, which a few bips there, increasing the opportunity for security, privacy, and throughput in some different ways. We'll hear more about some of these things today, but the Bitcoin network is upgrading and developing, and it's done with the utmost care and consensus of all relevant parties because it's so important to keep that monetary network secure. We'll hear more about Taproot, but it was an exciting development in 2021. So kind of adoption here of the monetary asset as a settlement layer, layer 2, just some high-level stats. First, at the Bitcoin 2022 conference, we had a large shoe drop with the first country in the world announcing that it was going to have Bitcoin as legal tender. Now, El Salvador holds Bitcoin as the first shoe to drop, and seeing how that progresses, it's going to be an important narrative moving forward. We've also, in the last few years, had increasing corporate adoption of Bitcoin as a trusted financial asset, with MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor leading the way, but also adoption from some of the largest, most important public companies in the US, 50 billion plus market caps, and Tesla and Block. And so, bullish to see. And then, a number of ETFs approved, just more access. And some on-chain data here. This is from Glassnode. The retail user base of Bitcoin is also an important thing to be aware of. This is showing that the number of holders of on-chain Bitcoin at these thresholds is increasing over time. It's something that we want to see. We want to see more people holding Bitcoin on-chain. So this is a bullish metric for adoption of Bitcoin on-chain for retail users. And a proprietary data point that Glassnode puts together, estimated number of entities. This is businesses, individuals, investment firms interacting with Bitcoin on-chain. We see the growth here. I look at this, and the most bullish thing I think about this chart is how small that number still is. 33 million. This is a TAM of multi-billion entities that are going to be interacting with Bitcoin in the future. There's a lot of room to grow here. Solid growth. We see settlement on Bitcoin increasing consistently. And then kind of layer 2, we'll focus on the Lightning Network. This is just one of the metrics that is kind of a way to track growth of the Lightning Network, but channel capacity here growing steadily. And adoption of Lightning Network at a corporate entity level. Big deal when a publicly traded company like Block makes moves to essentially become sort of a Bitcoin company. They're supporting Lightning Network development. They're rolling out Bitcoin native products. Very bullish, very bullish. And just a snapshot of kind of the growth of the Lightning ecosystem here. We'll get a great overview of Lightning Network this afternoon from Koji Higashi. I recommend you check it out. He'll dive kind of deep into what's happening on Lightning, why it's exciting. And then kind of the overlay of the state of the world. So it's no secret that things are looking a little bit more uncertain today. And one of the only things that's certain in time is change, and change is coming in different ways. Not rocket science, but we're starting to see cracks in kind of the current world order when it comes to the US dollar as a reserve currency. We're starting to see a more multipolar world develop. These are all things that make having a sovereign asset like Bitcoin more important. Some examples here. Obviously, the situation in Russia. The US has moved to freeze US dollar reserves of Russia. That's scared some other folks. They've also seized gold reserves, as we see here. So gold is not the answer moving forward in a digital world. Inflation expectations, the experts have been wrong over the last 3 years about what's happening with inflation. And there's just a lack of trust in kind of the institutions running the show in that sense. Bank confidence, last March was a really disruptive time for the retail banking sector in the US. And it's not clear what that looks like moving forward. I think Bobby is going to be talking a little bit more about that next. So we'll kind of do more of a deep dive into what's happening in the banking sector, what potential kind of lack of trust there means for the economy, and why it makes Bitcoin more of an alternative now than ever. These are our experts. This is how kind of they're thought of by a lot of people around the world now, not trending towards trust in experts. Again, Bobby's going to go through this a little bit later, but stress in the banking sector makes Bitcoin as an alternative more important. So some of these changes. People talking about settling trade and things other than the US dollar. We have the BRIC countries' total GDP, annual GDP, surpassing that of the G7 in the last couple of years. So just more, as these economies grow, more likelihood that an alternative system is an option. We can't take for granted the situation we're in now is going to stay that way forever. Just last week, President Macron of France was in China and had some things to say that shook up the Western establishment a little bit about the need for a more multipolar world, including Europe being a little bit more independent. So just the signs here for the system that we've been living in for the past 80 years or so cracking a little bit. Bitcoin, we believe Bitcoin fixes this. An open monetary network, scarce asset, is what the world will be built on in the future. And the stressors in the system now that are spurring governments, institutions to adopt Bitcoin incrementally are signs that as we get more of those stressors, that adoption is only going to pick up. Saylor indicated that the situation with inflation was a major factor in MicroStrategy adopting Bitcoin. Same for Block. That's only the first shoe to drop. Those are only the first shoes to drop. El Salvador, same thing, only the first shoe to drop. We see these stressors as bullish for Bitcoin, and we also think that that adoption really makes right now the opportunity to be bullish on Bitcoin, the network, and what happens on top of it moving forward as well. Bitcoin has shown that it can be that global reserve-based layer. And so what's next? Bitcoin as a part of the cryptocurrency market has proven to be the most secure. And what's next? We really think that now is the time for tools, abstractions on top of Bitcoin to kind of have their moment as Bitcoin becomes more and more adopted. And we're very bullish on the ecosystem of Bitcoin's layer 2, entrepreneurs working in the space now. One good example of someone who's had success in the past getting into Bitcoin by starting a Lightning company. Former PayPal CEO David Marcus, launching a Lightning company just this week. These are things that are bullish long term here. We'll hear more about some of these things today, so just kind of a little slide to wet your beak, so to speak. We have Paul Storick speaking later today about drive chains and the importance there. We have Fedi CEO Obi speaking about Fedimints, why they're important as kind of a layer on top of Bitcoin. Koji speaking on Lightning and touching on RGB. We have a Nostr meetup tonight in Hong Kong also, so not exactly on top of Bitcoin, but related in the sense that a distributed messaging protocol, social network that interacts natively with Lightning is something that is an alternative to the current system we have moving forward. The kind of growth of the ordinals ecosystem is also something that's been interesting to see in terms of people building natively on Bitcoin. Bitcoin Magazine is launching our first ordinal collection actually this weekend, just as a fun way to kind of interact with Bitcoin in a new way, test it out. We have people from different ecosystems moving on to Bitcoin for the first time because of ordinals, because of some of these other things. So we see Bitcoin as being the best place to build moving forward. And then Lightning Network growth again here. Just solid growth and just different things we're looking at. We're still early. We saw that stat on growth of entities interacting with Bitcoin on chain before. As Bitcoin becomes more and more seen as an alternative, a new global reserve asset, this is the progression we see playing out. Lightning is proving itself to be a robust system, increasing the ability for people all over the world to interact with Bitcoin, with payments, stream payments, and we see this as kind of the next steps moving forward. Bitcoin native financial products, a more programmable ecosystem, global education and adoption, eventually leading to hyper-Bitcoinization. We see this as a better world moving forward. Very bullish on all of these things, bullish on the rest of our speakers for the rest of the day today. So I'll leave you with that. Bobby was one of those speakers at that Bitcoin event in Hong Kong in 2014, along with Arthur, someone else mentioned today. And people from that conference went on to build some of the most significant companies in the space over the next decade. And I think we'll look back at today's program in 9 years and say the same thing about the people presenting today. So pay attention. We have some well-known experts, but also some rising stars. So we're in for a real treat. Bitcoin fixes this. I'll leave you with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. John Riggins, for the fascinating opening speech. Thank you very much. So moving on, please welcome Mr. Bobby Lee, founder of Belay Wallet, to deliver a keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Mr. Bobby Lee.
Hello, good morning. How's everyone doing? Party too hard? Excited about Bitcoin price. It's about to hit 31,000. After my speech, Bitcoin will hit $31,000. Just watch. Okay, so I'm here to talk about the future of money. Who's excited about the future of money? All right. The rest of you are asleep. That's fine. Where is my clicker? So to talk about and understand the future of money, we have to understand and look at what assets you own and what is money. If you think about the things you own, things like cars, real estate, stocks, and bonds, these are all asset classes that many of the haves might own. Even the have-nots aspire to have assets in their life, okay? Wealth building. And also there's traditional money like gold. And then, of course, you have money in bank accounts. And also the new form of money, think of credit cards, debit cards, and other payment systems. Okay? All over the world, billions of people, you don't have to have gold or bank accounts. There are many people unbanked and use payment systems, whether it's Alipay, WeChat Pay here in Hong Kong and China and Asia, or things like Venmo, PayPal, and other payment systems in North America and Europe. To understand all this, we have to go back and look at ownership. What is ownership? So this is not a topic people think about. People understand money. People know they want to get rich. That's why some people speculate or invest in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. But fundamentally, what is ownership? Well, money started with physical ownership. In the very early days, physical value, physical goods, that was a form of money. So whether it's barter, whether it's precious metals, jewelry, things you own. And today, we've moved on from the physical ownership world. And today's finance and money, it's all tied to identity. Think about your accounts. Think about your online banking accounts. Think about your Alipay, WeChat. Think about your stock brokerage accounts. Even your cars are titled assets, meaning it's tied to your name. If you're in Hong Kong, you show your Hong Kong ID. If you're in other countries, you show your passport. So this is how finance works today. Traditional finance is all about identity. And this is a fact that is not often talked about much. It's not often shared. Well, what is the problem? There is a significant problem. When something is tied to your identity, it fundamentally means there is a verification of your identity. Am I correct? So, what's the difference between an airline ticket and a movie ticket? If you go watch a movie, you might get a movie ticket. But movie tickets, to this day, are anonymous. When you buy a movie ticket, you could give it to the friend, you can give it to your family member, and they can go watch the movie. But for airline tickets, it's fundamentally tied to your name, and they say it's done for security reasons, which it may be. But ultimately, because airline tickets are tied to your name, they have control. The airports, the airlines have control to deny you boarding. They're required to see your ID. And if there's some shenanigans or if the IDs don't match, they can deny you boarding. They can deny you going through the passport controls. Okay? So when someone else requires you to show identity to prove that you own an account or so on, then they have control. Someone else has control. And worst part is when you have money in the bank, the question is it always there? Just barely a month ago, we saw the issues with the U.S. Banking crisis, what they call the Silicon Valley Bank, the SVB weekend, where all startups and venture funds were panicking because their deposits at SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, were questionable and it was about to collapse and go bankrupt. There was a bank run. So whether it's SVB, whether it's Signature Bank, whether it's even Credit Suisse just got acquired, right? So the issue is when you have money in the bank, not only do they have control, but in reality, your money is actually not always there. It's called fractional reserve banking. So there was a rush to cash out, figuratively and literally. Companies were transferring money out of SBB at billions of dollars a day. And the same happened at Credit Suisse. So even cash, there's also a rush to cash out. Some people are lining up at the banks to get cash, right? So the question is, physical cash. Physical cash, what I hold here, Hong Kong dollars, you may have physical control over it, like I do right here, but the fact is, you don't have, let's see if the slides work. It's not moving. There we go. Physical control does not mean value control. So these are Hong Kong dollar bills I've got from the ATM recently. But if I had these from when I was growing up, 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, I remember the Hong Kong $500 bill was worth a lot of money. And the 1,000 Hong Kong dollar was known as the gold bull, Gam Ngao. Right? So today, 500 Hong Kong dollar doesn't buy nearly as much anymore. So even with physical control, when you hold this piece of paper for decades, for years and decades, you don't guarantee you have the value control, the value of it. It doesn't necessarily stay with it. So that's a problem with cash and fiat money in general. So let's talk about a new ownership model. To understand the future of money, you have to understand that there is a new ownership model on the horizon. In fact, it's here already. We're talking about an ownership model that is not physical, but rather it's digital. It's ownership by information. And specifically, I'm talking about ownership by private keys, which many of you are familiar because cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, blockchain, it's all based on private keys and it's all based on digital information, and that's what this is, a digital currency revolution. It is not based on personal identity, and this is a single sticking point that many governments and regulators hate. They hate this. And many, many countries and regulators try to tie cryptocurrency back to the identity because they want the control. Well, think about it. When Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is not tied to identity, some people think it's bad. But I want to present the corollary, which is it's good because when it's not tied to identity, no one can deny you. No one can censor you. There's no third party in control of whether or not you're allowed to spend, to receive, and to transfer your Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And this is a very, very important part. This is about freedom of control, freedom of money, okay? And it's all based on the underlying principle of no personal identity. And again, this is not about being nefarious or to conduct illegal activities. This is about privacy and taking control back to yourself. The trust now, with this future of money, the trust is in mathematics. What I mean by that, it's in cryptography. So we're talking about the cryptography, the public key, private key cryptography standards that are in blockchain, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrencies in general. We're trusting that 1 + 1 = 2. We're no longer needing to trust banks, bankers, regulators, FDIC insurance, or any other monetary authority or reserve banking system. We're trusting mathematics. That's why personally, I have faith in Bitcoin being here 100 years from now, and I have higher faith in that than any government, any currency, and any central bank. And finally, we have a digital native asset with scarcity. So this is one of the key points and pillars for Bitcoin. We know that Bitcoin is limited to 21 million units. Prior to Bitcoin, there was never, ever a monetary system that had a strict limit on the issuance. Think about that. Gold and silver, no limits. Fiat money, no limits. Whether it's the old school, Deutschmark, French francs, the new euros, the British pound, the Hong Kong dollars, the Chinese renminbi, the Japanese yen. None of those currencies have limits. Even the special drawing rights, the World Bank IMF, the SDR has no limits either. So for the first time, we now have a currency, a digital currency that has a limit. In this case, Bitcoin having 21 million units. And many of the other cryptos have limits as well. And this is a good thing. Bitcoin is financial freedom. We've had it for the last 14 years. We're in the 15th year of Bitcoin since 2009. And I argue this is the most important thing that I've witnessed in my lifetime and probably for this century. Okay? I know there's a lot of hype. There was, the last century we had the computers, we had mobile phones, telecommunications, we had the internet. In this century, we started off with Bitcoin and now there's AI and all that. But I think over the next few decades, you'll look back at how the world has changed. And I think Bitcoin as a addition to the society, to the world, creating a new financial system, this is one of the very, very important things in humanity. Okay, looking at the evolution of ownership models. We started with barter centuries and thousands of years ago. Then we went to metal currencies, physical goods like what we call precious metals, gold and silver. We also went to fiat money. Fiat money is the US dollars and all money issued by central banks. We're currently in the age of identity-based money and credits. So credit cards, Venmo, all the payment systems, all identity-based. And of course, now we see Bitcoin as a digital currency. Bitcoin is actually the best of ownership models. It's digital, it's truly freedom, and it's scarce. So Bitcoin as an investment. Let's look at the case for Bitcoin as an investment. What makes Bitcoin valuable? I'm sure all of you here understand Bitcoin's value. But for those of you watching from home, watching the live stream, and for those of you watching in the future, these programs get recorded and get rewatched on YouTube and stuff many, many years later. Looking back, right, what makes Bitcoin valuable? One of the most favorite questions people ask me. And over the last 12 years that I've been in the industry, I've boiled it down to two factors. The two factors are scarcity and freedom. Scarcity is that Bitcoin is limited to 21 units. Again, like I said before, nothing else in the world is limited in that sense, okay? At least nothing that's decentralized and not controlled by a company or a person. And freedom is because of the mathematics of the cryptocurrency nature, of the cryptography nature, of the private keys. You can self-custody your cryptocurrency, your Bitcoin, and you can send it whenever you want, wherever you want, to whoever you want, in whatever amount you want, with no controls by a central government or regulator. You can transfer to anyone. And this is what's amazing. 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You can send it now. You can even send it to the future. You can send it through time. You can send it to your children and grandchildren. Who knew that? How many of you know that you can actually send Bitcoin to your children and grandchildren, and they will have the full amount without loss? And the way to do that is to HODL. to buy, invest, and hold on to your Bitcoin, and then give it to your children and grandchildren. So why will Bitcoin prices keep going up? And by the way, yes, I personally think Bitcoin prices will keep going up, even though it's recently already crossed $30,000. The reason is fundamentally Bitcoin is underappreciated. Bitcoin's value does not come from the endorsement, the acceptance, or the regulation by governments, okay? There are people out there who think that, oh, if the government supports it, I would have more trust and faith in Bitcoin. That's actually not needed. Bitcoin's value doesn't come from that. Rather, Bitcoin's value comes from the inherent failures, the limitations, and the inconveniences of the competition, which is the fiat money that I have, lots of fiat money, and also the fractional reserve banking system, the thing we saw with the Silicon Valley bank crisis, when your money is being loaned out, okay, and every so often, every few years, every few decades, there's a huge bank run. And bank runs doesn't just happen in the US. They happen all over the world, okay? So this is a fundamental flaw with the fractional reserve banking with the fiat money system. I think the flaw is going to be more and more apparent in the coming years. Okay, Bitcoin is challenging today's custodial financial system. This is the custodial financial system we're talking about here. If you look at Bitcoin ranked against all the major currencies in the world, just a few weeks ago when I prepared this slide, it was about 21. Basically, let me back up. If you look at all the money systems in the world, China and the US rank #1 in terms of how much of their money is in circulation. The renminbi and the US dollar. Next is euro. Bitcoin is way low, in 23rd place, tied with the Malaysia ringgit. Okay, so the question is, in the next 10 years, 20 years, will Bitcoin come up this ranking? If you think it will, then you also believe, like I do, that Bitcoin's value and price will go up a lot. The top 4 mistakes in Bitcoin. I've shared this slide for many, many years. I still think it's relevant today. Number 1 mistake is to be indecisive to buy and make an investment. Number 2 is not buying enough. Number 3 mistake is selling after just a small gain. And number 4 is to sell during a panic crash. Okay? So these are the lessons from a decade ago, and I think they ring as true today as it did back then. Let's briefly talk about the importance of self-custody. People ask me, Bobby, you've been in the industry for 12 years. What are you doing now? And I tell people, I work on a new cold storage system, company's called Ballet. And what we make is this easy-to-use cold storage system. It's made of metal, physical, non-electronic cold storage. So I don't care if you use Ballet or don't use Ballet. What's most important is that when you invest in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, it is absolutely important that you self-custody. Self-custody can come in software solutions or hardware solutions. It can come in cold storage or hot wallets. But the point is you should have control of your own private keys like you do if you were to buy a Ballet wallet. And then for funds that you move around frequently, you put it in a hot storage, like on a mobile app, like a wallet on your phone. If you want long-term storage, you should go to cold storage like Ballet or many of the other very good cold storage solutions on the market. Okay, but the Ballet one is easy to use. And then it comes with an app. You could scan it and look at it, see the value and all that. So that's what company I've been working on for the last 4 years. And I'm also the proud author of this book called The Promise of Bitcoin. So I published this in 2021, just 2 years ago. It's already become a Wall Street Journal bestseller in the United States. So you can find it on Amazon. Yeah, Amazon. It's also an ebook edition for Kindles and also an audiobook. So we just launched the audiobook last year. I was the narrator for that. So you can get to hear my voice reading the book. It's about 9.5 hours. Okay, very good. So thank you for being here. Do we want to take some questions? Or if not, I'll wrap it up. Does anyone have a quick question for me? If you stand up, pop your hand up, I'll answer a question. If not, you can contact me on Twitter, Instagram, my website, bobbylee.com, and my company is called Ballet. Ballet Crypto, on Twitter, on Telegram, and on Twitter, and a bunch of stuff. Okay, thank you very much. Have a great stay in Hong Kong.
A big round of applause to Bobby for the valuable sharing. Thank you very much. Thanks. So up next, may I invite Mr. Alexio Quaglini, CEO of Trust, to deliver a keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Alexio Quaglini. A big round of applause, please.
Here.
Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It looks like the room is filling up, which is good. Zhou-san, Zhao Shenghao. Today we will talk about something different from Bobby Lee's amazing presentation. We'll talk about trust in human societies. We will look at the implications of blockchain and Web3 to our concepts of centralized authorities, responsibility, and trust. The conclusion, my final thesis, is going to be quite controversial for a Web3 forum, and actually quite in the opposite direction as Bobby's. The conclusion is going to be that it's not really optimal for human societies to be completely trustless. But let's look at it step by step. So first of all, I'm Alessio. I'm the founder of Trust, a digital asset custodian with offices in Asia, Europe, Middle East, and Americas. I'm also the founder of Clearpool Finance, a decentralized marketplace for credit for institutions, and also the co-founder of Griffin, a collaboration between Animoca Brands and Trust to bring the first metaverse wallet and passport to Web3. Enough of me. Let's go and talk about centralized authorities. I think in all the presentations that we've seen throughout the week, everybody has been highlighting the deficiencies of centralized authorities. The fact that they have the power of censorship, that they're a single point of failure, that they actually make decisions by themselves in a non-transparent way. I think more philosophically, the main issue with centralized authorities is that the decisions that they make impact people that are not involved in the decisions that they make. So we've seen the result of this in the traditional financial world in the last 15 years, failure of central banks in 2018, preventing the financial crisis. We've seen failures of banks. We've seen fraud. We've seen a lot of money laundering happening in banks. Yes, money laundering actually still happens more in banks than in crypto companies. We've seen leakage of customer data. Yes, again, banks usually leak more clients' data than whatever happened in the crypto industry so far. But we've seen also the same types of failures in the crypto industry, right? So we've seen managers committing fraud. We've seen managers appropriating customer funds. And we've seen the same type of lack of transparency that led to the same results. The real thing is, if FTX had been a glass box instead of a black box, it wouldn't have been possible to buy mansions by the beach or to use clients' money for other reasons. When it's a black box, the opportunity makes the thief. So the question that everybody should be asking is, why do we need centralized authorities? For what? I was thinking about yesterday, and 3 reasons came to my mind. There could be others, but those are the main 3 reasons. The first one is that they are imposed to us. There's very little we can do, right? So the governments impose money laundering rules and counter-terrorism financing rules. Very little we can do. We have to accept it. It's for the general good of societies and nations. The second one is some centralized authorities, we actually choose them. we don't really want to take care of every single aspect of our daily life. We don't want to take care of firefighters. We don't want to take care of cleaning services for cities. We don't want to take care of the daily management of our cities and towns. So we choose to delegate these activities to some authorities. The last one is that when we don't have any alternative. In today's world, we don't have an alternative to actually record the ownership of our house other than the real estate registry of the city where we live in. There's no other alternative if we want to talk to a friend and using WhatsApp, Facebook, or LinkedIn to contact somebody professionally. So we have no alternative. So now, if we think about the first two kinds, I don't think we can do without the imposed authorities. It's too much for us to get rid of them. And I tend to believe that if we really choose to have some authorities in the second category, there must be a reason. Now, the real disruption of blockchain and Web3 is in the third category, the one where today, in today's world, we don't have any alternatives. So what is the alternative? We heard in the other presentations that we could build a new paradigm where the user of a system becomes the owner of the system. What does it mean? It means that the user will be involved in the decision making, will be part of the monetization, will be in control of its data, will also be part of the development of the system itself. This is a real shift, and it comes with a lot of positive things. For example, I don't want to bore you with a lot of slides about Web3. I think you've probably had enough. But let's have a look at one simple thing. Web2 companies, they capture all the revenues generated by the users. It's the same thing for Facebook, for Twitter, for Instagram, and the same thing for Binance. Right? In the Web3 companies, actually the share of revenues that is captured by the company itself is much lower, because the other revenues are actually shared with the users themselves, as they are the decision makers and the owners of the platform. So this is extremely important, but there are also some other effects that we need to take into consideration. With ownership comes a lot of responsibility. What does it mean? It means that actually not everybody wants to have their own wallet. Not everybody wants to be their own bank. Not everybody wants to have to control and have the responsibility of their private keys. Not everybody wants to actually put their life savings in a stable coin that is actually not stable, and probably their life savings will go to zero. Not everybody feels comfortable putting the life savings in an apartment that is then stored in a smart contract. All right? So responsibility and accountability that come together with owning a system is actually extremely important. Users on one side positively have a vested interest in the success of the system, but on the other side, they have to take the responsibility and the accountability of the system itself. So when we put the trade-off of accountability and responsibility into the equation, we will see that actually decentralization can add value in certain use cases, but it's not the solution for everything. When accountability, the burden of accountability and responsibility is too much and too risky for users, then probably a centralized system or maybe a hybrid system could be more beneficial. All right. Now we've covered this thing, but now we have to go a little bit more into the philosophy. And it's the last thing, so try to follow my reasoning. I believe that if the only problem was the burden of responsibility, probably we could partially solve it with technology. We heard about MPC, etc. We can share the private key burden across different people. And probably we could find better solutions for that. However, I do believe that a system that is completely trustless is not optimal for systems that are built for human societies. Why? to understand this, we really need to go back and look at what money actually is and why we have money. I will use an analogy for blockchain so that everybody will feel comfortable. We're always talking about layer 2 technologies in the blockchain space, but actually we also have layer 2 technologies in the traditional space. So the money that we use every day, the credit cards, the paychecks, all of these things are actually scaling technologies for the layer 1, which is the fiat money and the gold, and before it was technology. Why do we have scaling technologies? Because we cannot go on a trip with gold, and we cannot use central bank claims to pay for our expenses. But if fiat money and gold is layer 1, what's underneath that? What is the layer 0? So every single society is based on something called credit. And credit is based on trust. We cannot have a human society without credit and trust. When we do a favor for somebody, somebody owes us something. And this is what creates the human society. And this is why we have credit. And the only reason why we invented money is to make credit fungible. Now think about the fact, if you're going to a barbecue party, a nice barbecue party, if you really want to have a good barbecue party, somebody would bring sausages, somebody would bring wine, somebody would bring cutlery, right? But you're not going to ask your friends, how much did you pay for the bottle of wine, or how much did you pay for the 3 sausages that you brought to the party? You just trust them that they have actually brought more or less the same value that you've brought to the party. And if they haven't, you think that next time they will actually bring more. Or maybe you don't invite them anymore because they're stingy. Same thing if my friend Jacob, that is in the front row, is asking me to help him another time with his moving to a new apartment. Well, I don't expect him to help me the day after to do exactly the same relocation to a new apartment. Maybe he will help me with something else. So that's what the whole human society is based upon: credit, favors, and trust. So can we completely remove trust from the equation? I don't think we can have a real human society. So where is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is actually important anyway, right? Because Bitcoin is a new type of layer 1, a new type of money, where we don't need a central bank anymore. But it's still money, and it's still based on trust. We need Bitcoin because we need to pay for something. And if we build a new economy based on Bitcoin, we'll still need the fractional reserve and banking system that Bobby Lee didn't want in the economy. If we don't have that, if we have a fully collateralized world where nobody trusts each other, you could not go to university. You have to save the whole amount of the tuition fees before going to university. You could not buy a house with a mortgage. If you're a company, you could not raise money to build a factory before starting operations. It just doesn't work. It's not optimal for a society. So, to conclude, we went through a number of things. We went through the role of centralized authorities and why they don't work very well sometimes. We went through the fact that without centralized authorities, somebody has to take the responsibility for the absence of trust in the system. We talked about the importance of trust in a human society. Now, I would like to leave you with an open question. Right? Instead of really looking at building a system where we don't have any trust for a human society, how about we try to build a system that is based on decentralization and trustlessness, but at the same time, we also bake in the basic principles of trust. This would make the decentralized economy extremely scalable and much more valuable than what we have right now. And I encourage all of you to think about it as a next step for the development of the blockchain economy. Thank you very much. Have a great Friday, and it was an honor to be here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alexio Quaglini, for your inspirational sharing. Thank you very much. So coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Amy Yu, CEO APAC of SEBA, on stage to deliver a keynote speech. Please welcome.
Is this going to change if I touch it, by the way, with my iPad? So can I just do this? Yeah. Is this gonna, yeah?
Yeah, and then right here.
This thing, okay. Good morning, everyone. What a busy morning. My name is Amy Yu, and I am CEO APAC of SEBA Bank. For those of you that don't know us yet, SEBA's Swiss entity holds a banking license from FINMA and provides a full range of banking and financial services across fiat, crypto, and traditional securities. We have offices in Switzerland, Abu Dhabi, Hong Kong, and Singapore. 大家早上好，我叫 Amy Yu， 我是 SEBA 银行的亚太地区首席执行官。SEBA 是一家获得瑞士许可的银行，提供涵盖法定货币、加密货币和传统证券的全方位业务和金融服务的银行。很抱歉的是，我今天的演讲是英文的，我没有准备中文演讲，下一次我再努力计划得更好。Many familiar faces here, but a quick intro to myself first. I've been in the digital asset space for about 5 years now. Before joining SEBA in our APAC expansion, I spent 3 years with the early team in the BitMEX heydays, building out our global institutional client base for the most dominant crypto derivatives exchange from 2018. After BitMEX, I spearheaded the APAC build for Genesis Trading, also another crypto giant, primarily in lending and OTC spot and options via Singapore from about 2021. And prior to my time in crypto, given how small the Hong Kong finance world is, I might have known many here from the decade that I spent across investment banking, capital markets, syndication, equities, prime with UBS, Nomura, and JP Morgan, all here in Hong Kong. So yeah, I've been lucky enough to see in a few cycles now over a large range of financial services, both in Hong Kong and Singapore. And my background very much focused on capital markets, trading between TradFi and crypto. We're coming to the end of a good week here in Hong Kong. It's great to hear the energy coursing through this city again. How was everyone's long weekend before? I spent mine down in Vietnam doing a bit of off-roading, motorbiking around the Mekong and some of the southern countryside. Asia's great for these kinds of adventures, right? Adventures at your fingertips, whether it's enduro off-roading, scuba diving, surfing. Motorcycling, particularly off-roading in remote terrain, is one of the higher risk hobbies that I partake in. Normally, you know, I land somewhere and I rent on the spot, machine, tires, equipment, reliant on the expertise of the guide on the ground. I take a lot of risk in this. Nobody really keeps dirt bikes sized for 5'4" Asian ladies. I've had to do trips on the ground with my feet, like not touching, renting bikes in various service states, worn tires, not sized properly, usually wearing protective gear, sized for like large to medium German men. But past the equipment, they're the details of the trip itself. Who am I going with, right? who are these unlicensed guides operating in these third world countries that's supposed to keep me safe on these like remote multi-day trips far away from phone reception? Is there a risk with the terrain? Do I have medevac coverage? And in the end, the activity itself in riding motorcycles is inherently just pretty risky. Not dissimilarly, crypto trading is also full of risks. Let's be realistic here. But there's a reason Asia has always been such a nexus for this asset class compared to other global regions, right? Much of the use case for digital assets still revolves around trading. And Asia is where crypto trading kicked off, gained momentum, and where it still like lives and breathes. We have a different mentality out here. And this was really easy to see at BitMEX in 2018. Easy to compare between markets and jurisdictions, right? The take-up of complex products like the BitMEX Quanto swap, the demand for 100x leverage. Asia isn't scared of risk. And even in TradFi trading, the still developing markets, like, you know, the nature of these fragmented markets, different short selling rules, different hours, imperfect information, depository listings, depository receipt listings overseas, corporate events, it was ARB heaven. So Asia just embraces this, and we have a higher risk tolerance out here, so risk on. But well, we've had a pretty big risk on last year in crypto trading. And the topic that seems to consistently come into focus in this environment has got to be the importance of risk management. And this is what I want to discuss today. Events for the last 9 months, since about June 2022, if one thing, have really highlighted the importance of assessing risk, managing risk, and how to price that risk. It's important to also note this is no longer just a topic for consumers and end clients. The last year has seen many provider-side businesses go under without proper risk management. That risk is now two-way, and it potentially affects everybody in this room, regardless of what side of that equation you sit on. There's always going to be risks in crypto trading, but in context of the events of the last 9 months, and given we have 20 minutes, I want to focus on 4 sources of risk affecting crypto capital markets for today's discussion, and which I think are particularly thematic and relevant. These are counterparty risk, concentration risk, beta risk, and liquidity risk. What are they? Some examples of each, and how we're seeing the market mitigate and adapt. To start off, let's talk about what is probably the most obvious and most often highlighted in the last year of events. Counterparty risk, the probability that the party you face may not fulfill their part of the deal and defaults on their contractual obligations. In essence, counterparty risk really comes down to the who and how you trade and interact with the market. Who am I dealing with? Are they regulated and held to independent audit standards? Who do I face, and most crucially, who do I entrust my assets and my collateral to? It's pretty obvious stuff, right? Because in the end, this is still a people business, and there is still trust involved. Examples, these are easy. Every centralized lender in the landscape who took collateral or customer funds, rehypothecated, and invested in a prop book on the side. Think somebody like Celsius. Most exchanges pose serious counterparty risk in the sense that a lot of the community was effectively using the exchange as their bank or custody. Think FTX. And how are clients adapting to this? I mean, really, the recent demand for licensed counterparties is a trend to stay along the whole provider spectrum. Centralized lenders, OTC providers, banking partners. Right now, what seems to give clients the most comfort is knowing that their provider, for whatever service in question, is as properly licensed as possible. Concentration risk, also another pretty straightforward concept. Excessive exposure to a single point of failure or a source vulnerability to the point it becomes a dependency for running your business. And when the worst happens, losing everything with the fall of that counterparty or not having any options open after that single point of failure. Concentration risk in any one specific trade, such as Terra Anchor. Concentration risk in having bank accounts with only US-based banks. Only using one exchange for all your trading activity, building your entire business reliant on one country and at the mercy of one regulator, allocating too much of your loan book to one doomed client, like 3 arrows, your whole client base being like predominantly very tightly knit, related US-based tech VCs, right? So how can we mitigate this? And what have we already seen the market do to adapt to this? I mean, simply put, diversifying properly on both sides. Clients are now looking for redundancies in their provider benches across most verticals, and providers are branching out to more client segments to round out dependency on any one profile, actively building and pursuing licensing in multiple jurisdictions or even multiple regions. It's not enough to just have your USD assets among 6 different banks in the US. Now I want to also split my assets with some banks in Switzerland and some here in Asia. I don't want all my fiat assets in USD, given the risk with USD correspondent banking recently. Or maybe I don't trust the unconditional dominance of USD in general anymore. All year long, we've seen people looking to diversify their provider benches. First, the market learned their lesson with lenders, next with their exchanges, now with their banking partners. Beta risk. This one is almost a mix of counterparty and concentration risk, but taken to a step further, something of a result of poor management in both of these. I do think it deserves kind of its own classification. This beta risk is more the wider systemic risk that currently exists in crypto. Via the interconnectedness of many parts of the ecosystem or the interconnectedness of the biggest players. What do I mean by that? Really, correlation. If one domino goes down, it brings down the whole line. Examples of this: all the lenders borrowing from and leveraged dangerously against each other. So many key crypto native treasuries generating yield, all tied to the same anchor Terra trade. Your lending client levered up to an unmeasurable point across various lenders, Archegos style. Other, what seem to be ridiculous things, like conspiracy theories aside, but objectively that some casual tweets on FTT stablecoin sent cascading effects that eventually collapsed an entire FTX empire. How to mitigate this? This one is tough. From a trading perspective, ensuring that your portfolio includes assets exhibiting negative covariance to offset what otherwise is correlated risk. But from a more holistic point of view, maybe not the easiest answer, but I think this one is all about knowledge and really understanding how the ecosystem works. So evaluating the teams that you work with, right? A lot of this stuff doesn't live yet in textbooks. It's not being taught in MBA courses or even described in Twitter threads. I'd say an element of this comes like purely network and experience in this very early stage of crypto. So look for teams that have wide-ranging experience and have weathered several downturns, that are kind of on the inside track with industry knowledge and have strong connections, know where the nexuses and the choke points of various problems and processes live in both TradFi and crypto, finance and tech, and across regions. Lastly, liquidity. Liquidity risk. Thus, unintended exposure, actually, risk. And what do I mean by liquidity risk here? Liquidity risk is not a new concept per se, as we all know that liquidity is a factor in the assessment of how you invest in any potential asset. But I think given what's happened in recent changes in the exchange space, plus the recent changes in banking partners, I want to talk about how this changes the way people trade and they take positions in crypto now. This new, more immediate, pertinent angle on liquidity here comes with the downfall of Silvergate and signature banks, and the impacts of this on the way all of crypto trading as we knew it before operates. The impact one, an added new layer of settlement, market, and counterparty risk to all scenarios. The loss of exchange networks and the instantaneous transfer of USD and USD payment rails for much of the crypto ecosystem, I mean, this has been handicapped. Crypto trading operations, basically, the flow has been developed alongside Signet and Sen. And everybody has not only enjoyed, but I would say taken for granted, the ease at which collateral and funds were instantly moved and settled. This was required along the whole chain, from a client to their OTC desk, from a client to the exchange, from the OTC desk to the exchange, OTC desks to OTC desks, and eventually back to your Silvergate or Signature USD bank accounts. Well, now, even in the past weeks, that Signet and Sen no longer exist. The whole ecosystem is coming to terms with T+1, T+2, maybe more, movement of their fiat to whatever liquidity venue they're using to get their crypto exposure, if their bank will even send their assets into that receiving counterparty. For example, now, if a client wants to transact in a simple OTC buy of Bitcoin with a spot OTC desk, the client has to send his fiat from his bank account out to the OTC desk, With no longer immediate settlement, right, lag of T+1, T+2, the OTC counterpart as well may have to then send their fiat to the exchange with another lag of T+1, T+2 before execution and locking in that price. The impact of this, number two, may be more peripheral to some of us, but let's not forget that for one very important segment of the trading ecosystem, are market makers that work to provide these deep books for us to swim around in. This now presents a new challenge for their own cash management and in turn encourages less liquidity on exchanges as compared to before. How have we seen the market adjust to this? This one's interesting as it's still so recent that much of the market is still testing and adjusting to find the best way forward for them. Will providers adjust by keeping fiat working balances on venues to smooth this process? Perhaps, but it'll be limited to the extent of how much counterparty risk they want to take themselves with their venues. Will we see some of the market try to avoid these extra risks by on-off ramping less often? Maybe try to utilize the more relatively instant settlement nature of stablecoins? Then we start a new topic here, given each major stablecoin also presents their own risks. So from the angle of a banking provider that also offers a full range of trading verticals, we've seen assets become a bit stickier, given people are now less willing to move assets around. Do more with your current licensed one-stop shop. We've seen some clients now decide that sometimes moving their fiat out of the bank for a crypto spot transaction isn't worth the extra hassle, the costs, delays, risks, operational, market, and price risk, and extra counterparty risk, and for example, might just choose to trade within the bank for that exposure. There are obviously many other kinds of risks existing in crypto right now. Some other notable risks that we didn't go into, compliance risks with fines and hits to reputation, technology and hacking risk, bad actor risks with scams and dishonest behavior. But the key of this short talk today, you want to be informed and comfortable with the level of risk that you're taking, right? You want to know that you're pricing this risk realistically and accurately so that when the risk materializes, you aren't surprised when you have to pay for that risk. How to do this? The best advice is always really to take the steps to do your own research, but learn what you need to learn to get comfortable and confident. But that's probably easier said than done in crypto, right? Crypto is a very complicated world. It moves 5 times faster than anything we came from 10 years ago. Sometimes these bike trips, you can ride what they call pillion. That is, you sit on the back of a bike as a passenger along for the ride. If you don't have time to learn to fully ride yourself and choose to ride pillion, I mean, you probably have to pay a fee. You still have to take some risk. But hey, you get to go on the ride. Into the jungle, into the desert, right? Using your guide's expertise, their gear, their helmet, their equipment, and you manage as much of that risk as you can. And you still get to have some of your adventure. You know what they say about riding motorcycles? It's not a matter of if you have an accident, it's really more of a when. I've already had my accident on a bike in 2015. They say the smarter riders are the ones that have already had that accident. They've adjusted accordingly for their own risk profile. Maybe they're the ones that never go without a helmet. They never ride in shorts. Maybe they stay away from certain traffic patterns, off certain kinds of terrain and road. An accident changes you on a bike. You become much more realistic with the risks that you're exposed to and which risks you're willing to take, the ones that you are not. And you learn where you can still compromise for that hit of adventure and where you need to draw your own line, right? You learn. I think a lot of crypto had that accident in this last year of hard lessons, and we're all learning and we're coming out of this more informed and more realistic about the risks we need to understand and manage to move forward. So who you book with and who you trust still matters. When I have the option, do I book with the motorcycle guide that has good equipment, has a track record of operation, strong safety reviews? When I have the option, do I book with the dive operator that has the 5-star PADI rating and recently serviced equipment, right? Solid instructors. When you have the option, do I book my surf charters with the operators that have well-maintained boats and an experienced captain, backup safety tenders, right? Local guide knowledge about the sharks and the crocs in the water. And this all comes down to the choices that every consumer eventually has to make. How important is it for you to have the extra safeguards, independent approvals of quality, the expertise of the provider and the team taking care of you? What kind of risk are you willing to endure in order to get that experience, exposure to that trade, right? And how do you price the extra risk when you have to compromise on some of these safety guardrails? And I mean, you're going to be the one to price it, and you're the only one that can decide if you would pay that price. Thank you for your time today, and enjoy the rest of this fabulous conference.
A round of applause to Amy for a valuable sharing. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder for all of you. The morning session provides simultaneous interpretation. You can use WeChat, Twitter, browser, etc. to scan the QR code of simultaneous interpretation on the signage at the entrance of each venue. Or you can also scan the QR code through the conference brochure and listen to simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. You're also recommended to bring your headphones in advance. So, thank you very much. 各位嘉宾，早上的环节提供同声传译服务，只要扫描会看手册或者是各会场的二维码，即可通过手机收听同传。有请大家连接耳机收听，谢谢各位。So to keep things interactive, we now have the first roundtable forum with the interesting topic on institutionalization of virtual asset investment. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Ms. Sunny CBDO of Panomni and PA News to be the moderator of the roundtable forum. I would also like to invite on stage Annabelle Huang, Managing Partner of Amber Group, Xiao Xiao, Partner of Hashkey Capital, David Tsai, General Partner of Kronos Ventures, and Sean Lawrence, Head of APAC of Kaiko, to share their ideas and insights on the topic. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to all the speakers. So moving on, I'll pass the floor to our roundtable moderator. Over to you, Sunny.
All right, good morning, everyone. So lots of new friend offering here. So yeah, good morning. Welcome to the panel discussion on the institutionalization of virtual asset investment. So this is Sunny CBDO of Panomni and PA News. Panomni is an investor incubator advisory company in Web3 space since 2017, and then PA News is our media arm, and then for Chinese-speaking community. So, as we know, like cryptocurrency have gained a lot of attention from both retail and institutional investors. So, however, like for the increasing like maturity of the market, like we start to see lots of like the like whole industry move towards to the institutionalization. So here today we have a lot of our four industry leaders to share their opinion on this topic. So let's welcome like Annabelle Huang, Xiao Xiao, David Tai, and Sean Lawrence. Maybe we can just start to give us updates for you and your company. Yes, so with Annabelle.
Sure, thanks, Sunny. Hi, everyone. My name is Annabelle Huang. I'm the managing partner of Amber Group. We're a global leading crypto financial service provider, providing liquidity solutions and digital wealth management for institutional and high net worth investors globally.
Hello, everybody. This is Xiao, and I'm from Hashkey Capital. And as you may know, well, Hashkey has a lot of sub-brands, but Hashkey Capital is like the longest-standing business in the whole Hashkey group. So we started to invest in crypto and blockchain space since 2015, and since then we've already got like 1 billion AUM, and also so far we've got like 300 portfolios, and we will keep digging into this space and have a more globalized and diversified portfolio. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm David, general partner at Kronos Ventures. Kronos Ventures is a subsidiary of Kronos Research. Kronos Research is a market-making, high-frequency trading firm that trades on a number of centralized as well as decentralized exchanges. Currently, we trade, multiple $1 billion of volume on a daily basis. So we are one of the larger players in the space. Kronos Ventures started 2 years ago as making long-term investments into the crypto space, into Web3 and crypto space. Fast forward to today, we have 50 portfolios that we are managing, and we're actively deploying capital.
Hi, I'm Sean. I'm the APEC head of Kaiko. We do market data distribution across CeFi and DeFi. We have a analytics business where we distribute risk analytics such as implied volatility and value at risk. We are an indices and reference rates issuer. We're a European AMF licensed rate issuer for crypto. And we also have a research arm which is well-renowned, data-driven, and free to anyone to subscribe.
All right, then we stick to the topic, talk about how institutional plays in the game. Okay, so we all know that institutional investor always usually plays a huge market share in the stock market. So will the future investment of cryptocurrency also move towards to institutionalization and away from the retail investors? Maybe start with Annabelle. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So institutional investment is something that we've been looking at over the years since we first started 5 years ago. And I think that adoption and the amount of capital that's invested in crypto today versus 5 years ago by institutions has triple-fold or quadruple-fold many times over, if not to say the least. And in traditional markets, the institutional investors command the majority of the market share. A lot of them are actually money managers managing a lot of the retail deposits. There are not that many active retail traders investing themselves. Yeah. So I think maybe in the beginning of the crypto markets, it's a bit reversed. It was a lot of single actors, but that has changed. And I think over the course of 2021 and 2022, we've already seen major hedge funds globally, some real money managers that are allocating a lot of resources, building teams, or even already actively trading within the crypto markets. And I think, and that flow really dominates everything else we've seen in the past that's predominantly driven by retail actions. So I think the answer would be yes, and in the future, it should mimic what we are seeing in traditional markets where the institutional players will have a dominant market share.
All right. So Xiaoxiao, what do you think?
The short answer is absolutely yes. So we are seeing a trend of institutional investors joining in this space. But I do think retailing users are also important because in traditional world, there are also institutional investors plus retailing users. So maybe the difference is that institutional investors will take higher risk. For example, they may invest in primary market and build the fundamental of the whole industry, and retailing users, they're participants or even owner of all this blockchain technology or blockchain community. So, but their risk preference or risk tolerance might be different. So, but I do think in the secondary market, retailing user is also important. So I guess there will be two group of investors in the future. Yes.
I think institutional adoption of crypto assets will grow as long as the crypto asset class becomes, in their view, less and less risky and less like a growth asset category. So in today's market environment, right, institutional investors look at crypto as a growth category, right? If they're able to kind of look at crypto into multiple categories and crypto becomes more established, then you'll have more and more inflows of funds into crypto. Now, what has happened over the last 9 months is not really conducive to this because you have bad actors at play. I won't mention some names, but a lot of crypto firms have kind of failed. So over a period of a couple of months, even 1 to 2 years out in the future, there will be a rebuilding of trust, especially for the institutional guys that have not dabbled into crypto. But I think the future is bright as kind of real world assets flow into crypto. And as more and more people are looking at it and saying that this is not really a risky asset class, then I think more institutional people will come in.
Thank you. So I think there's a couple of questions, which is how much does retail participate relative to institutional? And I think the answer is fairly proven because if you look at all of the other asset classes, they occupy around 5 to 10%. So in the broader 20-year time frame, that's the percentage that they'll occupy. But for retail, I think there's a subtler question, which is how much does the Web3 technology enable them to engage in financial transactions which they wouldn't necessarily have done digitally before? So for example, if you take Mumsnet as the kind of forum for young mums to kind of interact, where they might create an economy for babysitting services, and those babysitting services would have, say, a token that they would exchange, you would see the growth of participation in digital assets by virtue of the fact that the technology delivers them a mechanism for doing that easily, peer-to-peer, trustless, and all those kind of good things. Now, does that mean that, the relative percentage of retail grows? Probably, but in the broader sense of the whole market will grow and they still occupy a relatively small percentage of the activity that's true. Or still holds true. And when you come to the question of institutional activity, of course, as previous speakers have said, we're seeing that across the board. And there's a couple of metrics which I find quite interesting. One of which is I went to a really useful, really great presentation by Baker McKenzie on Monday. And in traditional finance, when you have those kind of presentations, the rooms are normally about half full. It's not the greatest participation. But the event on Monday was almost at capacity. And it was almost all mainland and local asset managers and hedge funds. And it was noticeably different in terms of the number of institutional asset managers, buy-side people that were thinking about setting up. And the topic was setting up a crypto hedge fund in Hong Kong. So that was quite kind of prevalent and quite notable. And the second element is when you look at the reaction of traditional financial firms and/or crypto-based prime brokers and execution brokers and these kind of players, what was the reaction to post-FX, or what was the reaction to FTX Celsius and the winter? And as we have done a kind of a rough survey, we think that there has been a lean in. It's really interesting because you would think that the global risk officer and the global compliance officer of many of these financial firms would sit back and say, we told you so, crypto was a bust. But many of them have said instead, we told you so, you should have waited for us to do it properly. And there's a lean in, so proof of concepts, particularly custody, some execution layers, they're all gearing up to provide institutional services to hedge funds, buy side, and all the kind of people that want to access the market, but have not yet decided that they want to commit to trusting the current set of players that are in the market. So look, I think broadly the answer is institutional money's coming.
All right, so there are more and more institutional will join to the ecosystem for sure, right? But I think like retail users still playing a very important role in this industry. So, okay, from the perspective of the institutional investors, what do you think, what's the most critical factors that you consider when investing in virtual assets?
Sure, I'll start again. I think going back to what Sean just mentioned, a lot of it is the perception of risks. And to be honest, I think last year the market exposed a lot of risks that were probably more hidden or market participants didn't really consider as much or didn't price in as much. The counterparty risk, a lot of the bad actor, right, human bad actor risk that has nothing to do with the underlying technology, so to speak, but has made a huge impact to the perception of risk in the crypto industry, and also, frankly speaking, the reputation as well. So I think at the moment, the market's definitely recovered a bit, sentiment is better, but there are still a lot of institutional investors that are on the sideline because I think they need to see and need more time to assess how they really think about counterparty risk. And in terms of if they want to trade crypto, who do they trade with, where they custody their assets, the security of the assets itself, and ultimately a lot of the concerns around regulatory framework and a lack of clarity there, I think, has deterred a lot of institutional investors to actually fully commit to invest in the space. With that said, though, I think most of them are still paying attention, be on the sidelines. So I think the potential is here, but there's a lot that we need to do as an industry to address when it comes to the different types of security risk, counterparty risk, the issue of trust in general.
Okay. Xiaoxiao.
Yeah, I think the first thing we will consider as an institutional investor is asset safety. So, but I think that's not the key problem for this cycle. There's already a lot of like custody solution providers, and including cold wallet or maybe MPC wallet, and even like centralized custody service provider. So on top of that, we are also thinking about the user experience. For example, institution or users always want better experience when they are interacting with the product or the platform. For example, the how to make it easier to trading. To trade the asset, or how to make it easier to manage the portfolio. So we are looking for some opportunities or solutions in that sector. For example, the PMS, or data services provider like Kaiko. And if all of these infrastructure are ready, I think more institutional investors will join. So I think that's the second layer of concern, or second things the institutions are thinking about. Yeah.
My thoughts on this is pretty interesting. So if you're an institutional investor and you've never really explored what a token asset class is, right? You may have a negative view towards it. And one of the reasons is because, if I invest in equity, I have a defined economic value of this instrument that's very difficult to change from a regulator perspective. If I own tokens, I'm not sure I have that, right? There have been many instances where if I invested in the tokens and the tokens have economic accrual, the companies would change that in the future. So basically, if regulations come in and say, well, what if you can only churn certain things within a token, which has a more defined value, then I think institutional investors will look at this token asset class more closely. Now I think a lot of the institutional investors, they need to have equity to invest, right? Can we see a future where institutional investors would invest in token-only projects? Maybe.
So I think. Yeah, there's definitely an element which is investors paying attention in a way that they didn't. And so when we were pitching value at risk and similar products a year ago before the winter came, there was far less interest in people because, of course, market was rising, and so people weren't necessarily so concerned with elements of risk that they should have been, and the kind of elements of risk management that you see in traditional investment. And the other element is that in the last year, there's been many more tools that are now available to people, and many more providers like Kaiko that are delivering tools. And so things like liquidity ranking. So we produce this endpoint called liquidity ranking, which we say is a much better metric than market cap. When you look at market cap, for example, when you just take it and you don't consider volume, spreads, and depth, then you would rank BNB as rank number 3 globally. But when you look at liquidity ranking, then it ranks number 11. And so I think, like I say, and progressively more, particularly things like implied volatility in the market. There's so much variability in that, and where we come up with benchmark implied volatility. And it's not just us in the infrastructure space. You see many other people doing middle office tools, reporting, tax, risk management, all these kind of tools are now available, and people are starting to invest in them, and they're also starting to do much more token due diligence, as a way of trying to, of course, protect their valuable investments.
All right, so what impact will the institutionalization of virtual asset have on entire cryptocurrency market? Maybe start with Sean.
Sure. So I think, of course, volume is going to go up, and liquidity is going to improve, and spreads should narrow. So from a pure kind of market activity point of view, it's a very positive effect. I think there will also be a drive to quality, because a number of the players that are coming in will demand that the brokers become, or the execution layer, let's not call them brokers, it's more TradFi, but the kind of execution layer becomes regulated. Certainly from the custody layer, there's going to be a wish either to be regulated or at least have some form of pedigree. And so broadly speaking, the markets are going to become more healthier, I think. And I think that is a kind of positive critical mass where the more players you come in, the more structured, the more normalized it becomes. Of course, alpha is going to decrease because spreads will decrease, but that isn't necessarily a bad thing as long as volume grows faster and market size grows faster than kind of spreads decrease. Then there is a positive effect across the whole market. I also think that you'll get more people looking across the industry. At the moment, what you tend to find is people will say, well, I only trade Binance and I don't really look at anywhere else, or I just trade Deribit and I don't really trade anywhere else, or I just do OTC. And that kind of narrow focus reflects to a certain extent pedigree, to a certain extent that their core competency is in a narrow kind of slice of the market. But I think people will start to see more cross-venue trading, cross-DeFi and CeFi trading, and more kind of things like asymmetric information risk, where when you look at Terra Luna, there were many people that made money in the Terra Luna crash because they saw the price falling on DeFi 3 days before it fell on CeFi, and so more people are becoming aware of the need to kind of look across the entire kind of market for activity and opportunity and price signals and those kind of things.
Yeah. So taking a step back, I think as kind of like as we start looking at tokenizing certain real world assets and things like this as the markets evolve, right? So I completely agree that liquidity parameters are going to improve. The question is, can crypto be a segue for asset classes that may not be liquid in the traditional markets, and then create a market for certain classes of those assets and trade on the crypto markets, right? I generally think that could be the case, but it's a combination of time as well as players in the space that are not bad actors. So, for example, let's say you have an instrument such as tokenizing gold, right? Should there be regulations against what collateral you supply for the gold? And if the answer is yes, I think it makes it less likely that for example, when the redemption procedures are happening for this tokenized security in the future, that everyone will be made whole, right? Should there be government regulations on this topic is something that's to be debated. I think certain regulations would basically protect against bad actors, which can help the entire industry evolve.
Well, I think the impact of institutional investor joining is that the market, in long run, the market could be like more and more patient. So especially in primary market, so we can see that in the previous cycle, all of the token funds are the fund duration is like only 2 or 3 years. So they are very eager to exit and eager to make money and cash out. But in this cycle, we can see that most of the funds are like very long term, for example, like 8 years or 10 years. So the investors are more patient and they give more time for the startups to build. And they're not like pushing them to issue token tomorrow or next week or something. So this is very good and a good trend for the whole industry. So the builders will have less pressure. So and also because institutional investors are bringing more capital, so more and more money are come into this space. So the builders, they have both time and money to do real fundamental things. So that's I think the impact is obviously like positive and in both short term and long term. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with everybody, what everybody said, and I think the core part of it is that institutionalization will only come as the market matures. I think it'll actually come hand in hand, right? It's a dynamic environment here, and a lot of it is actually a lot of what happened last year actually pushed a lot of the players to become more institutional and to bring more transparency in the market. Due to different risk management requirements by the institutional investors. So you need to have a regulated custodian, you need to have transparency, reporting when it comes to where assets are being traded and managed. These are long-standing requirements, and also around KYC, onboarding, KYB. So all of this needs to improve before institutional forces will actually come, and that will drive towards a more mature and transparent market in general. And the impact of that, both on crypto prices, on maybe a lot of the developments around the primary market, it will just drive ultimately to more mature actors generally. And I think we learn every time there's a crisis, we improve on our risk management process. We hopefully go towards further regulatory clarity, and that's essentially, I think, how we evolve.
True. So in the last circle, like there are lots of like well-known institutions such as like FTX, right? 3 Arrows have gone bankrupt. So what do you think? Like how should like institutional manage the risk? Maybe start like Sean. Yes.
Sure. So I think in this question, and also related to the previous one, I think there's an element which is the market structure will change. I think when institutional money comes in, they will demand that they keep hold of their own assets in their own custody. And it's either themselves managing their custody in their wallets, or it's a delegate that they trust, which is not the venue. And I think what that will do is it will change the current market structure where C5 acts as the exchange matching engine, the clearing agent, and the custodian. I think they will be forced to let go of the element of clearing and custody, and their operating model will change. I don't think CeFi goes away, because CeFi has an obvious benefit, which is price discovery, liquidity, and adoption. But I think a more decentralized operating model, and that also means, of course, that DeFi has to up its game, we know this, in terms of usability and its UI. And so they'll then end up with a model which is a layer of, order discovery and, transaction, kind of matching. But then there'll be an institutionally driven infrastructure which sits at the back, which is much more DeFi and investor owned.
Sure. I think to prevent, cases, as we mentioned, right? I think there needs to be better diligence in terms of the, who, like, so for example, I'll use an example of a lending and borrowing protocols that have, gotten into trouble, right? I think it was a combination of, faulty underwriting practices and bad actors misrepresenting what they were going to use borrowed funds for. So how do you fix both sides, right? The bad actors component, it's going to be difficult to fix. As the market matures, bad actors are going to get weeded out because they're not going to, have the ability to kind of play in this arena when regulations come in and when better players are here. The stringent, ability to, go and diligence exactly who you are, this can be improved as well. So for example, if some of the, lending and borrowing protocols, right, had, the ability to diligence the borrowers correctly, right, they may not have suffered, these type of losses. Going forward, I think this will mimic, right, how the non-crypto or traditional side plays out, right? You look at a crypto, like, the future crypto lending borrowing platform, right? How are they, figuring out who to onboard, and how are they doing it versus how the traditional guys do it, right? Are they doing it, with the same level of scrutiny as a traditional player, right? So, in short, right, I think as the, market evolves, right, a lot of what crypto is doing will mimic what traditional markets have been doing. And this is the only way, right, for us to kind of prevent other big failures in the future?
Well, I think how to mitigate the risk. I think the first thing is we need to have a sense that for institutional, the risk has to be diversified and decentralized. So don't put all eggs in one basket. I really see some startups, they just put all their money, capital, operation capital in FTX. So after the bank run, they just almost go bankruptcy. So I think that's not smart. So as an institution, at least you need to have a very structuralized way to manage your assets. For example, maybe put some in cold wallet, have some allocation in warm wallet, or put it in more have some backups of bank account or exchange account or even broker account. And that's the first thing. And the second thing is that I totally agree what David said. We need to do more due diligence. So especially now we have a lot of like on-chain data. So we at least can analyze the credit risk on top of the wallet and on-chain transactions. So and also, that's what we do right now when we make investment decisions. So especially for like CFI or institutional services provider, we will ask for their address and all their like on-chain accounts and make some analysis on top of that. So I think that's also necessary to do. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would just add that I think a lot of what happened last year was that the market. Just basically all the price and the AUM that all of these lending protocols are managing just skyrocketed over a year, and a lot of the managers are inexperienced when it comes to maintaining the same yield that they're paying out, but also managing their underlying risk. So what happened was that they rehived the collateral in many different ways, and resulted in leverage, which just all went down in a second, essentially. So that's what unraveled. So we need more due diligence, but in order to do that, we actually need proper transparency, and that should mimic what we are seeing in the traditional markets. So we've been doing a lot of thinking ourselves in terms of the product that we provide, the type of wealth management products that we provide, and we're moving away from the more sort of bilateral OTC model towards a more proper, regulated, proper disclosure, mimics mutual fund that takes in crypto assets as subscription, where we have daily NAV, monthly reporting, third-party custodian and fund admin, and all of that, so that our investors know exactly where their assets are custodied, where the exchange venues are being used to trade the assets, and that they will be able to also track it real time on chain if they want to. So I think that's probably the first step towards institutionalization and transparency that could help, but also requires everything, pretty much the full trade cycle for us to achieve true transparency and limit the risk of counterparty risk or trust in the market.
All right, so yeah, our session is time's up. So thank you for the sharing, and then I am sure that lots of people can learn something from our guests. So thank you guys, thank you for coming, thank you.
Thank you, speakers, for insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to our speakers on stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder for all of you, the morning session provides simultaneous interpretation. You can use WeChat, Twitter, browser, etc. to scan the QR code or simultaneous interpretation on the signage at the entrance, or you can scan the QR code through the conference brochure as well and listen to simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. You're also recommended to bring your headphones in advance. 各位嘉宾，早上的环节提供同声传译服务，只要扫描会看手册或者是各会场的二维码，即可通过手机收听同传。有请大家连接耳机收听，谢谢各位。 So to keep it going, we are going to invite the second panel to come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Ms. Jacqueline Qiao Zhiyuan, blockchain lawyer and partner of Junhei Hong Kong office, to be the moderator of the panel. I would also like to invite Mr. Tony Wong, Head of Sales, APAC CSOP Asset Management, Mr. Louis Lee, MD of ProSynergy Consulting Limited, and Mr. Jupiter Zhang, Research Director of Hashkey Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to the speakers. And moving on, I will pass the floor to Jacqueline. Jacqueline.
Hi everyone, nice to meet you and welcome to this panel discussion, The Road to Compliance for Digital Asset. My name is Jacqueline Qiao and I'm a partner at Junhei Law Firm. I'm specialized in blockchain and crypto-related matters. So today we are very honored to have three distinguished guests to share their insights on this topic with us. So first of all, let's give them some time to briefly introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. So I'm from CSOP Asset Management. We are one of the key ETF issuers in the region, and luckily last year we are one of the first in Asia to launch the virtual asset ETF here in Hong Kong. I run the sales team for them, and glad to be here. Thank you for the invite.
Okay, I'm Louis from ProSynergy. I'm legally trained and an ex-regulator as well, and got my consultancy going in 2018, and we were lucky enough to be the first one who did the application for both OSL and Hashkey for their VATP applications, together with other like VA-related applications in Hong Kong.
Thank you. I'm Jupiter. I'm a research director from Hashkey Capital and also led the terminal license for Hashkey. We got the uplifting license approval from SFC last September. We have some dedicated fund product to be launched in the future. So happy to join the panel, discuss the compliance way of potential virtual asset in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So today we're very happy that we actually have experts in different areas. Like Tony, you're the expert in the ETF products. And Louis, I know that you are an expert helping people to apply licenses for almost all type of virtual asset related ones. And Jupiter, I know that you were working for the fund management for the virtual asset related Type 9 fund. Okay, so my first question to Tony is, we know that in December, we actually have the first Asia virtual asset related ETF launched and listed in Hong Kong Stock Exchange. One is the Bitcoin futures ETF, and the other is the Ethereum futures ETF. And both are actually managed by your company. So could you share with us, like, I think a lot of people are actually very curious about how to get that approval and what is the application process. So could you walk through the application process with us and tell us how you guys comply with the regulatory requirements throughout the times? Thanks.
Sure. So basically, a lot of questions surrounding was like, what's the difference between the virtual asset ETF versus the traditional conventional ETF? So in this space, I'll give a brief background of for example, like for conventional ETF applications, even for a virtual one, it's actually very similar, but there are a lot of stringent requirements that from the regulators locally to require to launch a ETF. So, for example, in terms of the executions, in terms of the experience of the portfolio managers, does he or she have the structured product management skills? And then, second of all, it's a very required products that we can kind of like invest into. So even it narrowed down into one of the few exchanges that we can only allow to kind of like trade the futures with. And then last is the index requirement. So it's quite often is for us it's not that I would say tough to find an index provider. But for the virtual asset ETF, where we need to find, like, for example, Bitcoin, Ethereum, there's no readily available index for us to track. So in that sense, what we did, and to kind of like speed up the process, we deep dive into a lot of research, and then we found that we can actually launch an actively managed ETF. So this is actually very different to where we think about traditionally it's a beta ETF, but for this virtual asset ETF, for the Bitcoin, Ethereum here listed in Hong Kong, they're actually actively managed by our portfolio managers. So the requirements in terms of the execution and then all the way to custody have another set of criteria. So CSOP always referenced as one of the pioneer ETF issuer in Asia. So we manage huge portfolios in the leverage and inverse space. So our portfolio managers already have extensive experience in trading the futures market globally. And with that, we actually give the extra comfort to the regulators, and that kind of like, we actually have the extensive experience to able to manage that as well.
Okay, thanks. And the next question for Louis. I know that a lot of people actually come to Hong Kong and thinking about applying for all types of license. And if you want to carry out regulated activities in Hong Kong, what are the different types of virtual asset related licenses and how to comply with that?
Oh, that's a freebie question, freebie advice question.
Very broad and big
yes,
question.
Yeah, obviously. I think we have to put this into context first, i.e. what products are there in the market. Because it ranges from everything, from a very simple, let's say, virtual asset crypto deposits or custody, to, let's say, staking, to trading, to derivatives, and all that. I mean, every one of them may trigger a licensing sort of requirement in Hong Kong. So you really need to look at it from an end-to-end angle, because when people say that, oh, it's a custody solution, is it truly a custody solution? Is there any add-ons? But very simply, and just to quickly go on, there are things that we need to consider in terms of licensing. One, if you, let's say, you only hold, let's say, virtual assets or crypto, what do you need? You may have to think about a TCSP license, what is termed as Trust and Company Service Provider license. You may have to think about whether you need to get a trustee ordinance to become a trustee yourself. Things that you need to think about. I'm not saying that you must get it, but things that you need to consider. So besides that, if you involve any fiat which remit out of Hong Kong, you have to think about whether you need a what we term an MSO license, Money Service Operators license. That's another one. And of course, everyone here, which I met so far in this conference, have been interested in one thing only. Do I need a license from SFC? So I think that a lot of people is interested in that. So what is SFC doing? So you have to think about what licenses is available. I think one of the good point that you can refer to is the circular back in January last year. So literally and in very layman terms, a few things that you can think about. VA dealing, type 1. So you talk about just trading of crypto assets. VA advisory, type 4. Again, as the name suggests, you're advising in crypto-related investments. Then, of course, there's the type 9, which is asset management, which Jupiter is doing and got the uplift from SFC. And of course, a lot of people during this conference asking about the VATP, virtual asset trading platforms. Now, I know everyone's interested on the new regulations coming out in June.
Yes.
But at the moment, if you ask me today, it's a type 1.7 license, okay? But once June comes in, you may have to get a license from SFC, both type 1.7 and also the AMLO, so VATP licenses. But SFC just did the consultation, so waiting for them to conclude and issue further guidance on it. But I think that will be interesting for the whole of Hong Kong. It's a good step in the right direction to get things more licensed and get more interest in Hong Kong and getting this industry more on the regulated footing.
Thanks. Okay, the next question is for Jupiter. We know that currently, if a fund wants to invest in more than 10% of its AUM into virtual asset, then it needs to uplift its existing Type 9 license to get the virtual asset Type 9. So could you share with us what is the benefit for a fund to get such license? And how could a virtual asset Type 7 license different from a non-SFC compliant license?
Well, thank you, Jacqueline. I think you mentioned right. And in the past, the SFC said if you're a traditional Type 9 license manager in Hong Kong, if they want to manage some of a portfolio to be allocated into virtual asset, so under 10%, no need additional approval from SFC. But if you want to exceed the limit, you need to get additional requirements from the SEC, and the SEC will review your fund structure, all the things together. So I think this providing a very legitimate way that the traditional fund manager in the Hong Kong market can be entered into this market. The benefit is that this is not a brandly new regime. This is based on the old regime, but adding some additional requirements. So the benefit for this is like this. For example, the fund managers, they have the clients, mostly are from the traditional finance world. They are familiar with Type 9 licensed fund managers. So if I want to find a relative regulated person or a more dedicated person to help them to manage money, to allocate into virtual assets, this kind of a manager may be their better choice because all the things are familiar with the traditional investors and all the things are regulated. So we're asking you about the benefit or some differences between the Type 9 license fund manager. So I think SFC is very prudent on this license regime. So all the process, all the risk management, and including the backdesk operations, all the things have been reviewed in a very detailed way. So we have to run in a very legitimate and compliant way to meet the requirements from the SEC and also from the risk appetite from the traditional investor. For example, this kind of asset manager need to choose the licensed vendors. For example, the licensed exchanges, licensed custodies. Well, this thanks to regulators not only in Hong Kong but also the world that providing the license regime recently. So all the vendors that got licensed from regulators. So we, as a licensed regulator, asset managers, they can use these vendors in a more legit way, and this can assure that because investing in virtual asset, most of the thing is make sure the asset safety. So you need to use a licensed custody that be more viable or favorable by the traditional investor. So that is something I can share regarding this new regime can bring us. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Now let's move back to Tony. I think also a lot of people are actually curious whether one day the regulator might allow spot virtual asset underlying ETF. So I know you are an expert in this area, and could you share with us what is the key difference between the two products and what are the key factors that SFC might consider when they are thinking of approving the spot products?
Yeah. So from our perspective is that the crypto or virtual asset spot ETF versus the futures that we're using, the key aspects definitely from the execution perspective where, for example, the current VA ETF that we have, we're executing through the CME, which is one of the most recognized exchange regulated by US. So this is something that I think the regulators will likely to be considered definitely. Like, for example, for executing a spot ETF where we buy this spot crypto, but which exchange that we are allowed to get it from? That's one of the key questions I think will be from the regulators. So I think everyone is definitely looking for any kind of moving forward, which are the regulated exchange that we were able to do that. And second of all is how we're going to custodize it, because as asset managers, we are not managing our own money. We're managing money on behalf of our client, of investors, whether they're institutions, all the way to mass affluent markets like family offices and even retail markets. So custodizing is definitely the key aspect of protecting the investor interests. So I believe the regulators will definitely look into the how we're going to protect or give that comfort for our investor to be able to be getting into this virtual asset space.
Thanks. So Louis, you just mentioned about the Type 1 and 7 license, also the VASP, VAPP. So the next question is in relation to that. We know that SFC is in the process of considering allowing retail investors to buy Bitcoin and other virtual assets through the regulated exchange. So could you share with us what are the key factors or any potential measure that you think the regulator should implement in order to protect the investors?
Yeah, I think first of all, I think we need to consider is whether we should allow retail investors. I think that's an important question that everyone has been asking before. Since I think SFC has been looking into this issue, I think in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, when the first sort of circular came out to talk about virtual asset, I mean, everything has been geared towards just, very prudently, of course, that should gear towards professional investors. And rightly so, because the market is still, I think, in its infancy. I think at this point of time, although a lot of people saying it's crypto winter, a lot of things have happened, especially last year when all the price dropped down. We have several major failures in Celsius, Free Arrows, and FTX. Is it the right time to give retail? I think it's the right time to give it because I think Hong Kong has reached a stage that we're relatively shielded from those failures because the regulator has been very prudent in that. And I think they're in the right approach whereby they're thinking how to protect the investor public. And they have approved 2 sort of regulated platforms right now. And it's time to open this up. So the question is what kind of guardrails, the term that they like to use, should be inserted. Now, what they suggested in the consultation paper is, we should have, let's say, large cap requirements, index or referencing requirement. Is it something that we should look into, or should we add a bit more to it? No, first of all, I have to say, I agree that for the retail public, it should be, let's say, just the large cap ones, or the major coins that there is. Because once you allow, let's say, the investors, the retail public, to fear, regulated exchanges to invest in something like a very volatile, like Dogecoin and all that, just in case something fails, then I think it does affect Hong Kong's general integrity as a financial market. That is not something we want to see. So I think trading in the major coins and doing correctly should be the right thing, but whether we should use the large cap or some other measurement, I think it's open to debate. As long as there's some guardrails or protection for investors on what coin should be traded, that's number one. Number 2 is in terms of suitability. Now, I do not want everyone to throw all their savings into this. I know the younger generation of us, because they probably have not got as much wealth, they want to use that as a tool to invest because, you see those scary numbers, or to them very attractive numbers, 30% return, 40% return. I just throw in a few thousand, I get that back. But it's very dangerous. So suitability is very important. Education in terms of what the coins are all about, and also on what the return rate should be, I think is also very important. So generally, I think SFC is on the right track. It's just that the headline news on just large cap coins, I think it's too much on the headlines because there are other things that should be put in place. As I said, the education and suitability. And I'm sure Tony and Jupiter as well. I mean, you guys have faced it as well. I mean, when you offer to the retail public on ETFs, I mean, these are the things that I think every sort of responsible licensed corporation should be looking into when they offer any crypto products to clients.
Okay, thanks. So the next question is to Tony and also Louis. The next question is to Jupiter. And Louis and Tony, you feel free to implement. It's basically an open question. So for you, for the current regulations and requirements for the virtual asset fund managers, can you suggest some potential alterations to the existing regulation requirements to better benefit the business or the whole industry? And also, are there any activities or business that you were thinking of that you would like to be allowed to conduct under the current regulation framework? Would you suggest any new regulations to allow the new business?
Well, thank you, Jacqueline. It's maybe a tough question to address.
Yes.
But I think for asset managers like us, you want to conduct some new business. The first thing we want to consider is the risk. I think the risk is also the thing that regulators will consider, especially for the crypto markets. Unlike the traditional stock or bond market been running for many, many years, all the risk features, all the cycles has been depicted in history and can be estimated in a quantitative way. But from the last year's experience, the risk of the virtual asset is there's a lot of things that kind of unknown for everybody in this market. So if we want to conduct some new business, under the regulation regime, we need to consider what kind of risk we will take. So that is the first thing we need to consider. Maybe something that we can share is that that recently, especially from last year, the Hong Kong is going to be very positive on the Web3 industry. I think a lot of startups will come into Hong Kong, will begin their business or setting some offices here, begin their new ventures in Hong Kong to enjoy the policy benefit in the future. So one thing is the enterprises. Another thing is they need some capital, some money to flood in to help them. So is it this asset manager can do something like invest into these VCs, into cryptos, into Web3 to help these enterprises to grow together with policies? I think there's something can consider. I think right now this kind of investment may consider to combine with the current regime. This is a new thing that we can think about or explore. Another thing maybe interesting is that we see a lot of a DeFi product online, but that is totally high risk, especially for the traditional investor. But you have the high yield, you have the high risk, but it still fits for some investors or some crypto fund or something similar fund managers to come in. They are also allowed to be combined in the current regime. Well, a lot of questions will be asked, a lot of risk parameter will be asked, a lot of things we have to explore and research, especially we need several cycles to make us quite clear what kind of risk we will take. And we may consider that something can be done in the future to make the whole regime more completed, more crypto friendly. But I think it's a long-term story. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think at the moment, sorry to be a party spoiler here, I do think Hong Kong is opening up, but actually opening a little bit. But everyone gets excited. So I just want to put it in context. I mean, in terms of regulation opening up, it's just opening a very small window, which is a good window to open up, actually. But if you ask me, going forward, I think progressively they need to think about whether there should be more product variation. Because at the moment, if you look at what regulated products they are, it's like literally spot. I mean, even the funds itself could be, the strategy could be pretty plain vanilla. I think we should look into how to open that up progressively. Maybe think about whether we should allow VA futures. I think that's one. Derivatives. I think these are things that will help, sort of enrich the marketplace. And as I said before, the retail opening up does help, the regulated platforms to get more liquidity and more interest in it. So that will help the whole thing. But if you ask me, like the whole opening up is required, but we have to make sure that we do it progressively. And another point that you mentioned about DeFi, I think on the first day of the conference, I think the SFC colleague of my ex-colleague Keith Choi was saying about DeFi regulation. I think we have to put it in context. What he's saying is, if your DeFi protocol or anything you're doing amount to security, then it's something that will be regulated. So I think the question is for anyone coming to Hong Kong is, whatever products you're doing, whatever service you're doing, the things that you should be looking into is do analysis of what you're doing first. Make sure you do not fall foul of the rules. If you fall into the rules, make sure you talk to the regulator. The regulators actually welcome you to come talk to them because it's a new area. They don't know what they do not know. So let them know what the products are, because otherwise they're not educated. For regulators, they need regulators as well. It's not only the retail public. So you have to tell them, these are the products, which is quite popular right now, and I'm coming into Hong Kong. So let them know. I think the conversations cannot be just one way, just the regulator telling you what the rules are. It goes both ways. You need to communicate with the regulator as well. I think that part, it's sorry to say, it's a lot of missing things there. It's a missing part that you need to communicate with the regulator and tell them, okay, this is the market, this is what we think should be done, and this is why, and what we think the risk management should be. I think we should really be having an open discussion with regulators on a more regular basis on this.
Yeah, I do agree with what Jupiter and Louis has mentioned and the points of views and all that. From our perspective, it's definitely like how to protect our investor interests is definitely key. How to manage the risk, whether it's what type of investor, doesn't matter, but how to measure it's important. So providing a more safeguarded products, we're able to get access on the virtual asset space is what we're key to be part of it. And we're happy to see the government support, regulators opening up, but we hopefully gradually it will become a much bigger picture and much more important in the Hong Kong financial space.
Thank you. So the next question, it might be a very big question for Louis first. Do you think Hong Kong is an ideal place to develop Web3 business? And also, I know that recently Hong Kong has actually attracted a lot of global attentions. Like we see friends from all kinds of countries being curious about what's going on in Hong Kong in the Web3 industry. And what do you think is the biggest advantage for Hong Kong to have the Web3 technology and everything?
Well, first of all, I'm biased, so I'm definitely fighting a flag for Hong Kong. Of course, come to Hong Kong. I think we are in a perfect situation. I mean, of course, we have mainland China, people saying, oh, China doesn't allow crypto. Yes, but it does allow other things for you to develop, Web3 related solutions and what have you. So I think it's a perfect test bed for the mainland China, and also people want access to whatever technology or solutions that you have in China. So that's one. And also, I think in terms of advantage in Hong Kong is we do have a very good, regulator and the government who is very proactive in this. This is also very useful. But the things that we need to bear in mind is we can't allow everyone to come in. We have to be watching out our steps. So, i.e., what we discussed before about risk management, how to protect investor interests. These are all important safeguards that we need to build, and it's not going to build in one day. So it takes time for everything to bed in. I mean, regulators tend to be a touch slower than the market. But I think in this day and age, the Web3 sort of technology that we have is moving so fast, we have to watch our steps. But I'm in supportive of it, okay? And another thing is, in terms of how to build Hong Kong, another thing is for Hong Kong to attract talents. At the moment, I think we are starting to do that. We have much more talents in place, be it Web3 solution providers, Web3 designers, to consultant like ourselves, to traditional people like, let's say, Tony coming in and say, we're going to touch from a traditional finance, we're going to touch upon new fi as well to see how we could change the environment and contribute to the environment as well. I think that's very important. I think it's a useful thing to have.
Thanks. And the next question is for Jupiter. As Louis has mentioned, there are more and more traditional companies trying to thinking about exploring their service on virtual asset to their customers. So how do you see the current virtual asset licensing regime will actually evolve to accommodate their entry into the market? And what will be the impact to the existing players? Any opportunities or challenges?
Yeah, thank you. I think Hong Kong is a good place to conduct a virtual asset related business, especially for the traditional investor who have interest to come into this market. On one hand, Hong Kong is a traditional, capital center or hub in Asia. A lot of investors here, a lot of financial institutions here, and the financial services quite prosperous in this district. Another thing is, I think the regulator providing a very complete regime for the traditional investor. For example, if you want to trading with Bitcoin, Ethereum, you can go to regulated exchanges. If you want to expand your investment scope into more diversified portfolios of VA, you can find the asset managers to help you to manage your asset of VA. Or you can use another kind of, finding some other kind of service providers to customize your virtual asset to make sure your asset is safety. So I think there will be a whole ecosystem for the virtual asset that a traditional investor can select. If you're interested in different aspects, you can find the different players with license, and you can enjoy the benefit that the protection from the regulators, and you will also enjoy the return from the VA asset. So I think in Hong Kong and also in Asia as a more broader, as the financial institutions, the traditional investors, can find a more convenient way to come to this market. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. And Tony, as the crypto market becomes more and more mature, and what do you think will be the role of the traditional financial institutions, and how would it contribute to the development and growth of the virtual asset industry?
That's a very good question. So as we CSOP, as a traditional finance in this market, and then as asset managers, what we do is actually we're bridging the gap between the traditional finance and the new finance. So by launching the ETF with a virtual asset futures as an underlying, we're actually opening up the markets for the mass affluence, like the retail wealth guys, the private banks guys, and some of the family offices who know crypto. They trade it, they know it, they experience it, but they want to diversify the risk. So by trading through a regulated platforms, like for example, any banks, like brokers platform that they're using, and then trading through a regulated products, which is an ETF, by getting the exposures and custodizing it in a regulated environments, actually provide an extra comfort and the layer of securities to the investors. So when they feel comfortable, when they feel secure, and then they will be able to participate. So as a traditional finance guys like us who are stepping into this market, we're actually providing that extra layer of kind of like comfortable securities to the investor. And then compromise it with other stuff like, for example, paying a high fees or getting into the ETF. It's costly than the spot crypto. But on the other hand, they are protected or kind of like well safeguarded on one hand. Given what happened last year in the markets, that actually we're seeing a shift from the Asian family offices by using our ETF or getting exposure. So I think what we're trying to do here is not only promoting it, but also how investors should see or view crypto or virtual asset is.
I just want to add a bit more here. I mean, to supplement what Tony is saying. I mean, at the end of the day, what is lacking, well, especially what happened with the industry last year, is the word trust. With the traditional finance guys coming in, because the whole system has been well built for so many years. You have, as you say, the risk management is built in, the suitability systems are built in, how you do KYC, KYP, everything is built in. I mean, it's tested. Obviously, okay, traditional finance, you do have some people who've gone rogue as well, but it's a try and tested system. So when the people go into the virtual asset or crypto market, it's relatively new, and because of what happened last year, there's a lack of trust. I mean, having a traditional market people to come in and take this on, it built that trust factor, which has been, sorry to say, lacking before. I think that will help generally in the whole industry to build up. That's what I want to add.
Very well said. Okay, the last question. So I will invite each speaker, just using 1 minute, to tell us what is your vision of the virtual asset regulated activities in the future, and what steps you will take to remain competitive in the industry. Let's start in front.
Oh, okay. So from our standpoint is that we are happy to see the regulators are getting more open up into new product range, as Louis mentioned, and what types of product we can launch other than just ETF, what other underlying asset that we can use. Hopefully we're getting more welcome. For example, like we definitely looking at some of the hedging tools that we can provide to clients, like the leverage and inverse space. Can we do that? This is something that we are looking forward to. And also, I think we do play a bigger role in terms of investor educations, not only educating the what crypto or virtual asset is, but the most important part is no matter which financial asset class you are in, whether it's a new finance or the next era of finance, it doesn't matter, but you cannot eliminate the counterparty risk. So bear in mind that this risk will always exist in whatever asset class you're holding. So this is something that we continuously educating the markets, not only in Asia. We registered the products in Singapore as well, so offer to professional investors. So we keep continuing bringing this message is that how you can get your exposure into virtual asset in a more safe and well-regarded way.
Well, echo what we've been saying before. Product variation, I think, is important, but I think we have to do it progressively, bring it in progressively, bit by bit, and do it to several ones that we think about, like derivatives, futures, and opening up to PI only first, things like that. I think we need to do that. And another thing is, I think at the moment, I mean, everyone's just talking about trading platforms being regulated, but I think the whole market needs to get regulated. So you talk about other virtual asset service providers, let's say for custodian and brokers, and even we have seen ATM machine for crypto. Do they need to be regulated? I mean, at the end of the day, we want to bring in the regulators. We do not want like the regulators to look at every minute detail, far from it. But the regulation, if they're in place, does give a lot more trust to the whole market. I think that will promote that will promote it. So I think that is important to have.
Well, I think the virtual asset industry and Web3 is still in early stages, so it's in a dynamic way. I think in the regularly the regulations, the regime is still in a dynamic way. So in the future, as Tony and Louis said, there will be more product future can be conducted, introduced into this market. I will say new kind of players, new kind of other product or some new VA things like more something like more newer than DeFi or NFT may come into place. This is something should be considered as a regulatory regime or not. This is something we need to consider and very interesting in a dynamic way. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much for the great sharing, and thanks all for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you guys next time.
Thank you. Thank you, speakers, for the in-depth discussion. A big round of applause for our speakers on stage. Thank you, and please be seated.那今年来了，越来越多人担心比特币挖矿的耗电行为，还有它的相关的环境的影响。那现在我们有请陆海天教授为我们做一个关于可持续的比特币的主题演讲。掌声有请陆教授。
Distinguished guests, my great pleasure to be here. I was told I should speak in Chinese, so I changed to Mandarin. Okay. 大家好，那么我是香港理工大学可持续技术基金会的教授陆海天。那么我今天呢跟大家分享的主题是绿色比特币。那么讨论这个问题的初衷非常简单。那么，因为我们大家知道，比特币挖矿需要耗费大量的电能，那么这呢成为了这个比特币为人所诟病以及制约其发展的瓶颈。那么我们想通过研究呢，告诉大家，比特币和碳中和之间是不可调和的吗？如何通过更清洁的方式让比特币获得发展？那么我想呢，在这个讨论这些问题之前呢，我们首先呢，我想说，咱们今天呢到场的人肯定都是 Web3 和比特币的信徒，所以呢，我们不用讨论这个比特币是否有价值的问题。那么事实上呢，无论作为一个 store of value 还是 medium of exchange， 以及它的稀缺性，以及它的这个 cost and production， 那么比特币具备了这个数字黄金的种种属性。那么无论这个市场上有万千种的 token， 那么比特币作为主要数字货币的地位仍然不可撼动。那么不仅因为它是最早的，那么更是因为它的产生源于最纯正的基于去中心化的 permissionless 的基于工作量证明的这样的一个区块链的机制。那么这样的机制呢，它代表了人类利用能源来建立一个更自由、更美好、更方便以及不能作恶的世界的这样一种初心或者信仰。那么具体来讲，那么我们可以看见，比特币以及它所代表的区块链技术啊，它集合了密码学、数学和经济学的诱因。它建立了一个基于互联网的点对点的、不依赖于第三方信任的互动机制。 那么具体来讲呢，那么这个机制的核心是基于交易行为的分布式记账。那么所有的参与人他需要消耗算力，通过不断试错的方式来争夺记账权。我们把这个过程叫做 proof of work， 工作量证明。那么首先算对的人呢，会获得比特币作为奖励，而比特币呢，可以作为一般等价物来交换任何的商品或者服务。那么我们之所以把比特币的世界呢叫做一个不能作恶的世界，是因为在区块链上每一个区块都相连。那么作恶即修改某一项交易记录，即需要修改整个环环相扣的历史，需要消耗巨大的算力，它是不值得的。那么不可否认，那么在整个这个过程中需要消耗和浪费非常巨大的算力。那么以如此消耗能源的方式去创造一个去中心化的世界，是否值得？或者说有没有不那么 energy intensive 的方式来达到相同的目标？那么这是我们今天要讨论的问题。那么我想呢，有关于这个是不是值得的问题啊，我无法给出答案，因为每个人的价值观都不一样。但是呢，我想提示大家的是，任何的人类活动都需要消耗能源。我们从农业社会到工业社会，到现在的数字经济社会，那么人类为了追求美好的生活，人均消耗的能源量只会越来越大，不可能越来越小。那么大家想象一下，我们任何的一笔转账，我们问 ChatGPT 的任何一个问题，我们在元宇宙里的任何一次交互，都是需要算力，而未来的世界的主要生产力就是算力。那么不同的是什么呢？不同的是我们人类利用不同类型能源的水平在不断的提高，那么以及我们人类可以为这个世界做些什么来实现可持续的发展，这是我们今天想讨论的主题。那么聪明的观众可能会问呢，那么当然我支持通过区块链技术来建立一个去中心化的世界，但是呢，在实现的方法和手段上，有没有比工作量证明更好、更省能源的方法？那比如说 proof of stake。那么在这里呢，我想告诉大家，做任何的事情呢都有 trade off。就像你如果想要效率，就可能要牺牲公平；你想要追求绝对的公平，那可能要牺牲效率。那么我们大家可以看见这个左下方的有一个叫做铁三角，我们把它叫做一个三角形的一个 trilemma， 一个悖论。那么这个三角呢，分别代表了三边呢，代表了一个去中心化 decentralization， 一个代表了一个可扩展性 scalability， 以及还有一个安全性security。那么这三边呢，就像三角形的三边，它无法同时扩大。那么大家可以看见，就是说比特币之所以它只被用作货币，没有其他的功用，就是因为它的强项在于去中心化和安全，这是经过它发展以来10多年的考验的。但是它的弱点呢，就是可扩展性差。那么这样的特征呢，造成了比特币就适合作为一个一般的等价物。所以呢，比特币和以太坊，那么这两样呢没有办法直接比较，因为呢两个群体追求的这个 utility function 不一样。那么下面呢，我们就说一说这个比特币的这个碳足迹，以及它的这个影响因素。那么首先呢，我想说一下，就是比特币真实的一个碳足迹，我们把它叫做 carbon footprint。我们只能把它作为粗略的预估，并没有办法很准确地测量出来。那么为什么这么说呢？因为比特币的碳足迹是受到多种因素的影响的。那么这些因素呢，也受于很多外在和内在因素的影响。比方说，那么挖币的耗电量。那我们知道，挖币的耗电量它本身的影响因素就非常的多。比如说比特币的价格。那么比特币的价格决定了这个挖币的利润率以及这个挖币的确值。比如说，当比特币低过$16,000的时候，可能开任何的机器都没有办法赚钱了。所以呢，那么越高的价格，那么会吸引越多的人来挖。那么第二呢，还有它的也受到了这种电网电和非电网电，那么更多的是非电网电呢，可能是清洁能源这块的一个比例。 的影响，也影响它的这样的一个具体的耗电量。那么第三呢，也受到全球各个地方的这个电价的影响。那么越便宜的地方，可能更多的人用来这个挖比特币，那就可以耗更多的电量。那么第二个这个影响因素呢，是这个挖币的这个技术效率。那么大家知道，这个技术效率的影响因素很多。那么在各种这个能源啊，它把各种能源的种类转化到电能这个过程当中呢，会有很多的这个能耗损失。比如说我们说的这个最不清洁的这种火电烧煤发电的方式当中，可能有60%的能量在转化成电的这个过程当中就已经消耗掉了，所以是一个非常不环保的。那么另外呢，挖币的各种机型，它的这个挖币效率也不一样。所以呢，当利润足够大的时候，很多效率低的老旧的机型它也都打开了。那么这也是一种不环保的方式。那么另外还有一个非常重要的就是，那么各个矿工们在多大程度上会使用清洁能源？我们把清洁能源定义为水电、风电、太阳能电和核电。那么基于以上呢，我们就知道，就是说需要消耗多少算力和用电量和碳足迹这三者完全不是一回事儿。那么由于信息的不透明，我们准确预测比特币的碳足迹几乎不可能。那么我们只能基于一些假设来做一个 best guess， 那么粗略的估计比特币的碳足迹。那么我可以给大家看到，那么根据这个呢，是根据剑桥大学的 Alternative Finance Institute 的一个预测。那么根据他们的预测呢，比特币相关的碳排放在2021年大概占全球的这个碳排放的0.11%至0.35%之间。那么我们看见有一个上限，有一个下限。那么0.35%的上限呢，是基于什么样的一个 assumption 呢？就是比特币全部用电都是烧煤，而且是在全球最没有效率的发电厂烧煤测算出来的。那么0.1%的下限呢，是基于比特币全部采用水电这样的一个全球公认的清洁能源这样推测出来的。那么呢，另外呢，我也可以给大家分享几个有趣的一个调研发现。根据这个 Bitcoin Mining Council 在2022年的这个调研了，他们调研了代表了超过50%哈希算力的这个矿工。那么他们发现啊，这些矿工的这个挖币用电当中，约60%来源于清洁能源。那么这个比例呢，已经超过了包括德国在内的大多数欧洲国家的清洁能源的比重。那么所以呢，我们可以看见啊，这个问题的核心在于什么呢？就是说要提升比特币挖矿当中清洁能源的比重。那么我们大家知道，我们中国在2021年呢就禁止了一切的比特币的这个挖矿活动。那么在那之前呢，实际上大家可以看见左边这个图，全球77%的哈希算力呢都集中在亚太地区，而亚太地区呢也是可再生能源比重比较低的地区。那么随着这个中国是禁挖矿，那么挖矿活动呢往更高有更高可再生能源比例的地区和国家迁移呢，我们预计碳排放会有显著的一个降低。那么我们之所以相信比特币将会变得更加的绿色，那么也是基于经济和技术诱因的考量。我们知道矿工们永远想要寻求更便宜的能源。那么在过去20年，人类在这个清洁能源的利用效率方面啊，有了长足的进步。那么不管是初始的装机成本，还是发电的效率上，使用清洁能源的这个 cost 已经低于了传统能源。那么大家可以看见这一个基于国际可再生能源组织的这个能源组织的报告。那么在2021年呢，在这个 G20 的国家里面，超过2/3的新装机的可再生的发电厂的成本已经低过了最便宜的火电发电厂。那么另外呢，从这个技术效率来讲，我们可以看见这是一场这个矿机的这个革命。那么每一个 terahash 的单位消耗的矿机的迭代，以每2年5到10倍的速度减小。这里呢，我们非常感谢这个 HashKey 在这个 Bitcoin 链上呢，将我们经历的每一代矿机都用这个 Ordinals 的协议铸造出了一个非常精美的这个 NFT。 那么大家可以看见，Bitcoin Mining Council 预测，而且加上 Bitcoin Mining 预测，在未来的8年，那么矿机的效率还将会有6倍的提升。加上比特币自身的机制设定，每4年的产生的数量都减半。那么我们预计，在将来比特币挖矿将在更低的耗能之下，满足更高的算力需求。那么呢？另外呢，想提一下，就是比特币为什么我们认为比特币终将走向这个绿色？因为比特币呢，而且呢还有一系列其他原因。那么比特币在这个经济活动上，客观上产生了这个正向的这个外部性，比如说它善用了很多本来就会被浪费掉的水能、风能和其他能源，我们把它叫做一个 non-rival approach。那么另外呢，它客观上促进了这个清洁能源基础设施的建设。我们想象，如果没有比特币挖矿这样一个重要的用途的话，那么投资人不会去偏远的地方投资设矿场。那它客观上也促进了就业、税收。那么税收可以用在这个更加这个 public goods 的这样一个用途上。那么更重要的是，我们国际的机构投资者日益增长的对 ESG 的需求，那么也会让那些以比特币挖矿相关活动为主的上市公司呢，更加注意的将可持续的理念融入他们的商业模式。那么最后呢，我想提醒大家，就是说我给大家做一个呼吁：作为比特币的矿工，我们应当肩负什么样的社会责任？首先呢，第一就是说，我们应当是使用最有效率的、最降低耗能的矿机。那么第二的话呢，我们应当大力的提升可再生能源的比例，尽量不要去跟新的火电或者烧气的这样的一些 facilities 去新建它，因为它是不环保的。那么第三呢，我们希望这个矿机的生产商也能够为矿工的以上活动呢提供诱因或者价格的 discount。那么矿工呢，也可以利用一些碳捕捉的技术来促进碳中和。那么最后一点呢，我想提一下，就是这个左下角的这一点呢，就是说，我们碳中和大家可以知道，一方面我们要降低碳排放，另外一方面呢，我们要靠这个购买经认证的来自清洁能源渠道的电力，来实现对自己的排放做出抵消。那么今天呢，我们也是非常的看见，在今天稍后的这个 Hash Key 在这个绿色的比特币的领域呢，它已经做出了表率。那么并通过这个 tokenize 绿证的方法呢，让矿工都可以实现这个碳排放的这样一个抵消。那么我们觉得呢，这样一个创新呢，不仅为绿色比特币提供了多了一条的实现的途径，而且呢，更将香港成为虚拟的资产中心提供了新的交易品种。所以我热切的期待跟各位嘉宾和大家一起为实现绿色比特币的目标群策群力。好，谢谢大家。
谢谢陆教授的精彩演讲，谢谢。各位嘉宾请留意，早上的环节提供同声传译服务，只要扫描会看手册或者是各会场的2维码，即可通过手机收听。So, a friendly reminder for all of you, the morning session provides simultaneous interpretation. You can use WeChat, Twitter, browser, etc. to scan the QR code of simultaneous interpretation on the signage at the entrance. Or you can scan the QR code through the conference brochure and listen to simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. 那接下来呢，我们会进行关于绿色比特币的原作论坛。主题是绿色比特币。那接下来呢，我们有请 Apollo CEO Paul Yao、JDK Capital 创始人 DAY3 Zhang、YE 投资总裁 Dong Zhang、Bit Origin 主席兼首席执行官 Lucas Wang、硬比特联合创始人祝法、Cyber Capital 主席 Bill Chen。第9城市 MBTC 首席执行官 Ellen Tsai。好，我们用掌声有请各位的讲者来到我们台上面，有请。那现在我们有请 Ellen 为我们主持这论坛，有请。
大家好，今天我们非常有幸能来参加这个会议。然后我们今天的圆桌论坛呢，是以绿色比特币为一个基调的。那么说到绿色比特币，我们其实当中可以划分成2个含义，一个是怎么让比特币更绿色，第二个就是比特币。那么讲到比特币，其实它最大的一个就是挖矿。挖矿里面呢有很多，我觉得就是一个使用的能源尽可能的让它绿色。那么下面我们让那个董真来发表一下他对整个绿色比特币一个见解，大家欢迎。
好的，谢谢蔡总。我先简单介绍一下，我叫董真，来自于Easy to Mine， 然后以前可能有一些朋友知道我们叫挖亿，然后我们以前原来是在国内做挖矿，现在依然是在全球布局挖矿相关的业务。我们为全球的矿工以及想要挖矿的这些朋友提供一站式的挖矿服务。其实谈到可持续能源的挖矿啊，这个事情对于我们国内的矿工来说，其实非常的熟悉啊，尤其是在2021年这个国内出政策之前，四川、云南的水电其实是整个国内挖矿业务非常大的一块儿。我们大概做过估算吧，可能大约有几百万负荷，或者是叫几G瓦的这个负荷能源，全部是在四川当地以水电这样的形式然后进行消耗。当时我们知道整个全世界的比特币的算力大概70%在中国，那么在70%里边，我觉得至少会有一个30%到50%的这样一个比例，其实就是来自于四川的水电或者云南的水电。更不用说内蒙和新疆还有很多的我们知道光伏电啊、风电啊这样的一些电力的应用。所以我们看比特币的这个过去在中国挖矿的这个历史，我们就知道，比特币对于可持续能源或者是所谓绿色能源的利用，一直是处在一个比较高的一个水平。那因为国内的政策变化，整个比特币的算力，它消耗的能源的位置也发生了比较大的变迁。我再举一个新的例子，就是说这个可持续能源的这个比例依然没有发生大幅的减小。我们知道现在过去1年其实矿工经历了一个比较大的熊市。俄罗斯是一个很活跃的参与比特币挖矿的这样的一个国家。俄罗斯在整个俄罗斯的挖矿的这个比例中，大约有70%其实也是来自于水电。因为俄罗斯因为之前前苏联时期有大量的这种过剩的基础设施建设。它在围绕着贝加尔湖附近，其实有很多的这种丰富的水利资源，所以现在整个俄罗斯的这个挖矿，水利的这个占比也很高，更不用说像南美啊或者东南亚我们知道的一些国家，其实它的电力很多都是来自于水力发电。这个所以说我们说整个可持续能源一直在比特币挖矿的历史中就占据了一个非常大的一个主导的地位。然后我们在现在这个时间在谈这个所谓的 refi 或者叫可持续能源的这种金融，为什么我觉得现在这个时间点跟过去不太一样？过去在国内我们谈的是比较少，现在为什么谈的比较多？我觉得主要有2个原因，一个是监管的因素。那因为现在比特币挖矿，像美国很多的上市公司，我们在越来越倾向于合规，越来越倾向于跟政府进行打交道。那么政府会对你的很多的关于能源、关于环保有一些要求。那所以这个时候，监管有这样的需求，所以现在矿工其实也不得不不能像以前那样子散养或者大家很野蛮式的生长。那我们现在其实更多的也要去拥抱监管，然后来承担相应的这种社会责任。我觉得这是第一。然后第二，其实我觉得从整个挖矿的经济效益上来说，比如说我们现在知道有绿证啊，有整个跟可持续能源相关的一些经济，特斯拉通过卖这个碳积分，其实也取得了很多 多的利润。那我们在整个矿场的运作过程中，其实矿场坦白来讲不一定是一个好的生意啊，有很大的固定投入，面临着比较大的政策风险，然后又不是特别很好的能在币价上涨中享受一个很高的收益。那矿场是不是也可以通过这种绿色能源的这种方式，绿色能源金融的方式去获得一定的收益？我觉得这个其实也是未来矿场建设、挖矿投入中需要着重考虑的这样的一个方面。谢谢。
谢谢董真的分享。下面我们有请张璐，你给大家分享一下，你有实际的案例啊？
对，是。Hello， 大家好，我是 JDK Capital 的张璐。今天给大家分享一下，就是刚刚蔡总提到的这个话题。然后我们自己其实，在清洁能源上面也做了很多探索。大家知道，其实比特币挖矿从某种程度上有点像电池，对吧？因为我们把全球世界各地不能够去消耗掉的电量储存在了通过用挖矿的形式，通过用计算的方式，然后产生比特币的一个价值存储的过程。然后在这个过程当中呢，我们自己作为矿工有非常大的感受。为什么我们经常去一些偏远的地区，比如说埃塞俄比亚，比如说安哥拉，比如说美国的一些非常偏远的难以去通过传统电路难以去输送到输送给中央需要这个电力的这些地方，那是因为这些电力它无法输送出来，那这些电力反而价格更加的低廉，然后也相对更加的清洁。那么我们通过比特币挖矿的形式，当地就把这些电力立刻转化，它的价值存储就变成了 Bitcoin。那这是一个挖矿的过程，所以很多人问我们，因为我们有一部分的这个风电发力的这个矿场，会问我们说你需不需要储能？那我们都会说，因为比特币挖矿本身就是一个储能和价值存储的过程，所以我们是刚好消耗了它无法去上网的电力。那么除了风能之外，太阳能包括水电等等，它都是有阶段性能够产生大量电力的过程，对吧？风能我们知道它有这个风大和风小的时候，那这个太阳能有太阳和没有太阳的时候，对，枯水期、风水期等等，它们都是没有办法持续性产生电力，这对于很多地方使用电力其实是不方便的。那我今天给大家分享几个数据，就是曾经在某个区域被挖矿被定义为高耗能产业，其实呢这个数据呢从全球视角来看是不完整的。当然这个数据也就交给大家来去分享。从去年2022年的4月份 Q4 季度的Q4 季度的这个数据报表呢，我们看到说比特币挖矿的矿业耗能呢占全球总耗能的0.17%。所以呢，我们的耗电量其实并不大，只有全球的0.17%。如果我没有记错的话，我们的输电线路的浪费的这个数量，就是用电量啊，在美国就达到5%左右。所以呢，我们的这个占比其实非常小的。然后呢，那我们产生的碳排放呢，占全球的碳排放量的0.11%。这也是一个非常小的数字 ，OK。上一季度全球算力，因为我们增长了45%嘛，我们知道最近因为比特币的这个价格的上涨，这个数据增长了很多，但是我们的能源使用量只增长了25%。这意味着说，耗能提高了16%，就是它其中的耗能效率提高了16%。然后呢，最后一个数据就是比特币呢，这个是我们可持续发展的行业领导者。那可持续能源的占比呢，占58.9%。这个数据很关键，也就是说，我们每消耗100度电里面有58.9度电是来自于可持续能源。那这个数据对比全球这所有的国家里面，可持续能源最高的国家是哪个国家？是德国。德国的占比是40%，也就意味着说，在德国我们每使用1度电每使用100度电里面40度电是清洁能源，而在我们这个行业，每使用100度电有58.9%是来自于可持续能源。所以呢，我觉得我们这个行业还是不断的在 就第一，因为我们这个行业它有币价的波动，所以大家会特别的在意说这个行业可能会带来的风险。就其实整个比特币的市值也不过是苹果股票的这个1/3，所以我们是非常小的一个小众的板块。第二呢，我们在能源的体量里面其实也并不大，刚刚分享了数字只有0.1%几，所以呢，因为这个特殊性，因为去中心化，所以吸引了大家的眼光。但从数据上来讲，其实我们并不是一个非常耗能的产业，而且也比较大的比例上消耗的其实是清洁能源或者是可持续发展的能源。对，然后呢，最后对我们的这个品牌做一些简单的介绍。对，我们从18年开始就专注在这个比特币挖矿这个行业啊。然后呢，除此之外，我们有这个 Bitcoin mining 的这个 fund， 就是专注做比特币挖矿的这个基金。然后同时也有 Unipol 云算力的这个公司。然后呢，也有在美国进行一些可持续发展基于电力的一些建设呀、运维啊这些业务。所以呢，不管是大家有跟Bitcoin 相关的这些业务或者感兴趣的，都可以再去跟我们联系。不好意思，打个广告，谢谢大家。
谢谢张璐的分享。那说到其实比特币，说到挖矿这个路程是非常艰辛的。从以前中国内地占全世界算力的70%，到现在的几乎已经达到了很低的一个程度。那这个具体数字我就不讲了。那么我想让卢卡斯来分享一下，就是矿工出海的一个艰辛过程吧。
好，感谢蔡总，这个问题问得特别好。然后问完了以后是个心路历程，其实它是有个心酸的历程。简单做一下自我介绍，我是 Lucas，BitOrange 的 CEO。然后我们原来在中国做矿场，在中国挖矿，曾经在中国做的体量非常的大，当时已经有10个矿场，有1个吉瓦，也就是1000个兆瓦的能力。但是当年做的有多大，其实出海就有多难；当年做的有多辉煌，出海的过程就有多艰辛。2021年5月份之前，中国占全球的算力应该最少在60%以上，没有一个准确的数字，有人说60%，有人说70%，但绝对是全球的霸主或领先。让2021年过后，大家就开始因为政策的问题，要把机器搬离中国，要在全球范围内去建设矿场。这个过程我感受特别强烈。我们当时2021年下半年去了很多国家，包括俄罗斯、哈萨克斯坦、非洲的安哥拉、非洲的埃塞俄比亚，去了最贵的，当然也最合规的北美、美国、加拿大。然后我还有一些朋友去了北欧然后去挪威、去芬兰、去冰岛。在这个过程中，其实在说实在话，就是在不断的踩坑的过程中。然后当时大家其实比特币挖矿这么多年，除了我记忆中2017年的下半年有过一段时间说矿场会短缺，能源会短缺，其他的10多年里面基本上都是可能矿机会短缺，或者因为币价不好，挖矿不怎么赚钱，能够矿场短缺的、能源短缺的真的很少。但是2021年的下半年过后，整个22年，即使行情那么差，依然会有很多的机器是在地上没有负荷去跑，没有电力去使用。截止到今天2023年的4月份了，其实依然处在一个矿位短缺、能源短缺的状态。这个过程真的是非常的艰辛，全球范围内去找到能源。再回到我们今天蔡总出的这个主题——绿色比特币。其实我作为一个标准的矿工，作为一个天天在挖矿的人，其实我敢说，比特币矿工就是一个游牧民族，对吧？游牧民族他逐水草而居，比特币矿工是追随着哪里的电费便宜去哪里。以前是在中国，哪里的电便宜去哪里，在内蒙、在新疆、在四川，现在在全球，非洲，对吧？那么的贫穷落后，或者就因为能源便宜，大家都去了。当时加拿大的天然气便宜，所有人去加拿大。然后刚才张杜总说了，我们去美国，美国也都是去非常偏远的。我们在怀俄明州、在乔治亚州这些地方的项目，包括德州，其实都是经济不发达、能源极其便宜的地方。而我们使用的能源，大家也可以去认真去了解比特币背后使用的能源。为什么这些电会便宜？其实就是因为没有人用啊，就是因为它可能不稳定啊，对吧？水电，比如我们现在在埃塞俄比亚建立一个200个 MW 的这个矿场，它是中国原建的一个水力发电站，建完了以后，当地没有工业基础来使用，这个电是浪费的。 就像当年在四川，我们说这个电叫气电或者涡电，我们把它使用了，像张陆总说的，我们就是能源再利用啊，我们就是一个电池啊，把这个浪费的电进行储能。我们当时最早2021年下半年在加拿大，在阿尔伯塔在测试，把坑口的电器，对吧？天然气发电，天然气采完了，它总归会有一些剩余，然后它要点火把它一直烧掉，可能烧几个月，其实是一种浪费，又是一种大气的污染。然后利用一个发电机的柴油机组，把它天然气转化成电能，用完一个把它挖成比特币，比特币可以全球的流转，其实是一个能源的再变现。我认为这是最绿色的。我觉得没有人能够比比特币行业更能够充分的利用那些边角料，我们说吧，边角料的能源、边角料的电力。所以我觉得比特币的挖矿的能源比例，就绿色的比例，会在张陆总刚才说的比例上还不断的增加。感谢蔡总。
谢谢卢卡斯的分享。那下面我们有请 Billy 给大家谈谈他的感想。
我先做个自我介绍，就是我们是这个整个中东地区最大的这个矿场，我们有全球7%的这个算力，然后阿联酋的这个皇室和这个国家主权基金也是我们的最大的这个出资方。然后这个我先介绍一下就整个阿联酋的这个情况。其实，在海湾国家的话，这个阿联酋和这个沙特也是全球最大的这个产油国嘛。但其实就是说，这个可持续发展和这个绿色能源的话，也一直是这个海湾国家非常重视的这个点。所以就是我们的这个矿场的话，我们在阿布扎比有一个这个1000兆瓦的这个矿场，就建在阿布扎比的这个沙漠中间。然后呢，用的就是这个阿联酋皇室旗下的这个核电，对，也是用这样的一些这个实际行动吧，就是说，希望在未来能够逐渐的把更多的这个矿场都用这个可持续的这个绿电，来这个运营和发展，这是我们这边的一些分享，谢谢。
谢谢 Billy 的分享。那下面我们有请姚鹏。
大家好，我是 Paul，来自于 Apollo Banner。然后刚刚其实各位朋友已经讲的比较具体了。就其实我觉得这个绿色比特币的这个核心可能还是再生能源吧。然后我这边也有了解到海外的像加拿大的这个上市矿企 Hyundai Mining。那他们其实是走在绿色比特币挖矿的前列。那他们我们也有过沟通，就是他们在现在的这个80%的这个电力，其实是通过这个风能转化来满足这个他们的这个供电需求。那相对来说的话，他们的这个碳足迹的这个就相对的碳足迹就比较小，对。然后像还有的话，就是我知道像那个美国的叫 Layer One Technologies， 然后他们是100%利用太阳能去这个发电，然后来为这个比特币挖矿提供这个电力，对，这样像上述的这个2家矿企，就是已经是走在比较前面，然后相对挖矿对环境的这个影响是最小化，并且提高了这个可持续性。对，然后第二个观点我想说的就是电力其实是大家都知道是不可以储存的，然后目前虽然这个电池的技术突飞猛进，但还没有就是完全达到可以说是这个调节电网的冗余的程度。那比特币挖矿作为一个非常关键性的数据中心，其实是可以提供随时调节电量，来给电网调节所需的这个应力的这个冗余。对，我觉得我要讲的大概就这些吧。对，谢谢。
谢谢 Paul 的发言。 其实我觉得就是刚才我们讲了很多，就是各位嘉宾都讲了很多。其实比特币一个，它使用清洁能源的其实比例已经比较大了。第二个，其实在很多，据我所知，在很多的这个矿场里面，都实现了能源的再利用。那它包括了比如说跟农业相结合，或者和供暖相结合，这都是有很多的案例在发生的。那么最后我们想请那个朱法来给我们大家做一个总结。
OK， 我好像还没有发言就要总结了哈。就是今天这个主题很有趣啊！我看到绿色比特币，我以为是就是可能大家在中东投了很多项目，这个让比特币带上了绿色啊。后来我看到刚才有这个有一个分享，就让我感受很深，就是现在很多专家讲话非常像 GPT， 就是如果你不是做这一行的，哇，你看到这个 PPT 你会觉得好专业、好棒、漂亮，哎，但是如果你是做这一行的，你可能不会这样想。啊，你是搞数学的，那 GPT 给你喂一张这个图片，啊，你觉得画的真好，啊，那如果你是画家 ，GPT 帮你算一个公式，算一个数学难题，你也觉得很专业，啊，但是如果你是问自己专业的问题，而且你是在这个行业长期深耕的人的话呢，对这里面的很多数据。很多逻辑其实你是不会认可的，比如说刚才大家讲了很多啊，我只做总结，而且我是有数据的总结，我们都听到了大家的呼声，其实比特币本来就很绿色，比特币本来就没有太多的这个，它确实有能耗问题，但是不值得那样过多的去污名化，尤其我们刚才讲到在中国讲到一个数据说，德国可能62%或者说美国58%，它是用这个清洁能源进行挖矿。但是中国，它有一个最核心的逻辑，就是我们把矿工称为候鸟，称为这个迁徙者，什么概念呢？16年以前，中国只有水电；16年到21年，中国开始有很多火电在挖矿。那么这个价格的差异有多少？水电的成本9分钱、7分钱，各位人民币啊，有没有听过这样的价格？9分钱、7分钱，到后来最贵的时候。也就是1毛多，卖到矿工手里2毛多。那比特币成本只要几分钱的时候，煤电最低的成本是多少？2毛4、2毛8。到了矿工手里是3毛多，后来比如说今年吧，水电成本可能会是一个1毛多，那煤电成本是大概在3毛84毛不到这样的一个水平。那请问我在夏天，我在下雨的时候，我为什么不去挖风水电啊？我们都知道中国它是一半时间，我们这个季风气候嘛，一半时间有雨，一半时间你就必须要去北方挖火电，一半时间南方有水电，我为什么不挖？所以这个比例原则上就是它逻辑上就应该是接近50%的啊。那所以我认为这里面有大量的偏见，这里面有大量的全世界范围的偏见啊。我可以提供几个数据啊。首先，我就拿中国的情况来讲，当然现在中国没有挖矿，我们讲炼钢。中国炼钢这个行业啊，2022年产能是12亿吨，1吨钢材平均耗电700度电。那么我们都知道，这个其实一直在喊钢铁产能过剩啊。我不会说炼钢有问题，炼钢耗电没问题啊，但是。我们都知道，中国的炼钢的产能一直是过剩的，而且是大量过剩。那么2016年，中国提出了“13·5”的有一个目标，就是这个我们的钢铁产能要降低1.5亿吨。那这降低的1.5亿吨，16年提出来，18年就完成了。这18年降低的这1.5亿吨钢铁啊，大家知道省下了多少电吗？1050亿度电。刚才前面就演讲的先生，他给的数据，比特币全年耗电量128太瓦时啊，换算成我们听得懂的就是1280亿度电一年，1280亿度电啊，这是比特币全年的耗电量。我这边算出来是1200度，差不多啊。我们可以看到。跟一个国家 的这个炼钢行业的过剩产能啊，它自己都承认自己是过剩的产能，而且已经成功能减掉的这一部分产能，跟比特币的全球的1年的耗电量是差不多的。我们不觉得这里面有什么问题吗？这只是一个国家的过剩产能，而且是成功淘汰掉的过剩产能啊。我们再讲一个我们每个人都能做的事情吧。可能钢铁大家觉得说跟我没关系啊，或者说这是国计民生。那我每次来香港、来东南亚，我都觉得这个冷气开得特别足。如果全世界的空调调高1度，就是说我们不要这么冷，调高1度能节省多少电呢？不同国家、不同纬度的统计是6%到17%，就是我们温度升高1度，空调温度升高1度，能够省平均我们就算10%的电，啊，1度换10%，这个量是多大呢？2000亿度，啊，这个基本上相当于接近比特币全年耗电的2倍。所以就是很多时候我们要搞清楚你到底是真的在乎这件事情，还是说只是一个观念，甚至只是一种偏见在驱使你去讲这些话，啊。那么，对吧？如果你真的想为这个星球做点什么，回家拿出遥控器，按加号按1次，啊，然后我们作为这个会场也好、酒店也好、办公室也好，我们作为这个消费者啊。我们可以去提一个要求，说这个空调太冷，对吧？你也不用讲环保，你怕别人嫌你这个，对吧？你就讲说我身体不好，这个给我空调能不能调高1度？这么一点小事情都不愿意做，对吧？我们很奇怪，如果你真的在乎，你就去做这样一点小事情，你不要跑来对别人说，对这个可能在座的很多人说，哎，你应该怎么样，你不应该怎么样，对吧？这个我相信这个是。我们一个基本的共识啊，就是我们只有每个人都身体力行的去做一点小事情，这个世界才会更好，而不是说去讲别人啊。OK， 我的分享就是这些。
非常感谢朱法从另一个维度去论证了比特币的挖矿那么下面呢，我觉得就是其实。绿色比特币这个论点来说，就是我们不光在挖矿的过程中使用了这个绿色能源，而且这个绿色能源的比例其实是非常高的，只是可能在不同的平台上发生，就它可能会有一些怎么说呢，就一些差别吧。但是第二个呢，其实从我们目前来看，就是整一个比特币的挖矿，其实是逐渐向一些就是就那个是能源的再利用，就这个是现在已经非常普遍了。因为现在基本上你去看，就是从整个矿场的环境来说，它已经逐步向水冷、油冷在靠拢。而水冷油冷的这种方式，它就是可以实现能源的再利用。那我觉得这个其实就是挖矿，我们把电变成了比特币。其实电在消耗的过程，它就产生了热量。那这个热量，它就可以去提供再生能源。今天的分享，我觉得各位嘉宾都讲得非常的透彻，谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢各位讲者的精彩分享，谢谢。那接下来我们有请阿 Queen 林瑶上台为我们介绍阿 Queen DApp， 掌声有请阿 Queen 林瑶。
大家中午好，我是阿 Queen 的 Leo，非常荣幸能够来介绍这个 Green BTC Club 这个我们与 HashKey 一起发起的比特币的碳中和应用。 刚才那个朱总讲到了，每个人都应该去这个摁一下空调。那事实上，这个 DApp 也是我们希望能够让社区每一个人都能够去参与去做出贡献，为比特币的这个碳中和。请帮我翻下一页。对，剑桥大学这个前面陆教授也提过，比特币网络在最近它1个小时大概平均全网消耗的电是1400万度，那这个确实是一个非常大的一个能源的一个消耗以及这个碳排放的一个问题我们必须要采取行动以及措施去降低这个能源消耗和减少这个碳排放。那大量的这个矿场其实已经开始在用清洁能源去实现这个碳中和。那对于已经发生的碳排放，包括这个以往的碳排放，那透过绿证去抵消是一个可行的一个路径。那稍微简单介绍一下绿证。绿证事实上是 Renewable Energy Certificate， 它是可再生能源，包括太阳能、风能，在每产生1000度的绿电 （Green Energy） 经过认证，它可以发行一张这个 REC。那这个 REC 可以被用于当你使用1000度的火电（Brown Energy）， 然后去抵消它产生的这个碳的这个排放。帮我再翻下一页。那因此我们与 HashKey 共同发起了这个 Green BTC Club 的这个比特币碳中和的一个 DApp 应用。那作为第一个版本，我们选择了其中一个 block， 其中一个区块，2023年的3月3号下午3点半左右出的一个区块779088。那这个区块大概估算一下有400多万度电的这个消耗。那我们把它分成了2000多份每个 cell 然后代表一个碳中和的一个任务它代表了2000度的这个用电。那如果说认领了这个任务，然后购买了这个 cell， 那我们这个协议会把对应的2张 REC 的绿证经过我们协议的 tokenization， 包括这个 redeem， 然后去实现这2000度用电的这个碳排放的这个抵消。我们希望透过这种社区的共识，包括协作，可以让大家的力量一起汇聚起来去实现这个区块这2000多个碳中和任务的这个完成。那这些任务事实上对于我们来说，不仅是共同的责任，其实也是一个非常好的一个机会我们可以利用绿证去帮助比特币的网络去实现这个碳排放的这个抵消去加速比特币网络的这个可持续的发展。而且我们相信，如果说我们能够用这种方式，用社区的方式去完成这个区块的碳中和，那我们可以让社区汇聚社区更多的力量，去完成更多区块的碳中和。那我们也非常感谢这个屏幕上面这些 logo 背后的企业和项目，他们率先认领了若干个 cell 若干个碳中和的这个任务。那在场的这个大家如果说感兴趣帮我翻下一页。如果感兴趣的话呢，也可以这个扫码这个访问这个 greenbtc.club 这个 DApp然后选择你需要的这个 cell， 然后完成购买的这个环节，领取 NFT然后得到这个碳中和的这个 proof。那如果现场不方便操作，马上我们接下来的游戏环节也会有相关的这个碳中和任务的这个分发过程。帮我再翻下一页。对，刚才陆教授也在胶片里头提到了，我们就是关于这个比特币这个矿机的能效，事实上能效比逐渐在提升所以我们也在这个比特币上面铸造了18个这个 NFT那每个 NFT 事实上代表了比特币矿机在它的发展过程当中比较有代表性的这个型号。那这些型号事实上它的能效比在逐渐的在提升那我们会把这些 NFT 的这个初始定价跟它这台型号在它发布的时候当时的比特币 网络一个区块需要的耗电量把它相关，然后这些 NFT 在拍卖之后，所有的拍卖所得我们会去购买这个对应的 REC 绿证，然后经过这个 Arcane 的协议去做tokenization， 包括 redeem 去实现对这个比特币网络的这个碳中和。帮我再翻最后一页。OK， 那最后事实上也是希望大家能够一起来参与跟支持这个Green BTC Club 的这个比特币碳中和应用，然后一起来行动，大家一起来推动这个比特币生态、比特币网络的这个碳中和目标，共同来建设一个绿色而且可持续的一个比特币的网络。好，谢谢大家。那我们接下来可能进入这个游戏的环节啊。
好，现在我们为大家准备好了这个手机互动的小游戏哈。由于在座的很多朋友还没有设置好 MetaMask 的移动版钱包，那么通过这个点点点的简单手机小游戏，可以让大家在游戏积分直接变为我们的份额，也就是 DApp 中的 Sell 的网格数量。后续通过我们的 Discord 社区进行一个申领。首先，请大家先扫描屏幕上的二维码，通过邮箱快速注册这个 Hello Hashkey， 在下方找到我们的 Green BTC 游戏。对的。对的，大家进去了之后，我现在给大家简单演示一下游戏怎么玩。那么这个游戏呢，其实非常的简单，就是通过控制掉落下来的气球，气球掉落在一起呢，就会合并成更大的一个分数。得到一个最终的一个分数。对的，非常简单。游戏时间呢只有20秒，所以大家要做的就是在这20秒里边争取拿到高分。需要注意的是，大家其实不必同时开始游戏，只要在我们这接下来的几分钟时间内完成游戏就可以了。好，现在呢还有3分半的时间。大家可以快速的进入这个游戏，在这3分半中完成20秒的游戏呢，就可以冲击我们的分数排行榜。排行榜上的分数就是你能够获得的份额数量。那我们呢，应该只会取前10名玩家，所以大家一定要开始认真的玩游戏，拿高分。好，已经，这个排行榜上已经有非常多的这个分数了哈。第1名是 Vitaly， 是不是威神自己在玩这个游戏呢？看看还有没有更高的分数。现在最高分是110分，还有2分。对的，我们把这个 QR code 再给大家展示一下啊，快速进入这个游戏，扫描进入我们的 H5 就可以。好的。好，我们继续回到排行榜，还有2分钟。哇，140分。加油加油加油！Vitaly一直占据第1名啊。还有1分半。 这个游戏积分就会变成份额，也就是刚才提到的对应 DApp 中的网格数量。新分数150分，还有没有更高的？我看大家都在疯狂的点屏幕哈。45秒，还有没有更高分？分数越高，对应的份额越高。还有20秒，最后20秒。15秒，有没有更高分？10秒，5、4、3、2、1，好！祝贺屏幕上的这10位幸运儿，也将获得与分数相对应的份额。好的，谢谢大家。那么现在就请大家扫描屏幕上的2维码，加入我们峰会官方的 Discord 频道。会议结束之后，也请大家联系 Discord 社区里的工作人员，领取你们的奖励。好，右边的微信是我们的一个矿工爱好者的微信群，大家也可以扫码加入。对，好。大家有什么问题都可以在 Discord 里边和工作人员取得联系。那么谢谢大家，希望大家玩得愉快，谢谢大家。
谢谢，非常有趣的游戏，相信大家都玩得非常的开心。那接下来我们有请万象区块链董事长 HashKey Group 董事长肖凤博士上台致辞，有请肖博士。
各位嘉宾，大家好啊，非常高兴我们今天在这样一个主题下聚集在我们的主会场里边。昨天晚上我见到那个 Dragonfly 那个冯先生是吧？他问我一个问题，他说100年之后，你觉得 Crypto 里面如果有一个人，100年之后，历史书上一定会写的那个人是谁？我当时脱口而出，我说是中本聪。那么他跟我说，他说我也认为是中本聪，因为刚才那个有一个游戏的 Vitalik 是吧？威神当然是很伟大的一个人，但是从无到有、无中生有创造出来这样一个 blockchain 也好，还是 blockchain 上的那个比特币也好。那么这个开山之主怎么样，也只能算是中本聪。前面有一位嘉宾在比较了比特币的能耗、碳排放，他做了其他行业的一些比较，比如说和炼钢行业比，比如说和我们现在的空调这个行业比。这在前面陆教授也有过很多经过严谨的专业分析所得出来的数据，确确实实应该说我们可以得出一个结论：大家对比特币的能耗和碳排放有非常多的误解，里面有很大的一块是偏见，对一个新生事物的偏见。在过去5、6年的时间里面，我在不同的场合也做过这样一个对比。我拿来对比的呢是金融行业，因为我们知道比特币是一个全球货币系统，也基于比特币网络这样的一个全球货币系统。既然它是一个全球货币系统，那么我们可以来比较一下它和现行的传统的金融市场体系、金融体系它们之间的能耗。看上去 一家银行这么一个全球化的银行，那么你觉得，不要说所有的银行加在一起，我们就说一家全球化的银行在全球雇佣了60万员工，是吧？40万员工、60万员工，在全球各地都有自己的办公室，它的能耗是多少？有没有人去分析过？它本身的能耗是多少？它有办公室，包括空调，是吧？包括它有全球这么多的数据中心，包括它所有员工上下班所使用的交通工具，包括它所有的办公期间所产生的其他的一些能耗，它的能耗是多少？它的碳排放又是多少？同时，为了让这家银行能够顺利的运行，为了让所有跟这个银行打交道的人都能被保证遵守金融契约，为了让这家银行的员工也能够遵守职业道德，我们建立了一个庞大的银行之外的信用保证体系，这包括立法机构，包括会计师，包括律师，包括公安局、警察部门，包括法院，包括监狱，甚至也包括军队。大家都知道，美元的背后不仅有美国的经济实力，也有美国全球的军事实力存在，这是保证美元信用的这么大的一个庞大的体系。那么这个体系每天、每小时、每10分钟，他们的能耗又是多少？你为了让别人一个客户到银行去贷款，让他要不能违约、不敢违约，你背后是有枪、有监狱、有这么多的人在保证他的，否则的话，这个银行敢放贷款吗？所以它的能耗真的就比比特币这样的系统低吗？你为了达成这样一个交易，为了达成这样一些金融服务，为了达成一个全球的这样一个支付，你的碳排放真的少吗？你的能耗真的少吗？少于比特币吗？不见得，我认为是不见得的。但是，比特币作为一个全球货币系统，你在比特币上去做，比如说利用闪电网络去做这样一些支付，你不需要这些东西，你不需要我们刚才讲到的这么在比特币系统之外的这么庞大的一个体系来保证比特币之间的转移会被得到真实的执行，会按照汇款人或者收款人的意愿得到真正的被保证，能够成功的发生这样一个转移。所以从这个角度来说，对第一，是不是真的比特币系统有这么大的能耗，这是一个问题。这里面有很多数据上的错误。第二，比特币的能耗是不是就真的是万恶的、无恶不赦的？是不是就真的是完全没有价值的？也不一定。先是数量上的不一定，第二是价值上的不一定。但是我们今天大家聚在这里，是因为我们都是 crypto 这个行业的从业者，对，我们都是这个行业的从业者。我们有 ESG 的这样一个责任。比特币确实，我们也承认它有某种程度上的碳排放，有能耗，有某种程度上的碳排放，这个确实是有的。于是，我觉得我们完全可以通过购买绿证，不仅把未来可能发生的能耗和碳排放，我们把它碳减排了、碳中和了，同时我们要成立这样一个绿色比特币联盟，对过往10年比特币所产生的能耗、碳排放 也逐渐的经过一个时间，去把它洗绿，把它变绿，让比特币我们的最终目标是比特币永远完完整整的是一个绿色的，是被碳中和了的这样一个绿色的全球货币。所以今天这样一个联盟的成立呢，是要表达我们这个行业的在这方面的责任。我们确实真的要比特币作为一个全球货币系统被越来越多的、越来越广泛的被使用的时候，我们确实负有这个行业的人负有 ESG 的一些责任。我们对这个地球、对人类社会，我们确实负有这样的责任。今天也非常高兴，也非常感谢我们首批的发起方，我们9家单位，我们在这里向我们这个行业，向全球这个行业发出这样一个呼吁，我们一起来把比特币碳中和，让这样一个全球货币系统真正的在全球飞腾。谢谢大家，谢谢大家。
谢谢肖博士的分享，请留步。现在请肖博士移步到亮灯台后面的位置，有请。那接下来呢，我们有一个简单而隆重的按灯启动仪式，有请接下来的嘉宾在亮灯台后面的位置准备。现在我们有请 Nano Labs 创始人洪建平先生。第9城市 NBTC 首席执行官 Ellen Tai， 一般国所香港办公室董事总经理何凯登，印比特联合创始人祝法 JDK Capital 创始人 DAY3 张，Y1投资总裁东真，Bit Origin 主席兼首席执行官 Lucas Wang，Cyber Capital 董事长 Bill Chen。欢迎各位的嘉宾。好，现在我们有请各位的嘉宾准备按灯，然后我们先拍一个合照，好不好？我看一看中间大会摄影师的位置。好，我们拍一个合照。好，接下来我会数3声，有请各位的嘉宾为我们亮灯，好不好？准备好没有？3、2、1，恭喜绿色比特币联盟正式启动，请各位在场的观众报以热烈的掌声。恭喜，谢谢各位的嘉宾。现在有请各位的嘉宾可以到台下坐坐，谢谢。Thank you again to our honorable guests for officiating the ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up our morning session of Day 3 of the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023. Once again, we'd like to thank our distinguished guests for their wonderful keynote speeches and roundtable forums. And in the following time, there will be themed sessions held simultaneously on the main stage and on the other 4 sub-stages. Different topics will be featured in each session. You can scan a QR code for the agenda for more details. And also, you can scan the QR code on the brochure or at the sign at the entrance of each stage to view the detailed agenda also. In addition, on the sponsor logo page of the brochure, there is a stamp area under the logos of the organizer, title sponsor, and all co-organizers, platinum, gold, first, second, and third tier sponsors. So throughout the festival, you may collect stamps from all areas across the exhibition hall. You may also refer to the logos page for details. With a complete collection of stamps in one area, you may then proceed to the information desk to redeem a corresponding gift. Each visitor may collect once a day, and every gift is limited to 500 pieces. And it's given out on first-come, first-served basis. Once again, thank you so much for your participation, and we'll see you all again at 2 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the main stage of the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023, co-hosted by Wangshan Blockchain Labs and Hashkey Group and organized by W3Me. I'm Jasmine. It's my pleasure to be the MC for today's event. In this session, we'll focus on the topic of Bitcoin ecosystem technology and development, and we have invited several industry experts to share their insights on this topic. 尊敬的各位嘉宾，我是今天的主持人 Jasmine， 欢迎大家莅临由万象区块链实验室与 Hashkey Group 联合举办 W3Me 承办的2023 Hong Kong Web3 Festival 的主会场。接下来，我们这个论坛的主题是比特币生态技术与发展。那今天的论坛呢，我们邀请了多位业内的专家分享自己对行业的洞察。Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I invite Mr. Koji Higashi, founder of Diamond Hands, to come on stage to deliver a keynote on Bitcoin Layer 2 and open source tools. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Koji Higashi.
All right, so I don't think most people are not back from the lunch break yet, but I have only 20 minutes, so I'll get started. Okay, so my topic is about the Lightning Network. I'd assume most people here have heard of the Lightning Network. Or maybe not, but my goal today is to explain what the Lightning Network is and why you should pay attention to. Out of all those projects that made presentation today or are here, I believe Lightning is maybe it's the most important, if not one of the most important projects and technologies you should pay attention to. Okay, so let's get started. So the Lightning Network is a so-called layer 2 technology on top of Bitcoin. And this is what I would like to say is building on top of Bitcoin is the most important part. Bitcoin is the most decentralized, stable, and neutral foundation that you can build on. On the flip side, there are many different blockchain projects, layer 1 technologies, but most of them are not decentralized. And said differently, I believe that 5 years or 10 years from now, can you confidently say they still exist? Because I have seen many things in this industry, and people come and go, and different blockchain projects just kind of disappear or become irrelevant after a few years. So Lightning basically extends the capability of the Bitcoin blockchain and make low cost, very fast and scalable payment on top of Bitcoin. So that's one. And in terms of scalability and performance, Lightning is I would say one of the best payment solutions out there, even including traditional technologies such as Visa. So this table that I made for this report that we published last year, so we compare Lightning with different things, including Rollup, which is a layer 2 technology on top of Ethereum, and other blockchains like Solana, etc. But as you can see, in terms of speed, cost, and scalability, Lightning is actually better than any others, just by this performance aspect as well. But I would say it's not really fair to compare, different things this way, and I understand. It's not really a good comparison to between Lightning and Visa. They are totally different things. But I would like to say that Lightning's performance is really high and superior as a payment technology. Okay, and now I actually forgot to introduce myself. It's okay. I'll explain that maybe at the end of the presentation. Okay. So I'm not going to go too deep into how Lightning works as a technology, but Lightning basically utilizes a technique called payment channel. Payment channel enables off-chain transaction between two people. And since it minimizes the on-chain footprint, it allows fast and cheap payment between two parties. And when the other party tries to cheat, there's a way to punish them on-chain. So on-chain, Bitcoin blockchain basically works as a backup. And when something bad happens, you can actually get the money back. So it's scalable and it's safe. And Lightning Network basically extends this payment channel technology, and Lightning is a network of payment channels. So just by the issue with this simple payment channel is you can only send money efficiently to one person, right? And Lightning Networks extends this concept and make the payment sendable to anyone on the network, basically. And this routing node in the middle, they relay or they route transactions between sender and receiver. And the technology called hash time lock contracts ensures that theft of fund in between doesn't happen, and your payment through different routing nodes is safe and efficient. Okay. The next slide is, I think this is actually one of the most interesting aspects of the Lightning Network. This routing node in the middle, here, routing node, anybody can become a routing node and by running a Lightning node. So I forgot to introduce myself and Diamond Hands. But Diamond Hands started off as a routing community which researched about routing economics in Japan. Since then, Diamond Hands expanded and we do different things, but routing is one of the most important things and thing that I'm most interested in personally. The thing about routing economics is that since anybody can run a Lightning node and can make money by helping other people route transactions on the Lightning network, Lightning becomes more decentralized and stable by market mechanism. So comparing that to other layer 2 technologies such as rollups and other things that I'm not as familiar with, but because of this routing network created by the market mechanism keeps the network decentralized and eliminates single point of failure. And that's the most important difference between Lightning and any others. Okay, next slide. So that was very quick overview of the Lightning Network technology, and I'm going into adoption. So this is a little bit old data from February 2022, but Lightning in terms of transaction volume and transaction count is growing rapidly. And then I don't have the latest data now, but the notable thing is that despite the bear market, Lightning is continuing to grow. Compared to other DeFi projects, TVL, when the price drops, TVL also goes down as well for most other projects because those are based on speculation. But Lightning demand is actually from the payment demand. So despite the bear market, Lightning is continuing to grow and it's accelerating. So that's the important takeaway here. And some countries like El Salvador or the city of Lugano in Switzerland strategically adopts Bitcoin and Lightning to attract tourists and boost local economy. And huge corporations like Block and other companies are also started to integrate Lightning as well. So to me, it's a tip of the iceberg, and adoption is accelerating. So that's the main takeaway here. Okay, so going into the use cases, so what can you do with the Lightning Network? The most important and probably practical use case so far is remittance. So I think many of you here have sent money overseas before. It's generally very slow and expensive. It's painful. Lightning makes this international transfer of money near instant and close to free. And that would reduce the cost of remittance by tens of billions of dollars. And there are some working use cases and examples such as Strike, Pouch, and other Lightning companies that are working on it. And that works right now. So just by this remittance market, Lightning's potential market size and the real world impact is huge. But there's more. You can use Lightning and integrate that into gaming, for example. By integrating Lightning in gaming, you can send out a bunch of micro rewards to game players. This will make game players more active and improve the retention rate, etc. Basically helps the bottom line of the company. And you can use micropayments in creator economy, tipping, etc. So the point is, Lightning is not just about merchant payment or remittance. You can actually integrate Lightning in many different types of applications and improve the user experience or efficiency. And other important aspect is that Lightning is open and global payment network. Because it's global, any merchant in any country that accepts Lightning, they can take Bitcoin payment from any customers from any country, right? So I just recently went to Vietnam for a Lightning conference, and there are some merchants who accept Lightning payment. So because it's an open market, open network, it doesn't really matter where I'm from or where I go. I can use the same wallet and pay the merchant in the same way, whether it's in Vietnam, Japan, Hong Kong, or US, El Salvador, etc. So this open nature is very important, and this is allowing a lot of bottom-up improvements and innovations. Okay. So those are some of the practical and real use cases now, but from here, I think it gets more interesting for maybe some people here because it's a Web3 conference. Lightning is not just about payment or paying other people or paying merchants or credit card alternative. I believe Lightning will become the foundation for decentralized finance on top of Bitcoin, which is scalable, private, and more practical than other things. So for example, there are some protocols such as RGB and Taro that allows token transfers on top of Lightning. So this will allow very scalable, cheap, and instant stablecoin payment, for example. The issue with trying to do stablecoin on other blockchains, for example, is that if you try to send USDC on Ethereum, for example, you probably know, a lot of people have tried probably. It just costs a lot of money, and it's not instant. And you can do something similar on other blockchains as Polygon or Tron, whatever. But the issue is those blockchains are not decentralized, so your transaction might get censored, or the blockchain itself might get shut down, depending on how the regulation goes in the future. So Bitcoin being the most decentralized and stable foundation, I think building decentralized finance on top of Bitcoin and Lightning Network is the really important trend that's happening now. So next. Okay. So basically, very similar to what I already said. Lightning is not just about payment, but it's more of a payment layer, payment solution for different protocols. And that's what matters to me. And micropayments, open and global micropayments is a very powerful tool, despite some people think like, okay, Lightning is kind of very limited. You can only do payments. But it's all about integrating that payment solution and changing the incentive structure of different protocols. So there are some examples here. But simply put, since this is a Web3 conference, I would like to say that to me, Lightning Network in combination of other different protocols is the real Web3. Not some, issuing tokens and selling to other people and hoping something happens. But if you really want decentralized, collaborative, stable, scalable Web3, I think Lightning is the really important infrastructure you can integrate in many different protocols. And I think that's one of the most important things I wanted to say through this presentation. So yeah, that's about it. This slide is not that important, but data and micropayment goes really well. But yeah, that's about it. So a little bit of myself at the end. So Diamond Hands, like I said, it's a community, but we started serving different clients and enterprises in Japan. So if there's something you want to do in Japan about Bitcoin and Lightning, come talk to me, and there's probably something we can do. If it's something else, general crypto Web3 stuff, I'm not the right guy. So maybe you should talk to someone else. But this is what we do for Lightning and in Japan. So yeah, it's a little bit faster than I thought. But I have like 4 minutes, but that's about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koji Higashi, for your inspiring keynote. Thank you very much. Next up, may I invite Mr. Obi Nosu, CEO of Fedi, to deliver a keynote on Fediman and Fedi. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to Mr. Obi Nosu.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me. So my name is Obi Nwosu, and previously I was the CEO and co-founder of the UK's longest-running Bitcoin exchange. In fact, it was one of Europe's longest-running Bitcoin exchanges. Now I am one of the co-founders of Fedi, and Fedi exists to accelerate adoption of Fedi Mint, which is a powerful layer-free scaling solution for Bitcoin. Now, you may not have heard of Fedi Mint at the moment, but I can guarantee you that will change over the coming months, and I'll explain why. Now, many people think there are a number of challenges in Bitcoin, or with Bitcoin. There are perceived challenges. One is there's a challenge around extensibility. People think that Bitcoin cannot be used for DeFi or smart contracts. The second is custody. Now, we know with all cryptocurrencies, we can use hardware wallets and software wallets, but the protocol itself doesn't have inbuilt support for custody, like some alternative currencies like Filecoin. The third is scalability. There's this much-held understanding that Bitcoin is slow, it can only do a few transactions per second. And even with the Lightning Network, which allows for low-cost, super-fast transactions, people still feel that it cannot scale to billions of users using the Bitcoin network. And finally, Bitcoin provides a reasonable level of privacy out of the box, but stronger levels of privacy are always desirable. Now, this leads a number of people, users and builders, to look at alternative currencies. But unfortunately, they often are more centralized, and they are incomplete, and they are less secure. Now, what is the solution? The solution is what we call a federated OS. Now, think of these like the OSs that you have in your iPhone, your iOS, or your Android OS for your Android phone, or the Mac OS for your MacBook. An OS is the thing that makes everything else on your computer or your mobile phone work. Now, a federated OS is the same, but instead of it running just for one computer, it runs for a community, an organization, a company, any group of individuals. And it provides an independent way, and this is really important, an independent way for that community, that organization to take control of their money and their data. And Fedimint is the world's first federated OS. Now, how does Fedimint work? At its base, it's a community custody protocol. So it is built-in custody from the get-go. It is run by trusted members of a community. We call them guardians, but you can think about them as similar in concept to validators or verifiers in other layer-free scaling solutions. And on top of custody, you have baked-in support for privacy, scalability, and extensibility, like DeFi and Web3, baked in. And these guardians run it on behalf of their community. Drilling into more detail, at the base of each Fedimint is a federated application server. You should think about this similar to the web servers that power the tens or hundreds of millions of websites on the internet, Web 1 and Web 2, or the application server that comes in your iPhone to run all the apps on your iPhone, or on your MacBook to run all the applications on your MacBook. But the difference is, instead of it running for one individual, one company, one organization, it is run by this federation of guardians so that, in a way similar to Bitcoin and Lightning, so that as long as the majority stay honest, it will keep running and operating as expected. Now, any OS always comes as standard with default apps that you get out of the box. And a federated OS is no different. With Fedimint, you get free standard apps. We call them Fedimint modules with every installation. Now, the first is Chaumian eCash. Chaumian eCash is a privacy-preserving digital currency protocol. It's a form of digital money. And the inventor of Chaumian eCash was actually one of the people that Satoshi Nakamoto referenced in his original Bitcoin white paper. It has a number of incredible properties, but one of them is that it provides incredible privacy guarantees out of the box without you having to do anything special. It just works. So every Fedimint and any user of a Fedimint has access to eCash and has strong privacy guarantees without having to do anything. The second that comes as standard is Bitcoin multisig. This means that every user of a Fedimint has the ability to custody their Bitcoin with the best practice approach of multi-sig custody. Again, without having to do anything. It just happens automatically for them. And the third is Lightning Network support. You just heard Koji talk about the power of the Lightning Network, one of the most mature layer 2 scaling solutions for payments. Every user of a Fedimint Federation, this layer 3 scaling solution, can seamlessly interact with the Lightning Network, send value from one federation member to another, someone else in a different federation, or anyone else on the Lightning Network, and they don't need to know how it works, it just works. On top of that, it has multi-asset support, so you can support stablecoins, security tokens, NFTs, whatever, what have you. And it's self-healing. A side effect of the federated OS architecture is if a Guardian's machine goes offline, they come back online and it will reconnect and carry on where it left off, and no one is else the wiser. It just happens automatically. And finally, it's BTC to the core. There is no additional token required. It's so simple and easy to run one of these as a Guardian that there is no real effort to do it. Now, you can add a token if you wish, but there will be 100,000 other options of federations where there is no token. So there's very little incentive. And this is incredibly mature technology. Chaumian eCash this year will be a 40-year-old mature technology. It is the first digital eCash token and the most mature. Bitcoin will be 15 years old this year, the most mature, most decentralized cryptocurrency. And Lightning is the most mature layer 2 scaling solution. It's older than most other altcoins. And Fedimint itself has been built by some of the greatest minds in the Bitcoin space and has been researched and developed for over 3 years. So why is Fedimint so powerful? 3 reasons. 1, it's a distributed layer 3. And this is important because instead of one monolithic layer 3 zero knowledge rollup or optimistic rollup, where if there is an error, everyone in the world who's using that rollup gets affected, with the architecture of Fedimint, you have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of individual layer 3s that any group of people, as little as 4 people, can set up in a matter of minutes. But because of the connectivity with the modules to the Lightning Network and Bitcoin Network, they interplay with each other seamlessly and transparently. This means if one of those 100,000 Fedimints fails, it doesn't affect the other 100,000. No one else notices, avoiding systemic risk. The second, it has inbuilt safe and easy custody as standard. So if you were a user, you use this wallet, and the experience is as simple, if not simpler than using an exchange. But if you were to lose your keys or your keys were stolen, you can use the actual community, the federation itself, to help you recover your keys automatically, solving the backup and recovery problem. And third, it allows for super easy, permissionless innovation. This is using our our module functionality, which you could think about as equivalent to DeFi and smart contracts, but much more powerful. It's actually closer to developing applications to work on a website, Web 1 or Web 2, or for a PC or a mobile phone. So, the tens of millions of people who can already develop websites and mobile apps and PC apps are able, with less than a day's worth of conversion, to be able to take 100% of their skills and their code base and translate it over and make Fedimint modules. Now, compare that to the 10 to 20,000 smart contract developers in the crypto ecosystem, and it massively dwarfs the amount of resource that can come in and build on Bitcoin. Now, before you say it, no, unfortunately, rollups and zero-knowledge EVMs are not federated OSs. And there are 2 reasons why. The first is, contrary to popular belief, they are almost all centrally controlled, and they are not distributed. Now, as I said, almost all of them are monolithic structures, i.e. there's one sidechain that everybody is expected to use. If it has an error, and this is very complex code, then every user in the world using that gets affected. So it inherently has a systemic risk. And the second is, although they're advertised as being permissionless, and permissionless in terms of the way they're structured, they are actually all today centrally controlled. And you don't have to believe me. Even as often as recently as a few weeks ago and a few months ago, Vitalik Buterin himself has stated that almost all rollups and zero-knowledge EVMs are on training wheels. And what he means by that is, even though they say that eventually they want to be permissionless, they all have some sort of security council or foundation that has the keys to the system. They can override any transaction, any application at any point for an emergency reason or for a non-emergency reason. And therefore they are centralized. That is the definition of being centralized. The second issue is that they are incomplete because, as I said before, they don't have custody built into the protocol. So they don't have mechanisms to help people recover their keys if they've lost or stolen them. And that is a big, big challenge as we move to a decentralized world. And it will only get bigger. Now, think about an OS. Imagine your iPhone where you could take a photo, but then you won't be able to save it to your hard drive, and you just lose it. Or you can make a number of calendar entries in your calendar app, but then when you turn off your phone and you turn it on, all the calendar entries will go. Or you make a note, and you turn off your phone, and you lose the entries. If you do not have built-in support for custody, then, and only you can use your data, that has use, but it's not fully useful. Unless you combine the two, you are not an OS. So, what does this look like? Let's just compare the Bitcoin with Fedimint architecture versus a typical alternative currency architecture. This could be, I've just chosen Ethereum as an example, but this could be any other alternative currency. It's the same story. First, you have the layer 1. That's the base currency. In this case, you have Ethereum. Then you have your layer 2. This is the way of transferring value between one roll-up and another, one layer 3. In the case of Ethereum, it will be cross-chain bridges. They are complex, there's many of them, they are incompatible in standards, and they tend to be unreliable. As we've seen, there's been many occasions where these cross-chain bridges have been hacked or had exploits. And then you have your layer 3. Now the layer 3 is generally roll-ups and EVMs. And again, there's many of them, they're incompatible, and they are competing with each other to get you to use their token, and they're incredibly complex, which is why they need to have this centralized element. So imagine you're a developer and you're having to build for all of those different options. It's just an immense undertaking. And if you're a user, it's also very confusing which one to use. Now compare it to Bitcoin. You've got layer 1, Bitcoin, the world's most mature, most decentralized layer 1 and cryptocurrency. Layer 2 is Lightning, the world's most mature, most decentralized layer 2 payments network. And then finally, you have this distributed federation of tens or hundreds of thousands of independent layer 3 fediments, each one able to be set up permissionlessly by anyone and able to interact with each other and the rest of the Bitcoin and Lightning network seamlessly. So as a developer, you can see which one is probably a better solution. So, in summary, therefore, there really is no comparison. Now, if you wish to just store your data or your money and not use it, then there's no other option. The best option for you is self-custody. Of course, and it always will be. But if you want to not just store your data, but also use it, and not just your money, but also your data, you need a federated OS. And when it comes to that situation, nothing compares to Fedimint. So what do we do next? I suggest 3 things. If you're just interested to learn more, because this is a whirlwind tour, if you're just interested to learn more, go to fedimint.org. That's the official site for the Fedimint open source protocol. There you can find out more information about it. It's written in very simple, clear language with lots of diagrams, lots of videos. And also, it will tell you not only the pros, but also the cons. Because in the Bitcoin ecosystem, we think it's really important to be transparent about the limitations of any protocols we use. I'm in Hong Kong right now. And Hong Kong has some of the most gifted developers in the world. So if you are a builder and you are interested in getting involved with working on Fedimint, please go to the GitHub and check it out. Also, check out the Fedimint Discord and the Fedimint Telegram. There's a very welcoming community. In fact, Fedimint is actually one of the most popular GitHub projects in the Bitcoin ecosystem at this point in time, and it's only growing in adoption and use. And finally, if you are a user or a community leader or a business owner who's interested in having your own personal layer 3 on top of Bitcoin and Lightning that interacts with the rest of the ecosystem seamlessly without having to rely on a particular company or organization, so you take control of your layer 3, then please consider joining me. Watch this space. Fedimint combines the world's most fundamental technology of community with freedom technologies like Bitcoin and Lightning and brings them together to level up humanity. So I would love you to join me and us in the Bitcoin community to level up humanity together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Obinosu, for your insightful sharing. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder for all of you. The afternoon session provides simultaneous interpretation. You can use WeChat, Twitter, browser, etc. to scan the QR code of simultaneous interpretation on the signage at the entrance or on your brochure and listen to the simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. You're recommended to bring your headphones in advance. 各位嘉宾，我们今天的活动环节提供同声传译的服务，只要扫描会看的手册或者是各会场的二维码，就可以通过手机收听同传。So moving on, may I invite Mr. John Riggins, Head of International Operations of BTC Incorporated, and Louis Liu, Founder and CEO of Mimesis Capital, and also Evan from BTK. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our speakers in the following session.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling pretty excited, pretty jazzed up after hearing that.
Yep.
All right. So to kind of start off, we'll do a quick round of introductions. I'm John Riggins with BTC Inc. We have run kind of the oldest Bitcoin media business in the space since 2012 at Bitcoin Magazine. Louis?
Yeah, I'll go ahead, start it. So, founder and CEO, Mimesis Capital, which was one of the first family office fund actually adopt Bitcoin standard. And our strategy is pretty simple. We accumulate Bitcoin. We also founded and invest in Bitcoin companies all around the world. We could be one of the earliest investors in some of the well-known companies out there like On-Chain Capital, Swan Bitcoin.
Evan?
Hello, everybody. My name's Evan. I'm an open source developer working on Bitcoin Development Kit, which is an SDK for developers wanting to build on Bitcoin.
Awesome. Evan, let's dive a little bit deeper into that first. Can you kind of give a little bit more insight into what BDK is, kind of how that open source development ecosystem is working?
Yeah, so BDK does various things, starting from key management, and also we use a Miniscript for backup. So Miniscript has two main purposes, from my understanding. The first one is how do you derive script pub keys, and the other one is how to spend them later on. And then from key management, we deal with grabbing stuff from the blockchain. So there's multiple ways in which you can grab blockchain, like Bitcoin blockchain data, and then we handle that into this thing called BDK chain, which is an in-memory data structure. And then we have persistence, which is storing everything on disks. So it covers a lot. Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah. And you know, who kind of is this for? Who's the product for? Like, why are you working on this and not something else in Bitcoin?
Sorry, what was the question?
Why are you choosing to spend your time on this? What's exciting you about it?
Right. Yeah. So I think the main use case of BDK is for building wallets and making self-custody easier. I think that's very important because not your keys, not your coins.
There we go. That's right. Louis, you mentioned a couple of companies you all have invested in. One of them, not your keys, not your coins, is pretty central to what they do in Unchained. Can you talk a little bit more about kind of what you've been looking for in early stage companies to date, and then maybe kind of what you see as interesting moving forward, especially as some open source projects kind of build out additional tooling like BDK?
Yeah, so our thesis is quite simple. Like if you build products on top of Bitcoin and have those like Bitcoin ethos, like not your keys, not your coins, self-custodies, and also with like open source ethos, those are the kind of like a direction that we'll be looking into. As for the companies that I invested in, they are all, you know, big fan of open source. They all have open source their code base, so people can leverage it or even build their own products on top of those open source code. For example, like On-Chain Capital's Caravan is a great open source code for multi-sig
custodies, and you can simply go to GitHub and fork it. I think that's just a big part of the open source community that people can build on those open source code, leverage each other, in a free market.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. Can you talk a little bit about kind of the funding environment for BDK specifically? I know y'all have worked with Spiral. I think it was a pretty big deal, in the last few weeks when your grant was announced. A nice piece of validation. What's it like working with their team? What's the dynamic there?
BDK is an open source project. We get funding from multiple places. So one of our big funders, and they do fund individual developers, is Spiral. The process, I think, is quite similar across the Bitcoin ecosystem. Basically, you come up with a proposal, and then you send it to, like, for example, Spiral or Brink, and then they look at it, and then if accepted, they'll basically give you a grant. It's really that simple. But what helped me was I was contributing to BDK even before the grant. And then I think that's like the proof of work that enabled to get it a bit faster.
Yeah, that's great. Lewis, you mentioned some open source stuff that Unchained has rolled out, multi-sig. What kind of excites you about the custody application moving forward? With things like things that Unchained's working on, anything additional, is there an opportunity for custody solutions out here in Asia that hasn't, kind of a market that hasn't been tapped as much yet?
Yeah, so I'm a big proponent for self-custody, and especially if you cannot do self-custody, I will recommend multi-sig custody, because you're not just control one keys, you actually control multiple keys, and you can actually store that keys with multiple institutions. So basically the idea is there's no single point of failure for multi-sig. And I think that kind of product just have attractiveness if you want to store large wealth in Bitcoin without those counterparty risks or point of failure. And it's important to understand that if you lose your key, private key, or and it's being compromised, you're getting over, right? So it's important to distribute the private key in various ways. So I think there are markets in Asia, that advocates for multi-sig custody. And if you have the ability to do multi-sig, please do that, right? Do not trust centralized custodian if you don't have the choice, right? And we saw the episode in FTX, all the exchange fell out. That's just a big lessons that we can learn from. That do your self-custody, even the more advanced multi-sig. It's a right forward, and I think it's really important to understand that aspect, and do not trust counterparty blindly. Do trust the Bitcoin code and open source code.
Yeah, and you've got your hands dirty in the code every day. I guess in the process of doing that proof of work before you get a grant. What do you think the kind of talent backlog looks like in Bitcoin? And is there anything that kind of people more on the commercial side, like Lewis, like some of the media in the space, like us, other kind of more for-profit businesses, how would you recommend that that piece of the industry look at open source development? Do you think there's enough of a pipeline of funding? Do you think there is enough kind of outreach and bringing developer talent into the system? What are your kind of thoughts on the pipeline, the ecosystem right now?
This is a tough question for me. I'm mostly focused on development and building, but it does seem that there has been more and more funding for Bitcoin development.
Yeah. Louis, do you have any thoughts on that? I know there are some funds out there that give a certain percentage of fees to open source development. I know at the Bitcoin conference we're planning on putting a certain amount of profits into the open source development. How do you think kind of the commercial side of the industry should be thinking about this?
Yeah, I think it's important to fund those open source developments. So far, Mimesis Capital have not yet funded those open source activity. Our approach is that when investing in company that does open source development and have the ability to fund those open source developers better than we do. Like for example, when we invest in like just put on chain for example, they knew better way to build open source multi-sig custody than I do, right? And so I will leave that to those experts who do that. Also, like for example, the block, right? I think they have tremendous interest in the Bitcoin space, and they know better like who is the developer that they wanted to grant the money to. Like for example, Evan is being picked by, BTK, and I think they have that kind of expertise to do that. So that's just my general thoughts, and I think, I will lead to the experts and the company that try to build that stuff to fund those open source developers.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. As we we just heard a really interesting talk about layer 3 on Bitcoin, some interesting applications of that. What kind of being here today, what are you excited about moving forward in the Bitcoin ecosystem that maybe is a little bit under talked about?
Yeah, so sitting here in the Web3 festival, there's a lot of thoughts I have, talking to the projects out there in the booth, building different solutions with different tokenization method. And I think ultimately, the things that they are lacking is they don't have a solid foundation to build on. They try to recreate the whole scheme. And I think you don't have to spend all that time and money to recreate the whole scheme. I mean, the whole scheme is we have the monetary network that's called Bitcoin. And only thing the entrepreneur have to do is create products, create layers on top. So more entrepreneur, more developer can join and build a better solution, better products, better application for Bitcoin. And ultimately, I think Bitcoin has a very great head start against all other cryptocurrency or shitcoins around there. And let's not forget about the advantage that Bitcoin has, right? And building on top really gives you that advantage. So what I'm looking right now is like Lightning Network, Fediments, like OB is doing with Fedi, are good example that you can build layer 2, layer 3 application on top of Bitcoin. And you have also have Evan like building open source for the Bitcoin development kits. So all of that is possible, right? You don't have to create another token or another marketing phrase to justify your project. And ultimately, in the end of the day, people just want to use the products, use Bitcoin to access to various kind of application. And one of the very good examples, I don't know if you guys here knows about it, it's called Nostr. Nostr is kind of like a decentralized social network that allows Bitcoin to be transacted freely peer-to-peer. So on there, it's kind of like a Twitter experience. You have your own data, you control your own public key and private key, and you can use Bitcoin on that social network as a payment method. And what we do there is you can post something funny or put something very insightful, and people can zap you Bitcoin. And I think that's a great demonstration of ultimately what Web3 is looking like. Yeah, that's just my observation and my thinking about the future.
Yeah, no, that's good insight. Any follow-up there, Evan?
Not much, but I can talk about what we're working on right now in BDK.
Yeah, so I guess the other form of that question, what are you excited about what's coming next with BDK?
Right, so there has been, BDK is great in terms of the functionality before, but one of the main issues we ran into is the way we designed it, the way we architected BDK before, was basically a massive monolith. So that when you wanted to use it, you had to use this whole system. So one of the things we're doing right now is we're splitting up, decoupling it. So for example, coin selection will be its own module, and then BDK chain, which is the in-memory representation of relevant blockchain data, is its own structure. And then for persistence, different types of persistence will be its own separate crates, and even separate crates for data sources. So this way, if you want to use BDK, you only need to pick the parts that you need. But also, if you want to have something simpler, you can use the whole thing. Right now, it's called BDK Wallet. And then also later this year, we'll have better. It's called a pay join. It's a way of making Bitcoin transactions more private on chain. We'll have greater support for that in BDK coming this year.
Can you talk a little bit more about that last piece? Why you're excited about that? What it means?
With Bitcoin, we instead of an account-based transaction structure, we have UTXOs. So basically, you're spending with every transaction, you're spending coins and creating new coins. And with that process, I guess you're this inputs and outputs, and you're just combining multiple inputs and multiple outputs to make it more confusing for people who do chain analysis to figure out who you're sending money to, basically.
Yeah, privacy on Bitcoin moving forward is something a lot of people are focused on, and there's some promising things happening. Appreciate what the team's doing on that. Aspect of kind of working with people around the world on the same project. I know you see the team here and there. I think I saw your team in Bangkok at the Bob Space not too long ago. Do you have any take on the kind of ecosystem here in Asia versus what's in Europe and North America? What's it like working out here with most of your colleagues other places?
So I am quite new to the Bitcoin space. I just only started on Bitcoin development last year. I don't know.
Yeah. Lewis, what do you think? You've been kind of a stalwart in Bitcoin out of Asia, going back, and have been kind of one of the people that people in the West kind of look to in terms of what's happening here, what's interesting. What are kind of the trends you're seeing? Is being at something like this in Hong Kong, is it giving you any thoughts on kind of what the opportunity is in Asia, what we need to have a more thriving Bitcoin ecosystem here compared to what's in North America?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to learn from the West, especially learn from those entrepreneurs who have built successful product on Bitcoin, create successful business. In Asia, I think we just need more entrepreneurs to think about the philosophy of building on top of Bitcoin. It takes tremendous passion and enthusiasm and intelligence to create business on top. There are a couple, Bitcoin companies that I kind of see developing in Asia, and to be frankly, there are a lot of good open source developers building on Bitcoin, creating, either it's BTK or LDK, they are all living, some of them are living in Asia. I think Asia have this kind of very talented developer community, and they just have to find a good way to spend their time and create products. So companies, Bitcoin companies in Asia, I want to try to mention is that there are companies called Nunchuck. It's kind of like building the multi-sig application on mobile phone. So I've been using that for a lot, but I'm not an investor, for full disclosure. But it's interesting that some guys, maybe like American Vietnamese, are creating that app, and it doesn't really shy away from building that out of Vietnam over Asia. And you can also see like commuting being developed. I just went to Vietnam Lightning Con, have a good experience there. Also Philippine Bitcoin Island with Pouch as the Pouch is like a remittance app there. They host the event. So you can start to see all this application and companies popping up all over Asia. I think there's a great opportunity. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're running out of time here. Thanks for sharing the insights. Just last thing, what's the one thing you're most bullish about in the next year that BDK is doing?
Everything about BDK.
All right, there you go. What's the number one thing you're most bullish about in terms of the opportunity to invest in companies building in Asia?
Yeah, I think there will be more companies coming out of Asia that wanted to build on top of Bitcoin. Very looking forward to that and talking to entrepreneur and maybe invest a little bit. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks everyone. We got some good stuff coming up. So thanks Evan, thanks Louis.
Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your insights on the topic of opportunities for building with Bitcoin. Thank you. So a friendly reminder for all of you, throughout the festival, you may collect stamps from all areas across the exhibition hall. You may refer to the logos page for details. And with a complete collection of stamps in one area, you may then proceed to the information desk to redeem a corresponding gift. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, may I invite Mr. Paul Stock, founder and CEO of Layer 2 Labs, to deliver a keynote on the topic of drive chain and sidechain vision for Bitcoin. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Paul Stock.
Okay, great. Is this on? Yes. Oh, great. Thank you. Our company wants Bitcoin to do everything. So on the left, we have the world today, many coins, many systems. And on the right, we have the world of tomorrow, which is only Bitcoin. We will have other blockchains tomorrow, and we will have other payment systems tomorrow, but we'll have no other coins. So none of that. Okay, only Bitcoin. That's what Drive Chain is about. That's what Layer 2 Labs is about. So is it really so hard to believe? Because actually it happens all the time. Standardization is the norm. Network effects are the norm for money. So what we hope for Bitcoin is that it goes from being like an old dorky phone there on the left to being a smartphone on the right that does everything. Now I'm going to try to explain this technology in a moment. I promise, but first, let's see here. First, I compiled a list of some nice things that people have said about us or about me. So here's Adam Back, the founder of Blockstream, and Fiat Jaff, creator of Nostr. And then here's some more people. We got CTO of Lightning Labs. We've got Ruben Thompson. We've got Eric Wall. Eric always has nice things to say about me. What a nice guy. Nick Carter, Ari Paul. Wow, these are great. What a great list this is. Aaron von Weirdum. Okay, Peter McCormack. Yeah, just one currency to go around and do all these other things. I like that a lot, so that's cool. Well, that's kind of neat, yes. Guy Swan. Sidechains are an inevitable part of the ecosystem for multiple reasons. Yes, that's right. Yes, very good. Okay, I'm going to try to explain how this works, but I'm not going to succeed. But if you really want to know, then visit drivechain.info, and you can get it. But I'm going to give you like a 60-second explanation. This thing is really short. Okay, so here's the regular Bitcoin blockchain in red, yes, below. And then on top of that, we're going to put something else, like Monero, you know? We're going to call it BitMonero. And so the question is, how does DriveChain do that? Well, what we do is we compress all of the layer 2 blockchain activity into one hash. And then we're going to shove that hash into the Coinbase transaction on layer 1. So that way, DriveChain only needs to access data that it already has on BTC layer 1. So what your node sees, the Bitcoin node, what the Bitcoin node sees is this. It just sees the deposits and withdrawals on layer 1. Now that, of course, skips a lot of details, like how do you know you have the right withdrawal or whatever. But for more information on exactly how this works, you should read BIP 300 or you should go to drivechain.info. So that's great. I just wanted to, okay. So I just thought I would show you like some screenshots. Here's our software, which is it's 100% real, and it already exists. So a lot of things like, I don't know, they will build something or whatever. But our software already exists. So here it is. And I put these little filters up here. Okay, here they are. Great. So you can see that the two side chains on the left is a clone of Ethereum. So it does everything that Ethereum can do, right down to having no graphical user interface. But we already get the best of both worlds, best of Bitcoin and the best of Ethereum. So we already built that. So this gives you an idea of that. So please visit drivechain.info if you want to actually learn about what is happening at this company or in this talk. There's no way I can easily explain it in a short amount of time, but you should read everything for yourself and consider it very carefully. But if you go to the site, you see I've got lots of stuff. I have slides, me on a podcast. I have the BIP text. I've got lots of stuff up there. There's an FAQ. There's this peer review. It's great. It's a great site. I can't tell you a little about our team, however. The team has a lot of people on it, but these are the 4 co-founders. And the 3 of us here on the left, we have, Austin's name got removed. But we each have over 10 years of experience in Bitcoin. So I think combined we have something like 35 or 36 years of experience. I myself have been working on this project for about 8 years or so, more or less self-funded. I work on quite a few things, but this project has a lot of experience behind it, which I think is something unique at this particular venue. So the benefits of the technology. Every single stakeholder group, developers, miners, users, savers, or investors, they all benefit enormously from this type of configuration. So the miners benefit especially because they collect an endlessly growing pile of transaction fees forever in return for doing absolutely zero extra work. So no extra work whatsoever. This will eventually be how miners make all of their money, in my opinion. Investors never need to worry about a rival coin. There's just only one coin. Devs can do whatever they want, so each dev is the CEO of their own private realm, and users get access to every feature of every blockchain, so that's kind of cool. We like that. Now, goals. What do we hope to achieve with our company? Yes, our company has goals specifically. Well, here's some things we would like. We want Bitcoin to have immediate global scale, and unbreakable privacy. So we want fees to always be low, near zero. We want miner revenues to grow exponentially forever. We want layer 1 to never change again. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, that maximizes decentralization, and it ensures that our victory is permanent because we can no longer accidentally change the system that we have created and accidentally break it. We want devs to be able to make cool stuff. We don't want them to have to go and do some kind of campaign where they have to convince people that what they're doing is important. Trust me, you don't want that. So we want them to just be able to we want creative freedom for devs. And we want an end to scamming and scam coins, because there's only one coin. And we want the whole Bitcoin community to be united. Yeah, no more toxicity, no more, people being mean to each other on Twitter. We want everyone to be all united against our common enemy, which is, of course, the banks. That's right, yes, thank you, yeah. There we go, Felix, thank you, yeah. And we want all of this with zero risk to Bitcoin. We want everything to be opt-in and reversible, so that there's really no chance of anything going off the rails. There's another thing that we want. We do want our investors to make a ton of money, because of course we do. And so there we go. To that point, we have this. It's actually the second to last slide, but it's a good slide. So this is the project. This project started a long time ago with a blog post I wrote in November 2015, and a couple more things happened after that. We made some side chains. We have quite a few now, but in September of last year, we raised money to start this company. We have a business model and everything. So what we are going to do very soon, like immediately, more or less, the second and final round of fundraising is going to begin. So if you would like to know about the business model of our company, then you can come up and talk to me if you like. Great. So thank you very much. You should really visit our site layer2labs.com or drivechain.info if you want to learn more about the technology or the company. A lot of it is changing every day, so the best thing is to come up to me and talk to me personally. Okay, great. And of course, I'm on Twitter and Telegram. So, okay, so thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Paul, for your insights. Round of applause, please.
Okay.
那提提各位，我们的活动提供同声传译的服务，只要扫描会看的手册的二维码，就可以通过电话收听同传。Now, friendly reminder for all of you, simultaneous interpretation is provided. You can scan a QR code for your brochure or at the entrance, and then you can listen to simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. You're also advised to bring your own headphone in advance. So now, ladies and gentlemen, may we now have a roundtable forum with the following guest. And please allow me to introduce our following guests first. They are Mr. Pan Zhixiong, founder of Chain Feeds, Mr. Yu Mingcha, co-founder and CTO of Babylon, Jack 3 of Matrix Labs, and Mr. Jeffrey Hu, technical director of Hashkey Capital. And today we'll have Jeffrey to be the moderator of the following session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to our speakers in the following session. Round of applause, please. Welcome, gentlemen. So in the following time, I'll pass the floor to our moderator, Jeffrey.
OK， 好，谢谢大家。那非常高兴今天下午跟大家一块儿来进行这个圆桌的论坛。那我是 Jeffrey 胡from Hashkey Capital。那 Hashkey Capital 也是今天的这个我们应该算主场的之一了。我们也是现在应该算最大的一个 Crypto VC， 现在也有非常多的大概超过200个 portfolio。然后呢，现在 AUM 也会超过$1 billion。对，然后今天我们讨论的话题呢，会是比特币新兴技术，因为我们知道现在也有非常多的比特币的一些新的热点出来，所以今天也非常高兴能跟各位嘉宾来进行一个介绍。那么这场我们参与圆桌的嘉宾呢，有Chain Feeds 的co-founder潘志雄，有 Babylon 的 co-founder CTO 于明超，还有那个 Matrix Lab 的 COO Jack。那我们首先用每个嘉宾要不用2分钟左右的时间，给大家做一个简单的自我介绍，以及也介绍一下自己所在的做的一些项目吧。要不从
Hello， 大家好，我叫潘志雄。对，我们在做那个 Web3和 Crypto 垂直的信息聚合平台，叫 Chainfeeds。但今天我们这个话题主要是聊比特币，对吧？所以说我们我其实是在2011年的时候就有第一个比特币钱包，并且当时的话呢，更多的这个社区是通过领水龙头的方式可以领到一些 BTC 的。那现在已经不太可能，对吧？一次就可以领0.01个或更少的这个水平。对，然后在2017年以及之后的话，其实我也非常关注比特币的整个技术上的一些发展，所以说在去年前年都研究过一些关于 Taproot 啊或者闪电网络相关的一些东西，所以说也非常关注比特币的前沿的这些技术以及对后续的我们在产品上的一些发展。谢谢。
Hello， 大家好，我叫俞明超，是Babylon 的 co-founder 和 CTO。我们 Babylon 呢是一个 Bitcoin 基于 Bitcoin 的这个基础设施的一个项目。我们的愿景呢是让比特币成为去中心化世界的基石，将比特币的安全性带给整个去中心化世界，让整个去中心化世界所有的application 和 chain 都成为比特币的这个扩展的2层。谢谢。
Great。大家好，我是 Jack 3.0啊。我自己是 Matrix Lab COO， 然后我们做的一个项目是 Bohr Network， 然后这个中文的意思就是不二法门啊。这个当时我们取名字这个来由，主要解决整个行业的一个比较中心化的一个问题。我们也是从19年这个探索到现在，打磨了4年啊，自己挖矿赚的钱都砸进来研究这件事儿，论文发表到 IEEE 上。那我自己的一个背景是17、18年all in 入圈，然后这10年一直是在开源社区，然后做这个开发者关系，然后17、18年在国内最早办的 DAY3， 然后去布道怎么做开发者战略，然后大概是这样一个背景吧。先介绍这么多，好，谢谢。
好的，谢谢各位嘉宾。那我们就开始今天圆桌的第一个问题啊。想必大家可能最近也关注到了比特币上面一些比较火的应用，比如说 Ordinals。那 Ordinals 我觉得可能我自己感觉还是争议好像比较大的，比特币社区里面也是有不同的一些讨论。那么像 Ordinals 其实它的我自己感觉它的数据存储的，它算是一种比特币上面的一种存储的一种应用吧。那有些人觉得可能这个是算是一种比较新的一种尝试。那也有一些像比如说比特币比较偏原教旨主义者这种社区成员觉得这个可能是对于比特币原来的一种应用可能会占用原来的资源，可能也是会对其他应用有所影响。那么我不知道就各位嘉宾觉得可能这种像 Ordinals 这类像应用数据存储空间的这种应用，算是一种比如说临时的昙花一现的一种应用呢，可能还是反映了某种未来的利用比特币区块存储空间的某种应用的一种趋势呢？要不从潘老师开始？
好的，对，就是如果大家不是很清楚这 Ordinals 和 Inscription 的话，我大概介绍一下啊，就是这个 Ordinals Inscription 能在这个今年或者是去年实现，其实也是因为2次比特币的软分叉，一次是2016年的这个隔离见证，对吧？把隔离见证呢，它的一种新的定价模型，让比特币的软性它能扩容4倍，但是呢，你没办法利用到那4倍的扩容空间。但是呢，在前年的这个 Taproot 升级中，开发者在这个升级里面加入了一个新的方式，把这个脚本的空间原来是一个限定的大小，变成了无限的大小，所以让让那个 Inscription 的这个方案能很好的加上，就是能在比特币的网络上以较低的成本能存储这个4倍的这个大小。那如果说这2次软分叉都没有做的话，其实是不太可能出现 Ordinals 这样的产品的，因为第一，要么它空间不够。二来呢，它可能这个成本会比较大，但是现在的这个场景呢，其实是我觉得算是对比特币空间以及资源定价的再一次新的讨论。我觉得这件事情虽然负面很大，对吧？这一个最大的负面呢，就是影响了比特币的 fungible， 就是比特币的可互换性，对吧？那每个比特币都有编号了，每个比特币都可以每个 Satoshi 都可以去放这个编号以及放数据了，那它们的本身的价值可能就不一样了。这其实是和比特币早期的初衷和 Bitcoin Core 的核心其实是有相违背的。 这是我觉得这是最大的一个负面啊。第二块负面的话，就是比特币的链上空间本来就非常的珍贵，它从这个纯交易数据变成了这个纯泛用的这个数据，从这个 transaction 变成了图片，或者是没有任何意义的东西都有可能。这种对这个比特币网络攻击，我觉得从长期来看，我觉得它是一种。应该是值得鼓励的一件事啊！因为这件事其实是在这个我觉得可以参考的一件事，就是比特币以太坊之前的那个 gas token。那 gas token 它早期对吧？这个以太坊在它的这个虚拟机里面设下了一个逻辑，就是当你去销毁一个合同的时候，你能获得一些的补偿 ，gas 的补偿。那大家都用这个机制来钻漏洞，对吧？在 gas 低的时候铸造大量的这个 gas token， 然后 gas 高的时候呢，又去抢占这个区块空间，能得到一些折扣。但它其实并没有真正的扩容，它没有解决根本的问题。那随着后面几次以太坊的升级呢，又把这个问题呢慢慢的修复了。但是这件事的修复呢，也是因为大家能充分的利用了这件事情，把它放大了，然后放在社区里进行大量的讨论了，才可能去做这些调整，社区或者是这个协议才发生一些变化。虽然比特币的网络和协议不像以太坊这么容易去升级，或者是屏蔽，或者是去掉这个限制，但是我认为社区应该会讨论出一些更好的方式，甚至呢，这个链上的资源呢，会放在一些未来可能会转移到一些价值更高的一些事物上去，而不仅仅是一些传统或简单的这些图片啊，或者是无意义的这个文字。我觉得很可能会是这样的一个发展路径。对。
感谢这个咨询的这个精彩发言，我真学到了非常多。对于我来说呢，这个 Ordinal， 我非常同意这咨询说，它是一个非常有趣的尝试。那我觉得 Ordinal 它是一个革命的枪声和一个星星之火，让大家突然在 Ethereum 在以太坊的蓬勃发展之后，突然又回过头来想到，我们其实还有一个比这个 Ethereum 更加安全、市值更大的一个 coin 叫做 Bitcoin。那么 Ordinal 本身，我觉得它对Bitcoin 区块这个空间的应用呢，我觉得还是比较苍白的。你把这个 encryption 还有这个图片 NFT 放进去，然后它并没有再能产生更多的价值，就是放进去就放进去了，对吧？那么我们希望 Bitcoin 的这个区块空间能成为去中心化世界里面最珍贵的，就是这样一个存储空间。那打个比方，我们可以用比特币的这个空间做什么事情呢？就是用它做，就现在比较流行的一个这个术语叫做 data availability 数据可用层。但是比特币的这个空间不允许你去做那种正常的所谓的数据可用层，把这个其他链上的这个数据全部放上去。但是比特币的这个区块空间是可以用来提供最强的抗审查性，就是你在其他链上，如果你的交易或者数据被你这个链上的这个 validator 如果是审查了的话，被 censor 被阻止了，你可以把你的这个交易放在 Bitcoin 上，作为你的这个最后的这样对自己的一个保护措施。这样呢，Bitcoin 就成为了相当于像最高法院，或者说像微博曝光这样一个概念，成为去中心化世界最后的这个安全保障。我觉得这样子的就往这个方向上去发展，去使用比特币的这个区块空间，我觉得对去中心化世界是有非常大的意义。因为比特币它的这个抗审查性是我们整个生态里面最好的。好，谢谢。
对。因为我自己的一个背景，10年一直都在这种开源社区，然后我其实蛮鼓励比特币生态的这种一切创新，然后都可以去尝试。那 Ordinal 它在这个空间存储这块的这个创新，我觉得对吧，就直接先干了再说，对吧？这个在本身能够给比特币，假如造成一些这个困难或者挑战的时候，社区会来去，对吧？解决，然后。大家知道，其实整个比特币，从我的这样一个自己的一个视角来去看，比特币背后是成千上万的这种个体开发者，包括各种全球的大学的这些顶级的密码学家们，在解决这样的问题。我觉得先干了再说，对吧？假如哪天造成问题， 然后也会有对应的方案来去解决的。对，这个是我的一个简单的一个这样一个观点吧。因为那个自己不写代码已经好多年了，一直在搞开源社区，底层细节不太了解了。然后向潘老师来这个费池老师来学习 ，Jeffrey。
好的，谢谢各位嘉宾的精彩分享。那么我们再继续到第二个问题啊，因为刚才 Jack 也说到了，像包括一些我们有很多的技术的创新在开源社区里面在发生。那实际上我们知道以太坊上面应该讨论现在话题最多的可能就是 roll up， 包括模块化、扩展性的这种技术，现在是讨论最多的。那现在呢，其实也有一些技术呢是在比特币网络上在进行尝试，像比如说去年有一份报告是讲怎么在比特币网络上实现一个 zk roll up。那最近也有些项目呢，可能把它做得更细一些，就把一些可能可落地执行的这种 zk roll up 的设计，可能都已经去写出来了一个比较详细的一个这么一个做了这么一个详细的架构了。那么我不知道各位怎么看，就是在比特币网络上面包括可能还有一个像 Celestia。那么之前他也做了一个叫 Rocket 的这么一个这么样技术，可以用演示了一个 demo 吧，在比特币网络上可以用这个比特币的区块空间做一个数据可用性这么一层。那么我不知道各位嘉宾怎么觉得对于比特币未来在这个网络上面去构建像 roll up 啊、像模块化这种技术，不知道这个未来会有哪些发展的可能性，以及各位嘉宾怎么看这项技术？要不我们这次从 Jack 先看。小朋友。
好，谢谢。我觉得首先这个问题它其实是非常站在以太坊为核心来看比特币生态的，对吧？就是只有以太坊社区的人才可能会这么看这个问题啊，因为它的确是现在 Web3 圈子比较大的扩容的大话题下上面的一种可能性。但是呢，我们在说 DA 这个词的时候呢，它其实是很多人是会把它和就是数据层和数据 data availability 就数据可取得性这个东西，它是存在一些细微差别的。所以说此数据层非彼数据层，对吧？就是我们在这个以太坊的这个大背景下，我们所说的这个 DA 呢，更多的是用户他其实不太会真的去拿这个数据，对吧？以太坊的全节点是不需要拿或者一些普通的节点是不需要拿这些数据的，但是呢。DA 层的这个解决方案呢，给我提供了一种可能性，就是我可以用很少的数据量来验证你到底有没有存这个数据，并且我未来能不能取到这个数据，这是 DA 层或者 DA 的解决方案在解决的问题。所以说，像这个比特币的这个，如果我们这个首先我们站在 Celestia 和以太坊的生态来看啊 ，Celestia 的这个 DA 和以太坊的 DA。一定是经过了长期的演变和专业化的设计，才可能出现这样的解决方案的。那 Celestia 是从零开始设计的 DA， 对吧？它就是为 DA 而生的这样的一个协议，所以它的这个性能啊，或者是在 DA 的设计上，一定是相对比较先进的，因为它没有这些包袱。那以太坊呢，虽然有了包袱，但是呢，在4844以及未来的 Dank Sharding 的这个解决方案的未来呢，也会去考虑到这个一些特性。而设计了一些这个抽样啊、sampling 啊、DAS 的一些方案，让整体的这个 DA 的效率做到更高。但比特币网络并不是可以那么容易去加这些东西的，所以说比特币上的这个 DA 呢，更多是我们在说，我们只是能存这些数据，我们将这些数据存在上面，我们在那个抗审查性上就肯定是比以太坊会更好的，因为它的节点足够多，对吧？它的存的用户也非常多，这点是毫无疑问的。但是如果说这个我们在考虑比特币的 DA 能做什么事情上，我觉得还是要抛离开以太坊的那个想法，因为以太坊就是为了做应用的。对吧？那如果比特币要做这个 DA， 并且把抗审查做得更好的话，我觉得也有可能未来是会更分层一些的。那更重要的东西，或者你真的很需要去比特币存的东西，那你就可以放比特币的 DA 上。但其他的一些泛应用价值比较低的，那会不会有可能就回流到以太坊上面去？也是有可能的。毕竟以太坊的比特币的区块空间是限定了，对吧？就1兆到4兆这么个大小，你真要做扩容，比特币的生态也不会同意，对吧？大家不是为了做应用而生的，对吧？所以说，我觉得很可能是这样的一个状态。对。
哇，谢谢这个潘老师的这个发言，我非常非常同意你。我刚才甚至想拍你一下，就是我们在思考怎么把比特币做扩容的时候，我们 不一定需要用以太坊的那种思想去想它，不要用就是跟着 Vitalik 的思路走，说我 Ethereum 是 Layer 1， 然后我有 Layer 2， 然后 Layer 3， 然后Roll Up， 然后Data Availability， 对吧？就是这个思路对以太坊是适用的，但是对于 Bitcoin 它未必适用。那么我们可以再简单的回顾一下以太坊它做这个Roll Up 这个 Layer 2的实质是什么？它是通过比如说 Optimistic Roll Up 把这个交易的执行推到链下去，然后呢又通过 DA 这个 Layer 又把数据也推到链下去，然后通过比如说一些Coinbase 的那个 Base Superchain 之类的方式来使 Layer 2之间呢那个可以有这个互操作性。那么它唯一推不出去的是什么？是它的这个安全性，它推不出去。所以说，从本质上来说，以太坊它通过这个 Layer 2的这个方式，它要做的一个事情，就是把所有东西都推出去，然后它自己为所有推出去的这些东西提供一个安全性。所以说，这个是它的本质。只不过它选的这个技术方案是通过这个分层的这个概念来实现的。那么我们说我们要 scale Bitcoin， 我们就要去抓住这个本质 first principle， 而不是去跟随这个 layer 的这样一个概念。那么我们就说，我们让 Bitcoin 去做 scaling 的本质就是让比特币把它自己的安全性去带给其他的这个application 或者 POS chain， 对吧？这样子是比较好的。那么这里还带来一个优点，就是说我们不需要像 Ethereum 那样子，就是一步一步的去构建自己的生态。如果 Bitcoin 有办法可以直接把自己的安全性带给现有的其他 POS chain 的话，那么我们直接就可以形成一个以 Bitcoin 为一个可以，比如说为一个安全核心或者安全模块的一个大的一个生态，把其他所有的非以太坊的 POS chain 生态全部都把它包进来。对，我觉得这样子的一个方式是能让 Bitcoin 弯道超车，可以跟以太坊的这个生态系统分庭抵抗、划江而治，甚至比它更优越的一个方向。
对，我蛮同意费氏老师的这样观点啊，就是其实今天整个 crypto 行业特别像，对吧？就是国家一样，每个公链都是一个生态，对吧？就是每家家有本难念的经。Roll Up 这个就从以太坊生态来到今天，对吧？这个以太坊生态的 Roll Up 到底发展到什么样一个状态，大家也清楚。然后Roll Up 确实是很好的一个热点，也有炒作的这样一些空间，但确实是就像也是潘老师的刚刚第一个观点讲的，对吧？是从以太坊的视角来去看这个比特币这边。我个人这块其实更看好这种侧链的这种方案来去解决整个比特币扩容的这个方向吧。对，然后也会看到了一些机会啊。刚刚上一位嘉宾啊炮那边演讲的所谓 BIP 300和还有301的这样一些提出，那未尝不是一种可能性，对吧？这个我个人的一个感觉可能是 iPhone 不是Bitcoin 的2.0或者 Bitcoin iPhone 的 moment， 对吧？因为 Paul 之前写过一篇文章，就是Bitcoin 的网络安全的问题。假如挖矿的奖励逐步的归零的时候，对吧？不足以支撑它的挖矿成本的时候，整个网络是否安全？整个我们这个行业是否安全？对，所以说他这边在激进的在推这个。对吧？刚刚讲的 Drive Chain 等等这样一个方向，我这边也是蛮看好。对，因为我们本身自己在做这个 Layer Zero 层面的一个事儿，我们自己的概念叫 Layer Base。对，因为今天我们的观点认为，今天整个行业还是很早期一个阶段，才14年，对吧？从3万亿整个行业缩水到1万多亿，需要更多的链，需要更多的可能性。那当然，这个比特币这边有一票，我自己叫它保守派吧，不愿意这个变革，然后让它发挥好这个资产存储属性，这个对吧？STV 这个就可以了。但我认为，对吧？就像这个比特币就是一个10岁的孩子一样，14岁的孩子一样，你愿意让他天天喝纯净水，躲在温室里边吗？还是说让他去走向社会，去尝试更多的可能性？对吧？所以说我的一个观点是改革派、激进派，干就对了， 对，就是对吧？社区本身就是一个尝试，这个各种尝试，而且在座的很多人可能都忘了一个事实：区块链是什么？区块链首先是一个开源软件，开源软件意味着什么？就是包容各种尝试，多去试，对，然后万一跑出来呢，对吧？这个是我的一个观点，对。然后整个产业还有一个观点啊，觉得 fork 这件事其实在技术里讲很中性的一件事儿，但其实放到生物里边就是进化，对吧？觉得这个大部分人啊，这个媒体或者 KOL 觉得 fork 啊这个分叉这件事儿是一个不太好的一件事儿，对吧？你愿意让你的孩子、你的基因，对吧？这个像你一样不进化吗？对吧？是不是希望对吧越来越好，越来越好，对吧？有更多的可能性，对吧？所以我觉得是比特币生态的各种创新都值得尝试，都值得鼓励。我自己在这个中国的开源社区尝试了10年，然后为爱发电了10年，我愿意为此尽自己的一些力量。好，谢谢，不好意思，
谢谢 ，OK， 谢谢各位嘉宾。OK， 那刚才其实也谈到了，就是比特币下面如果做 DA， 不管是做 roll up 也好，这其实都会不可避免涉及到跟其他网络的之间交互。但是我们知道，好像以前的就比特币的一些侧链方案也好，或者是说一些跨链桥，像比如说一些就 wrap 的各种 BTC， 其实似乎好像从社区感觉来说不是特别的活跃。那我不知道各位嘉宾觉得，可能如果未来如果要就比特币网络如果要跟其他网络在交互的话，那个可能还会需要有哪些技术的路线可以我们去使用，包括未来怎么去看这种比特币跟其他网络再进一步的一些比如说一些交互，像比如说今天其实像于总包括像 Jack 其实都是会相当是会做一些像利用比特币共识也好，或者是做跨链方面，所以不知道各位嘉宾怎么看这种比特币网络跟未来跟其他网络之间的这种交互的一个技术的方案。这次要不我们还是从潘老师开始。
哎，好，就跨链，当然这2位更专业一点，我觉得是。我觉得是跨链的确是一个非常有挑战的技术，但这也是看你站在哪个角度去看这个你这个生态或者你这个资产是如何流通或者是如何被交易的。那其实现在有非常多关于跨链的这些观点啊，就是特别是举个例子，比如说 Vitalik 他或者是一些人，大家会觉得跨链是一个安全性，它一个不是很对等的一个事儿，就是一个安全的网络和一个不安全的网络，它一定会存在一个木桶短板的一个效应，因为大家的共识不一样，这套的执行的机制不一样，甚至 DA 存在的这个节点的数量又不一样，所以说如果我们再谈2个独立的网络之间的这个跨链的话，我觉得就是会产生一些breach 或者是泄漏，对吧？你从一个网络到另外一个网络，在那个网络很容易就有可能会产生一些问题，我觉得这个是非常有可能的。但是呢，如果我们再换个话题，就是如果说能把一个网络的安全性利用在另外一个网络上，我觉得可能是大家在思索的一个方向，对吧？就比如说 Cosmos 做的这个 IBC 或者波卡做的一些跨链解决方案，其实也是希望在不同网络之间能通过一套相对对等的这个协议，能把大家打通。但是呢，他们这2套协议呢，也是必须要在特定的网络，并且集成了这个协议之后，才能得到一个相对对等的一个安全。但是呢，像比特币、以太坊或者是一些别的网络之间，大家的差异性实在太大了。所以说，如果不能很好的把比特币的安全性带到别的网络的话，这个我觉得就会产生一些价值的这个风险和安全性的因素在里面。所以说，我觉得这是对创业者的一个机会，也是想听听看大家的观点。
对，17、18年我入圈，当时的叙事是这个，不好意思啊，这个当时的一个叙事是公链，包括交易所当时扎堆，然后逐步到19年，其实整个 Cosmos Substrate， 然后其他这些跨链这个需求逐步的出来了。跨链这件事儿极其的这种刚需，对吧？这个回到 Web2， 我这样来去理解，对吧？今天从存储到计算到最早的这种 HTTP 互联网这种连接，这个很重要。TCP、UDP、HTTP， 对吧？ 但是以这样一个视角来看，我们今天这个行业的现状的话，我认为还在单机时代。单机时代，每条链就是比特币链就是一个单链生态、单机生态，上面跑的应用今天还很少啊，大家还在争吵上面应不应该跑更多的应用。以太坊生态今天很独大，这个有各种应用啊，方方面面各种范，有这么多的应用，有这么多资产，但很可悲，我自己其实很反思完今天这种现状啊，包括去年也走了一圈，在新加坡还有北美，还有回到香港，包括今天很嘈嘈杂杂的信号和噪音，噪音大于信号。今天行业还处在单机时代，我们的光最简单的 FT 和 NFT 的这种资产的这种跨链都需要依赖很中心化的。今天交易所很可悲的，今天我们的行业的流动性，一个讲去中心化、讲这个透明开源的这么一个这个行业，它的流动性被中心化的一些交易所给锁定了。对，这个 base 对吧？所以说很核心，这个是需求是极其高，对吧？这个中心化交易所、中心化的一些品牌，这个在倒闭之前都是安全的。我们自己也是这样一路走过来的。就反思像这个怎么讲啊？就是我们从19年来去探索这件事儿，我们 Filecoin 挖矿赚了一个小目标，然后对。极客嘛，这个一般人赚了小目标，然后就游艇会所去了，对吧？这个我们招了浙大系40-50号极客，然后去做探索，去实践密码学最根基的这些创新 ZKP、IMPCTE， 这个是我们真正是踩过坑去趟过的，然后可以去组合创新。我们提出的我们的一个方案，这个 Board Network 发表到 IEEE 上。TIFS 如果大家去看的话，对吧，还是蛮顶级的。然后我们通过提出了自己 Ring VRF 的这样一个算法来解决动态委员会的这种方式。然后因为其实19年我们的一个视角是用轻节点的方案去解决这个跨链，当时其实方案出来了，能用，但是我们是极客。对，如果我们当时选择去 OK， 就先将就着用吧。OK， 今天可能 TVL 几十亿美金，对吧？但其实仍然很早期。但是我们觉得不够优雅，不够优雅在哪里？今天整个其实跨链这个赛道极其内卷，方方面面的这种方案，对吧？就像高手之间过招，你有你的视角，我有我的视角，但行业还很早期。那面向未来，假如未来有成千上万条、数十万条这个基建的时候，应该需要什么样的一个跨链桥？对，所以这个是我们这4年的探讨，40-50号人，这个极客为了梦想，对，然后探索，对，所以说我们觉得这个今年是很关键的这样一年，然后在这个周期里边，可能迎来了 Bitcoin 的 iPhone moment， 对吧？会有更多的应用出来。会迎来整个行业的 HTTP 的 movement， 对，因为今天的流动性、中心化的桥、中心化的这个交易所垄断了流动性，对，核心的，因为整个行业的本质私钥的管理，私钥 1.0 就像小狐狸 ，OK， 对吧？一整片私钥助记词，那私钥 2.0 可以分片了。基因发生了变化，整个行业的会发生变化。对，所以说我们觉得布尔是整个行业的 Web3 的 Swift， 或者是 Web3 的 HTTP， 把行业能够带下下一个时代。就像互联网刚开始的时候，或者是 iPhone 出来的时候，那个对于这种我们自己观点叫全链资产的创造，然后全链应用的创造，那它的一个实现任意链之间任意消息的跨就非常的是关键，够不够优雅？一切才刚刚开始，整个行业才14年。对，我就啰嗦这么多，不好意思。谢谢。
对，那我来讲一讲我对这个比特币跨链的一些理解吧。在我看来，比特币跨链最安全的方式就是不要跨链。就是为什么？我们说要做比特币跨链，我们的目的是什么？跨链它并不是一个目标，它是一个手段。我们跨链的目标是让比特币在被挖出来之后， 能产生更多的价值，能产生更多的 utility， 对吧？那么现在最流行的方式是一个叫做跨链桥的这种方式，让它产生把这个比特币跨到其他的链上，然后去做事情，然后产生收益，这是一个方向。另外一个方向呢，是把比特币交给一个中心化的交易所去做这个 lending service， 去产生这个利息的收益。那么这两个方式其实都不安全。你要么你要相信一个中心化的交易所，你要么你要相信这个跨链桥的这个所有者。所以说它并不是一个很安全的这个让比特币能产生这个额外价值的方式。那么我们Babylon 跟很多的这个比特币社区的这个 stakeholder 有聊过，他们对于比特币的这个增值的这个需求是，我大概说我们大概有5%的收益就可以了，但是我们要求它安全，只要它能安全，那么他们就愿意去把 Bitcoin 拿出去，对，安全是这个重中之重，但是你只要把 Bitcoin跨到另外一条链上，就刚才就跟潘老师讲的，你一定因为这个网络的这个安全性的不对等性，一定会有产生这个攻击矩阵的可能性。所以说，在我们 Babylon 这个团队看来，能真正的让比特币能在其他的生态里面发挥作用的方式，绝对是让它不要跨链，也可以让它发挥作用的这样一个方式。所以这也是我们团队在集中我们的这个精力正在研发的这样一个方向。对。
好，谢谢各位嘉宾。对，其实刚才说到跨链，那么其实跨链的一个基本原动力也是因为想要把比特币，比如跨到其他网络上面，产生一定的，比如说放到其他应用里面，比如说借贷啊或者其他交易的这种应用里面去做更多的尝试。那么实际上最近也有一个概念比较火，叫 BTC-Fi。就是其实也是借了一个这种 DeFi 的，我自己感觉也是借了一个 DeFi 的这种一个概念吧。那么包括现在其实也有一些比特币上更多的基础设施的出现，可能也会能去很好支撑比特币可能在不跨链的情况下进行这种类似于链上金融应用的一些尝试，像比如说 RGB、Taro 或者像 DLC 这种各种各样的协议，其实也在诞生。那我不知道各位嘉宾怎么看这类在比特币上叫所谓 BTC-Fi 的这类应用及基础设施，以及不知道未来是否会随着这些基础设施的诞生，可能我们是否会迎来一个 BTC 的一个 DeFi Summer 呢？我们最后再用一点点时间，我们再进行一些这方面探讨。要不还是潘老师开始？
好。对，就是这个。首先啊，我觉得这个问题也是因为以太坊生态最开始把 DeFi 做得非常大，所以大家就开始关注，对吧 ？BTC 是不是也可以这个在 DeFi 这边可以投入更多，或者是能变成一个 DeFi 为导向的？但这件事情呢，其实比特币本身也因为它的诞生也是因为在2008年之后，对吧？也是因为大家。那个匿名的创始人对于这个现有金融体系的这个排斥，才做的这个 BTC 的这个协议。但是呢，它和以太坊还是存在了非常大的整个，无论是从社区还是这个生态，或者是整体的一个 mindset， 或者是这个思维模式的不同的。那 BTC 的这个网络，大家更关注的安全性其实是放在一个优先级非常高的一个位置的。所以其实 BTC 的硬分叉已经很多年没有过硬分叉了，只有软分叉升级。那以太坊呢，还是在1年1到2次的硬分叉升级的频率，对吧？就在那个昨天早上还是今天早上。那个，对吧？这开放了那个也是这个一次的硬分叉嘛，对吧？能提款，所以说这个上海升级，对吧？所以说这个。这两个这个社区的不同，就会带来以比特币生态，如果说你要做这个和金融方向的事情，它一定是非常谨慎的，因为协议层它第一它不怎么变动，第二它的这个扩容的这个效果也相对比较限制，所以说我会觉得，如果比特币的这个金融方向它能发展得更好的话，一个大前提就是应该要先把闪电网络或者是支付这么一个大赛道能很好的掌握，因为你看以太坊的这个 DeFi， 我们除了这个投机的需求之外， 其实最大的真的能出圈的或者是非常泛用的需求，就是跨国的结算或者是美元的这个结算，很多人都会用 USDT 啊、USDC 啊，对吧？做一些跨境的结算啊什么的，这是一个非常天然的需求。那 BTC 的话，对于小额支付或者是这闪电网络对于这些小额支付的支持，如果说能加上 Taro 或者是更多稳定类的资产，大家接受度更广的这个资产，我觉得这个也是一个非常好的切入金融的机会。那你把这种小规模支付做完之后，那其他的这个需要大量的程序或者是安全性有限制的，我觉得可能要交给未来的在 Taproot 升级之后的这个更多开发者的慢慢的最底层的这些调整，才可能产生一些和金融相关的应用。那它一定是一个非常时间跨度比较长的一个事情，它不太可能在短时间内实现。对。
OK， 在我看来呢 ，Bitcoin Fi 是一个非常好的一个概念，但是它要迎来它的爆发，我觉得有2个点需要做到。第一个点就是在技术方面需要做到能让 Bitcoin 在非常安全的情况下，能把它的价值流到这个 POS 的生态里面去。例如通过比如说叫做 BTC Staking 比特币质押的这个方式，在保证安全的情况下，让它成为这个其他 POS chain 的这个安全性的保障，或者我们说比特币它是一个 digital gold， 它是黄金，它可以成为其他 POS chain 或者相当于其他国家的这个储备金，黄金储备或者甚至美元储备。那么这个怎么样安全的，并且在技术上能实现这个事情，是 Bitcoin Fi 要成功的一个关键点。那么另外一个关键点呢，是这个经济模型的一个设计，因为当你 Bitcoin 的这个市值是远远大于任何其他的这个生态的。那么一旦 Bitcoin 作为黄金或者是美国国债这样一种形式存在于其他国家的这个黄金储备这个储备过程中，对它本身的这个货币的价值，对它本身这个生态会带来什么样的影响？这个是一个非常值得探讨的一个开放性的问题。如果这个问题不解决好的话，那么即便技术上我们能实现这个比特币的这个安全性和这个比特币的这个币本身的这个价值的流通，那么如果经济模型做得不好的话，那这个事情可能危险性还是会很高。所以说我们非常的欢迎大家一起来探讨这个问题，来让比特币能真正的成为去中心化世界的一个基石。
OK， BTC Fi 这样一种叫法，我觉得蛮那啥的。包括其实整个行业是不是 ETH Fi、Solana Fi、BNB Fi， 我重复一下刚刚的一个观点，整个行业今天还在单机时代，行业还没有能够很去中心化的把这个网线各条链之间这个网线网口给插起来，谈上面的一些应用。今天热闹闹的，对吧？这个各种会场，包括丹佛，上面谈各种应用都是单机应用啊，和我们早期玩的这个单机贪吃蛇啊、扑克牌啊这个一样的道理。它的资产整个行业才1万亿。然后那另外，但是我充满期待，这个是现状，充满期待。如果要谈 BTC Fi
那提大家，活动呢会提供同声传译的服务，你只要扫描会看手册的2维码，就可以通过手机收听那个同传的。A friendly reminder for all of you, simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout the sessions. You can scan a QR code on your brochure or at the entrance, and you can listen to the simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next may I invite Mr. Leo, CEO of Antpool, to deliver a keynote on Bitcoin mining. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Leon.
好，大家下午好。 我是 Ampool 的 CEO 吕磊。今天很高兴能有这个机会跟大家一起交流一下比特币挖矿方面的一些想法。那我是2013年创办了行业第一个数字货币挖矿线上社区。那到今年10年了，在这个比特币算力一直屡创新高啊。那在这样的环境下，比特币挖矿现在是怎么样的形式呢？这是我今天演讲的主题。那首先呢，我想和大家用一个短暂的时间，先回顾一下比特币挖矿的一个基本原理。那讲到比特币挖矿，我觉得有3个时间非常重要啊，大家记住这3个时间，对比特币挖矿也就明白了啊。挖矿是通过计算将内存池中未确认的交易确认为区块链上的区块的过程。简单一点说，就是做数学题。挖矿设备在做数学题，猜中了就获得区块奖励。那这里面有3个时间很关键。第一个是10分钟，就目前来说，它的这个协议设定，比特币的协议设定，每10分钟大约10分钟啊，全球产生一个区块啊，就整个比特币网络，全世界的比特币网络这一张网络每10分钟产生一个区块，这也就是矿工获得挖矿收入的主要来源。这个区块产生的时候，就会有区块奖励给到比特币矿工。第二个时间是14天。那比特币网络为了保持它这个每个区块都保持大约10分钟这样均衡的产出呢，它会自动调整挖矿难度。它会在每2016个区块的以后调整难度。那这个区块的间隔时间大约就是14天。那第3个时间就是4年。比特币的区块产出每4年减半一次，那实际上对于这个比特币区块产出减半这个性质来说，对比特币的整个经济模型是影响非常重要的啊。那下面我们就回顾一下比特币减半的一个过程。大家都知道，比特币在2009年的时候，其实大家很少人接受它。那它价值多少钱呢？有一个披萨饼的故事，大家都知道，用1万个比特币换了一个披萨饼啊。那到2012年，比特币发生了第一次减半，区块产出由50个比特币减少为25枚比特币每个区块。那次减半的时候，比特币价格大概是10美元每枚。那第2次减半发生在2016年，第3次减半发生在2020年。那到2020年的时候呢，比特币每枚的价格当时已经到9000美元每枚左右。那实际上，对于比特币挖矿的矿工来说，你每次区块减半的时候，就意味着比特币的币本位的收入是减半的。但实际上，为什么算力还屡创新高，一直往上涨呢？大家可以看到，实际上法币本位的挖矿的收入的增长远远超过了比特币减半的这个减少。那按目前这个速度，大概这个区块第4次减半大概会发生在明年的4月份。那到那个时候，比特币价格会是多少呢？我这里写了5个这个符号，那就是5位数的比特币。当然，我们也希望到时候能够看到6位数美元每枚的比特币啊。好，这是我们简单回顾了一下比特币挖矿的一个原理。那随着这个比特币挖矿这个算力上涨呢，我们再来回顾一下整个比特币网络这个算力上涨的一个过程。同时，我们再回顾一下比特币挖矿设备是怎么发展演进的。那在2019年刚刚比特币诞生的时候，大家都知道，那就是家里面的电脑挖矿 CPU 挖矿。那时候知道比特币的人还非常少。那时候如果你在家里面用一个电脑挖矿，一天是可以挖上百枚比特币的啊！大家可以想象一下，那样的日子应该是很美好的啊。那后来大家就用 GPU 挖矿，因为 GPU 它的计算性能更多的是计算重复计算，所以大家可能都看到过网上的图片，4张显卡插在一个架子上，然后来挖矿，那个性能又比 CPU 高很多。实际上，现在曾经的很多币圈的大佬都做过显卡挖矿啊，比如说用一个集装箱里面布满了显卡，大家可以想象一下，在2011年的时候，一个集装箱的显卡每天可以挖多少比特币？换算成现在的法币单位，那是非常惊人的。那挖矿设备经过 GPU 以后，又到了 FPGA 可编程逻辑阵列，它是什么东西呢？就是一种 半可编程的芯片，它的性能又比 GPU 高，但 FPGA 的存在的时间很短，很快就过渡到了 ASIC， 就是定制芯片。那这里我想说一个还是中国人值得自豪的地方，全球第一台 ASIC 的定制芯片的矿机是中国人发明的，他是阿瓦隆的创始人张南根啊。那个时候他做这个全球第一台矿机的时候，在 bitcointalk.com 上面卖75个比特币一台。大家可以换算一下，75个比特币一台的矿机多少钱？不可想象。但实际上那个时候是，大家也是蜂拥而至，彻夜排队的来购买这个矿机。那时候的矿机到手的时候，大概是，我印象里面大概是在13年的时候，7天回本吧。7天回本以后，每天都在印钞啊。那是就是在13年左右，130纳米阶段。那当时还有一个天才少年叫烤猫，可能在座的很多人已经不记得了啊。那时候13年左右，挖矿是中国时代，有2个非常突出的典型玩家，阿瓦隆加烤猫。烤猫当时在一个矿池上的页面有一个算力的展示，他的那个实时算力展示，他一个人的算力占了全网30%几。大家可以计算一下，一个人的个人算力占全网30%几，每天可以获得多少比特币？那个真是躺赢啊，那真是税后财产啊！但是阿瓦隆和烤猫的这个时代很快也没有持续很长时间，就到了第2个时代，是一个以色列公司叫 Bitfree， 他们做了一款矿机以后，性能也是很快比阿瓦隆和烤猫提升很多。他们的那个平台很快算力一度超过了比特币全网50%，大概在14年、15年左右，在14年错了，在13年下半年年底的时候，他们的网页非常简单，我特别记得他们占了全网这么大的算力，他们简单的网页上还写这句话：我们只是随便玩玩，啊，非常的凡尔赛啊。那这是第2个初始的阶段。那到第3个阶段，我们就知道，我特别记得在2013年11月11号，当时我办那个网站发表了一篇文章，叫《中国的 Bitfree 来了》。他是谁呢？就是比特大陆。那大家知道，到目前为止，比特大陆的矿机已经是市场的份额的绝对领先。那这可以看成 ASIC 矿机时代的比特大陆时代开始了啊，一直持续到现在。到现在2022年 ，ASIC 芯片已经到5纳米级别。刚刚我们回顾了这个整个矿机芯片纳米制成的一个过程，然后我们再来看这个算力曲线，可以看到在 ASIC 初期算力增长没有那么快，但是纳米数的制成的提升速度很快，因为130纳米到20纳米以下的提升是比较方便的，但到20纳米以下，它的迭代速度会比较减缓。但是单台算力，矿机的算力会增大，所以算力增长就会更陡峭。那讲到这个 ASIC 矿机，我们再看一下 ASIC 矿机的这个发展历程。我们以 Bitmain 的 Antminer 就蚂蚁矿机为例。从2013年的第1代 S1到现在最新的 S19XP Hydro， 已经19代的发展。那它从功耗来说，我们可以看到这个 S1的180G 每台的算力，发展到现在 S19XP 255T 每台的算力，这个单机算力差不多增长了1400倍，也就是约3个数量级。然后单位能效比大概下降了90倍。那在这个过程当中，大家可以看到这个矿机的演进，就是单台矿机算力越来越高，单位功耗越来越低。但在这个曲线图里面，我特别想强调一个，大家可以看到这张图的右下部分，就是单位功耗的下降幅度在 S9那个交叉点以后，大家可以看到功耗比的下降幅度明显减缓。这就是因为纳米制程进入了更低的纳米制程以后，矿机的这个技术迭代会相对减缓。那这个图线还会得出一个什么结论？就在这样的情况下，低纳米制程的矿机的寿命会比以往任何时候都长。那这是我们看到矿机的一个迭代发展的一个过程。那讲完矿机，我们再看看算力。现在全球算力是怎么分布的呢？因为我13年就 参与这个行业，那时候还是在国内。大家知道，因为政策的关系，算力发生了大转移。那据统计，现在应该是美国的算力应该超过了50%。我指的美国算力不是指美国人拥有的算力，而是这些矿机部署在美国国土以内啊，它这样的算力，这应该是超过了50%。那美国的算力是怎么构成的呢？美国的挖矿和其他地区的挖矿有最大的不同，它都是由这个挖矿上市公司来主导的，他们已经非常的成熟，就传统的商业这种金融玩法结合的非常深，他们有，据这个他们公开资料统计的话，他们现在北美上市公司矿企合计市值约50亿美元，他们公开的算力合计算力大概71亿，这是公开的数据。那实际上北美算力我们认为应该超过130亿，还有一部分是没有公开的。那在这些这个右下的我的柱状图呢，就是列了这个北美的这个约10家这个北美的主要的上市公司，这里面有算力最多的应该是 Core Scientific， 我去过它的矿产，大家可能觉得以前建矿产挖矿是中国人比较专业，但我去了美国的矿产，有一个现象我真的被我震惊到了，真的给我了一个很大的震惊，他们的矿产非常干净，你知道只有一个，而且货架上都几乎没有尘土，没有灰尘。你知道要把一个矿产数万台的矿机的矿产管理的这么精细，那一定是要投入很大的精力的。然后算力最高的是 Riot 这家上市公司的矿产我也去过，它拥有目前全球单体矿产负荷最大的产地。当时我去的时候，应该它这个矿产的负荷在70万千瓦，7栋厂房，每栋厂房10万千瓦，就在一个地方。那旁边紧接着就是变电站。那这样的类型的北美挖矿上市公司构成了北美算力的主体。在跟他们的 CEO 或者他们的这些高管沟通当中，我发现北美挖矿企业它有个很大的特点，和以往的这个行业里面的玩家不太一样，他们对矿产的建设质量比较高，包括打地基啊，包括钢材的选购啊，质量都比较高。另外一个，他们矿产的建设周期很长。这个我想说一下，你如果去到北美跟他们负责矿产的建设的同事聊天就知道了，美国人在工作的时候真的需要休假，而且他们在休假的时候你是真的联系不到他们，所以他们这个过程是，他们矿产的建设周期确实是很长，大概都要按年为单位来这个计算。另外一个，他们这个非常勇于探索液冷技术，就是我们目前看到的挖矿的液冷都是比特大陆的矿机它是水冷，本身具备这个液冷的能力，但是北美上市公司他们研究的液冷矿产是用不导电的液体放到一个液体槽里面，把整个矿机全部浸没在这个不导电的液体槽里面，然后这个液体把热量带走以后循环出去，冷却后再循环回来。他们非常对这个技术非常这个热衷，这是北美矿企的一些情况。那第二点，特别是发电，电能是非常难储存的，储存的时候耗费大量的成本。那怎么能在它高峰期调节这个平衡？比特币的挖矿的这个参与者可能能参与到这个事情里面来，可能会发生，我觉得可能会延展出很多多种多样的方式。那就随着这个 POW 这个发展，我们觉得 POW 是连接物理世界和虚拟世界的桥梁，就通过SHR-56的算法，通过矿机把能源和区块链结合起来了。我们觉得现在虽然随着以太坊 POS 的切换 ，POS 生态展现出强大的潜力，但我们觉得 POW 区块链也不容忽视。它作为价值锚定和稳定共识的中坚力量 ，POW 我们觉得和 POS 应该会长期共存。还有像刚刚前面那个圆桌嘉宾提到的，在这上面的 NFT 也好，闪电网络也好，也逐渐开始。它既然有这么庞大的共识基础，它上面生长出来的生态，我们觉得有可能是最繁荣的。那我们希望 POW 在不断自我进化的路上能够更绿色，能够提高人类利用能源的技术与水平，实现最纯正、规模最大的区块链共识，实现人类科技历史的跨越。那最后呢，我简单的插播一段广告，就是我们 M-Pool 的这个业务内容。那 M-Pool 呢是成立于2014年，是全球领先的矿企之一， 我们节点遍布全球，为世界各地用户提供稳定、便捷、高效的挖矿服务。同时，我们作为一家区块链基础设施公司 ，M 铺相信科技为区块链世界带来的无限可能。我们致力于支持和发展 POW 社区，比如我们还有 TC 基金会就成立了 LTC Labs 为繁荣 POW 生态做出贡献。下面是我们矿池的一些 APP 的截图，这是经过了很多年的迭代开发。如果矿工用我们的矿池，一定会用起来非常舒服，管理你的矿机一定会觉得这是很好用的产品。那我们的主要业务就是2个方向，一个是挖矿服务，就是大家挖矿必须要接入矿池，希望大家能选择我们。第2个就是我们提供云矿池的服务，就是说大家如果想建立一个自己品牌的云矿池，可以选择我们的云矿池服务。我们可以让大家轻松地构建自己品牌的记账挖矿业务模块，同时享受强大的网络承载能力，还有避免 lucky 波动的风险。你的自己品牌的矿池可以直接享受收益。那右边呢是我们我们的联系方式，最下角呢是我们LinkedIn 和Twitter， 欢迎大家关注我们。好，谢谢大家，我今天演讲到这里，谢谢。
谢谢 Leon 的精彩演讲。Thank you, Leon, for the inspirational speech. So coming up next, may I invite Yan, member of Omni Foundation and Foundation of Omni Boat, for a keynote speech, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Yan. 我用掌声欢迎 Yan。
这么大的空间。刚才挖矿那个话题我听得有点入迷了，因为我在10几年前也在自己家里挖过，然后那个时候挖了几天，然后很快就被我妈妈制止了，所以是一个很美好的回忆。然后我今天就是首先还是感谢肖峰总和各界领导，感谢万象区块链实验室和 HashKey 集团在香港这么一个美妙的城市，主办了如此盛大的活动，并给我一个宝贵机会，有幸代表 Omni 基金会，这样一家在业内耕耘了多年的，它应该是一个最早的比特币2层协议，那么，是一个耕耘很久的一个组织，那么。我首次在香港使用中文面向全球，讲述一下有关比特币生态过去和未来的话题。从技术上讲，在比特币上开发 DApp 发行各种 token 是完全可以做到的。那么，不知道在座的各位有没有过这样的疑问：为什么那些 DApp， 比如 DEX、DeFi 等，一般都建立在以太坊上，而不是在比特币上？这当然有多方面的原因，比如以太坊的原生编程语言更灵活，亦或是以太坊的出块时间更短，同时比特币自身选择了一个更保守的区块大小限制，所以比特币上手续费可能会更高昂等等。但是在我看来，可能这背后其实有更深层的原因。事实上，比特币社区内的技术创新在过去10年一直非常活跃。比如现在大家早已熟知的 NFT 等概念，最早来源和实现都是源自比特币社区。但跟以太坊平台热闹的时间氛围不同的地方在于，比特币上各种创新概念的诞生和应用，往往伴随着社区之内巨大的一种争议和阻力。那么，比特币特有的深深的这种生态文化观念，一直深刻地影响着应用领域在其中的发展，而这些影响可能在长期被低估。那么，眼下随着整体技术观念的不断更迭，人们看待、使用和发展比特币技术的观念也在悄悄改变。我将在此选取3个比特币社区文化观念变迁的历史性时刻，以期回顾和展望比特币的生态发展。首先，第一个历史性时刻就是 还是有关比特币扩容方案的覆盖层。2012年1月6日 ，J.R. Violet 在知名的论坛 Bitcoin Talk 上公布了他的白皮书，叫 The Second Bitcoin White Paper。那么这样的白皮书标题，哪怕放到现在，都属于非常激进。这也为日后 JR 更多的一些疯狂创新埋下了伏笔。所谓覆盖层，通常是指使用了比特币但没有自己的区块链的系统，比如一个 roll up，也许由一串区块组成，但它并不是一个区块链。通常我们可以认为覆盖层在复杂性和维护成本上都比区块链要大大的节约。常见的这种方案，除了我们 Omni 之外呢，还有 Counterparty 以及染色币的其他变种。下面就涉及到一个问题：什么是染色币？大家可以看一下当时 JR 写的这个白皮书。这个白皮书后来形成了 Mastercoin， 当时还在做 Bitcoin Message， 当时还在做 Bitcoin， 的很多人都对这个项目抱有了巨大的期待，包括 Vitalik， 13年的时候对这个项目也非常感兴趣，并且在他自己的那本杂志上，对 Mastercoin 做出了大量长篇的报道。同时跟后来的欧米团队有过相当多的讨论，直接促进了后来以太坊的诞生。另外，在此要恭喜一下以太坊团队，因为他们最近刚刚完成了重要的以太坊上海更新。下面是关于染色币当时在历史上的一些争议。始于2013年的染色币，顾名思义，可以形象地比喻为人们对小额比特币进行染色，用以代表自己所持的其他资产，从而使更多类型的资产都可以通过比特币区块链进行交易。通常一个染色币的 token 会有2个层面组成，一个是映射资产的凭证，另外就是一个被映射的资产。由于欧米尼以及染色币概念的兴起，引起了宣传大波。不过我记得13到14年，在各种交易所上，主流的交易对还是以各种山寨币或者说是比特币变种为主。那个时候在比特币上发行的一些实验性的数字资产还远未成熟。虽然现在比特币上发行资产也不是主流，但是当时对于这样一个重大技术创新，在比特币社区内不可避免地引起了惊涛骇浪。当时主要的这种反对声音就是对 UTXO 的一种滥用，以这位 Jeff Garzik 为主的一个论调，就是说 UTXO 传输一些浪费节点志愿者的网络资源的数据，是对比特币的一种威胁。当时就有很多一些试图去扩展比特币功能的人，就是跟 Jeff 进行频繁讨论。有点有意思的是，后来他参与了一个比特币的侧链项目，所以我很好奇这个项目有没有让比特币存储他之前所批判的这些类似的数据。那么，当时 Vitalik 为代表提出了，当你合理的使用技术，并且产生相应的花费，那么你的行为其实就是有合法性的。所以，像 Jeff 这样的论调，他没有权利代表所有的比特币人。这里是一个关于当年染色币和以太坊2种类型 token 的一个逻辑的分析。 然后我对当时的 token 的一个看法就是，由于你很难去对你持有的凭证认证并且承兑，所以经常会有资产发行方单方面作恶，导致支撑整个 token 的信用体系崩溃。包括 BitShares 在内的很多项目，当时在14到15年左右都做过相应探索。另外，在 token 经济领域，前几天肖峰总也有关于3代币模型等具体的论述，所以这里我就也点到为止。然后，在 token 经济的早期时代，其实也有一些明星项目，包括最早发行，最早在我们的 OmniLayer 上发行 USDT 的 Tether，另外关于 Omni 本身还有一些有意思的可以分享给大家的事情，就是有一天就是跟 OK 的创始人徐总吃饭，然后他就说Omni 那时候大家都在用，但是经常出问题。这里也跟这些行业巨头们道个歉，然后因为 Omni 的开发和维护人员的力量一直很吃紧，所以也欢迎大家前来赞助我们的开发或者提供相应的帮助。虽然USDT 后来取得巨大成功，但是显而易见，它也一直在承受刚才提到的一些承兑方面的压力。总之 ，Omni 在区块链行业历史上的位置有着浓厚的一笔，并且还保持着活力。当时 JR 还有一个很大的创举，就是他在发起这个项目的时候，其实他是最早利用了 ICO 这种形式的。那么，为了开发当时的 Mastercoin， 也就是 Omni 协议，所以他就发动了一个代币众筹。然后，对于这样一个2层协议上的创新理念，直到今天仍然影响着行业内的很多内在逻辑。另外，我顺带提一下，当时 USDT 的创始人跟我说过，他们当时做这个代币的目的是为了解决加密资产当时很难，就是加密交易所很难做法币出入金，所以他们就想到了用一个稳定币来去帮助这些交易所解决这种问题。由此我也想到，我们现在很幸运，就是有众安虚拟银行这样的一个很好的服务，所以现在加密交易所和个人，都可以相对容易的触及到这种法币出入金的业务。这里还有其他覆盖层的项目，我想可能今天已经有嘉宾介绍过了，所以我就不再赘述。我们曾经在跟闪电网络合作的过程当中，也产生过一些其他灵感，包括我在2017年和另外一个企业家也是律师的朋友，有过一个创意，就是把 Omni 上发行的 token 在闪电网络里进行流通。直到18年底或者19年初的时候，我们才有机缘和这种足够的资源去在 Omni 内实现这个技术。目前项目一直在有一个专业团队在推进。然后侧链项目我也不再 做太多的介绍，因为之前的嘉宾有一位是侧链方面的专家，然后我放在这里面是为了让整个演讲逻辑显得更加完整。同时在我看来，覆盖层其实已经可以为比特币带来很多好处，同时构造更简单，对比特币的伤害也更小。让我们把时间线拉到现代，2023年1月20日 ，Ordinals 协议的正式推出。其实我想很多人还没有意识到，因为比特币一开始其实就是支持智能合约的，但是它只是简单的脚本程序。不过我很喜欢这种简单的艺术，我愿称比特币的脚本设计为一种简约的艺术。不可避免的 ，Ordinals 也带给了比特币创新文化的一种巨大的冲击。但是有了之前对比特币扩容方案口诛笔伐的这个珠玉在前，我们可以看到，经过11年后，正反双方的看法僵持点，还是基本不变的。但有意思的是 ，Ordinals 协议这次是直接在比特币链上做很多文章，并且22年初跟比特币改进提案小组直接展开了沟通，所以这种公开的形式也是很有意思。我的一个观点就是，如何利用比特币的可编程性，并且形成一种组合。其实，在 OP Return 输出中的金融交易，在本质上和全节点存储的其他东西没有什么不同。核心的问题在于，比特币的核心圈子一直在奉行一种资源使用最小化的原则，拒绝低成本交易占用区块空间，哪怕像 Omni Layer 这样的一个覆盖层，当年都受到了严重质疑。那么，之前没有出现 Ordinals 这样的做法，很大程度是因为圈子里开发者在坚持初心，而不是因为Ordinals 的技术有特别的突破。虽然我也感到 Ordinals 在主链上存储大量数据的方式不够优雅，但是正如其作者所说，他希望让比特币变得再次有意思起来。那么在这一点上，他非常成功。我非常欣赏这种很浪漫的这种技术行动，同时我也提倡数据的公共领域应该形成相应的这种行为准则，只要支付费用就可以做任何事情的这种说法，听起来不太对劲。我认可的是 Ordinals 吸引人们重启对比特币的一种兴趣，同时对生态观念层面上的这种探索和思考。然后第3个历史时刻，我就选择的是今天，2023年4月14日。此时我们在香港将会一起创造和见证历史。纵观人类科技发展史，相当多的伟大发明其实是人类发现了前人成果之外的用途，并且这种发现和灵感来源不仅是思维和专业的沉淀，我想更多的是一种灵性对人性的一种启示。尽管比特币社区的创新一直非常活跃，很多方面都走在了区块链创新的前沿，但比特币生态的发展 主要仍然是一个主观问题，即社区观念的问题。在我看来，生态的扩展并不总是跟消极相关的，而消极的结果恰恰往往来自于消极的看法和观点。虽然我能够理解一些比特币人的审慎，比特币当时的横空出世是那么的让人激动人心。我到现在还记得10年前第一次接触并且使用比特币的感受。我也知道比特币还承担着其他的使命。不仅是行业上的，甚至可以说是承载着一些人类的特殊使命。因此，在比特币上，每一次改动都将牵动人心。如果我们能够时刻回到当下，秉持着一种不念功利、以超然的视角看待每一次创新的诞生，每一次观念的碰撞，并带着良知良能去做好我们所感兴趣的事情，我相信不仅是比特币社区，乃至区块链行业和人类社会都会因此受用不尽。然后我想，虽然我一直在 Omni Foundation， 但是我也曾经关注过很多这种各种各样的技术领域。但是我想接下来我将会专注于推进比特币生态的发展，并且做出一些行业的贡献。谢谢大家。
谢谢Yan 的精彩演讲。Thank you Yan for the inspiring speech. Thank you. And coming up next, may I invite Ms. Stacy Zhang, founder of JDK Capital, to deliver a keynote on clean energy for mining. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Daisy.
Hello， 大家好，喂，可以听到吗？喂，这个好一点哈。Hello， 大家好，非常感谢大家这个在下午这个时间点来听我来分享一个关于比特币挖矿全球能源布局的一个报告，对，这个终于这个连续3天的时间都是跟 Web3 相关的很多的项目，让我们能够时隔疫情之后再度看到非常繁华的这个现场。那也很难得，我们经历了这么多周期，到今天依然坚守在这个行业当中。今天呢，我们就来主动分享一下关于比特币相关的一些内容。这个因为前面有几位老师已经讲了非常多关于比特币一些比特币挖矿以及比特币网络相关的一些基础介绍，所以呢，我就专注于能源相关的部分呢来做一些相对多的一些分享。那比特币挖矿呢，不仅是维护比特币网络的基本环节，同时也是连接虚拟货币和物理世界的关键环节。那原因很简单，就是比特币的产生是由 mining 来这个计算过程来进行产出的。那我们来分享一下比特币挖矿的一些重点环节。那挖矿的整个过程其实非常简单，就是我们有3个部分和3个重点环节。一个是呢，我们采用比较高效的这个基础设施，就是我们的矿机 miner， 然后同时呢，找到全球最稳定和最价格更低廉的电力，然后进行计算，那产生比特币。同时呢，我们就要有比较有经验的团队管理团队也好，建设团队也好，把这些所有的环节把它连接起来。所以呢，就比特币挖矿本身这个业务来讲，它是一个非常简单和单一的过程。这个就是一个比特币挖矿的一个环节，那这个是就是非常简单就可以产生比特币。 那在比特币从技术角度来讲呢，它的整个原理呢是验证交易和保护比特币基础网络的一个过程。比特币网络中的交易呢被记录到每一个区块当中。矿工们就是像我们这样的 miner， 争相计算，在整个计算记账的过程当中，虽然比较复杂，但是它是非常容易被验证的。计算的过程呢，一旦这个交易过程被认证了之后，那这个整个网络就获得了确认。在确认完毕之后呢，会组成一条新的区块链。在这个区块链的连接区块的当中来连接成区块链当中，矿工们会获得因为我的计算会获得奖励。那这个整个的过程呢是每10分钟产生一次。大家知道2014年，也就是明年的3月份会进行比特币的下一次减半。到现在目前为止呢，每天会产生900个比特币，包括奖励在内。那么每一个区块呢会出6.25个比特币。这个是我们已经看到的，全球来自不同的传统金融机构以各种各样的方式来进行拥抱比特币，有来自支付的，有来自资管的，有来自还有一些上市公司通过购买比特币来作为自己的一些价值储备。那比特币矿机呢，这么多年的发展呢，我们看得到，从我们自己是18年开始进入到这个行业的，到现在为止，比特币矿场及矿机的规模呢，其实是发生了非常大的变化。从这个0910年就最早期的这种通过非常小规模的就在自己家里面挖矿，或者通过电脑或者一些 CPU 的一些设备，然后到至今为止，2013年开始逐渐有专业的当 ISA 矿机出现，到现在有专业的大型矿场，到从最早在中国有70%的比特币的这个算力，到现在主力现在主要是在美国，那美国有将近现在有将近50%的这个算力，这样的一个整个的发展的过程吧。那我们也是见证了整个过程的这个发展。因为刚刚我们也讲到了这个比特币设备的效率的提升，所以我们也看到了带来的结果就是全网难度的上升。那从09年到18年，其实它的生长速度非常快，每一个周期有将近10倍的这个增长。那近2年呢，因为它的基数已经非常大了，从18年开始，我们是18年进入到这个行业，100多亿的这个增长，到现在已经奔着400亿去了。我们能够看到的原因呢，就是基础设施的快速的发展，还有以及传统金融的这个巨头开始关注到这个行业，导致非常多的这个算力的上升。那么这个虽然即使最近前一段时间前一个小周期币价虽然在低谷，但是我们也能同步看到的是比特币难度的上涨。所以在这个阶段呢，其实矿工是比较难受的，就是币价比较低，但是呢但是的这个全网的算力呢却不停的增长。那么我们对于未来算力增长的难度的预期呢，其实也是非常的正向来讲，就是难度还会继续增长，且增长的速度会非常的快。那当然这里面有一些相对比较大的瓶颈，就是矿场的这个建设，它本身是需要一个建设周期的。那除了我们看到矿机本身的发展呢，我们看到它周边的这些设备也是在不停的变化。比如说从我们最早在挖矿的这个传统的风冷的这个冷却设备，到通过密闭式的这个开始有这个像矿箱一样的专业设备，到前段时间非常火爆，大家都在推行的这个液冷，在液冷的同时呢，还有静默式的水冷和液冷。那这样的过程呢，其实有多个原因去推动它完成比如说我们需要更相对因为我们现在 在挖矿的大部分的地方呢，其实都是比较偏远的。那我们希望自己能够去构建一个相对比较好的环境比如说像我们在 Texas 对吧，达拉斯的西部其实是既风沙很大同时又在6到9月份温度又很高，长达50多度。那我们其实，在传统的风冷矿场呢，已经做了非常大的改善，但是在改善冷却的同时呢，我们又没有办法阻挡风沙的进入。因为当阻挡了风沙的进入，又没有办法去排风等等，会遇到了非常多实际的情况。那这也是让我们看到在风冷时代的一个告别式吧。同时呢，我们迎来了新的水冷时代和静默式的这个时代。那我们矿工也是在新的机会里面看到了说，那我们抛弃了传统风冷的这种散热方式选择更加稳定的液冷和静默式的水冷方式，然后消除噪音，更加的环保更加的 ESG。所以呢，这个也是让矿工从原来的个体散户到逐渐机构化的一个重要指标吧。然后呢，这个后面的部分呢，其实也是我重点比较想去跟大家分享的。我们看到了从21年之后全球的这个算力格局的一个巨大的变化先从种类上来讲，从原来我们依靠比较传统的能源，比如说煤炭、火电、天然气到现在越来越多的这个走向可持续发展的这个能源到现在今天还有分享用核电来挖矿的，还有我们之前尝试过用垃圾处理的方式来进行挖矿的，还有以及水电、太阳能，还有风电。这个就是一个逐渐大家开始走向清洁能源和可再生能源的一个过程。然后呢，因为矿工其实某种程度上来讲，挖矿就是一个这个挖矿有点像电池了，它在不断的去储备那些比较边缘化的能源，让这些能源因为它不能上网，没有办法提供给市政，没有办法提供给老百姓来进行日常使用，而我们把这些电力逐渐转化为像比特币这样能够储值能源相关的这个资产这样的一个产生。那么像现在我们选择的地方，因为矿工一定会去选择能源价格最便宜且那这样的场地呢，基本上都是比较边缘的地方。那当然逐渐最近也开始有非常多的产地往更发达的地方、发达地区去发展。那与此同时呢，但我们其实跟传统能源没有这么多的竞争，因为我们选择的地方都是比较偏僻的，因为不能上网而导致这些能源被浪费的这样的一些能源。因为挖矿刚刚提到了，因为挖矿能源的多样性呢，以及整个挖矿产业越来越趋向于环保所以呢，到现在为止，我们可以看到有几个数据可以给大家分享一下。比特币矿业的耗电量呢，其实关于这个问题我先讲一下在几年以前，有一些地方和国家把比特币挖矿定义成高耗能产业那究竟它是不是高耗能产业呢？我分享几个数据，大家可以来进行评估一下。首先呢，这个比特币挖矿的耗电量呢，占全球总能源的耗电量呢0.17%。这个产生碳排放呢，也仅仅占全球碳排放量的0.11%。那上一个年度就指的是2022年的这个年度全球呢这个同比例增长的算力呢增长了45%但是我们的能源使用率呢仅仅增长了25%，这意味着我们的利用能源的效率其实提升了非常的多。最后结论呢是说比特币呢 其实是可持续发展能源当中的非常大的再去推动可持续发展，也自己意识到了我们应该去多使用可持续发展的能源所以呢，我们在可持续发展的能源组合当中呢我们占这个使用量占58.9%。我这个简单话来讲呢，就是我们每用100度电，其中呢58.9度电是来自于可再生能源。这个数据呢，这个相关的数据呢，刚刚上午那个陆海天陆教授其实也提到了，这个是关于一个1年各个行业的1年内的这个电力的使用量。比特币呢是140太瓦时，这个跟化学品相关的这个产生呢是1349这个太瓦时，那其他的行业呢各个行业不同，因为我们知道除了比特币之外呢，其实像传统的铝业，对吧？这个各个方向的制造业、纸业，其实都是非常高耗能的产业。那当然，我在这里面要特地讲一点，就是我们的耗能其实跟传统行业的耗能是不一样的。我们始终使用的是最简单来讲，就是我们用的是边角料能源，对，比如说我们用了一些垃圾处理的能源，比如说我们用了一些不上网的能源，比如说我们用了一些偏远地区无法输送到核心地区的这些能源。那其实这个本身的耗电量呢本身又不大，与此同时呢，我们还用的是边角能源，因为我们这个行业比较特殊，因为比特币不停地在波动，对吧？然后呢，加上比特币这个去中心化的产物呢，让大家特别的关注，所以就容易放大比特币能源的影响对于整个全球能源的影响。这个数据呢是刚刚我们提到了说，比特币的这个挖矿的可再生能源的占比呢是非常高的，58.8%。这个是什么概念呢？全球使用可再生能源的所有国家当中对比起来，德国是占比最高的，德国呢是占48.5%。那么也就是说，每使用100度电，德国有每100度电里面，德国有48.5度电是来自于可再生能源，而比特币每使用100度电有58.8是来自于这个可再生能源。所以我们已经在对比全球最发达且使用这个可再生能源比例最高的国家，我们已经是比它已经相当领先，也相当在意可再生能源的这个使用所以呢在这些地方呢，其实我们也是更加关注这个 ESG 的这个方向吧。这个是一些简单的一些案例吧。对，这个是我们看到的，比如说在风电场旁边的这个德州的矿场，因为大家知道，这个在美国的中部地区呢是风电非常，在美国的中部地区是风电非常发达的。那我们也在德州建立我们跟风电相结合的这个比特币矿场当然全球比较发达的几个地方像巴拉圭的水电，对吧？当然也有人去像老挝这样的地方，老挝的水电，还有澳洲的这个太阳能等等，其实已经有非常非常多的地方在专注的使用清洁能源。但你说是不是矿工故意而为之呢？还是说因为这些清洁能源确实它也是消纳不出去，所以我们来使用了当然我觉得很多程度上矿工只是为去寻找这个电价最低的地方，也刚好这些地方的产生都是由这些不能够持续性产生电力的能源而产生，比如说风电。那比如说像我们自己有一个虚拟矿场的一个规划，就是每天晚上的时候是风地发电量的高峰期，而晚上的时候呢又是这个老百姓就市政用电的低谷。那我们刚好晚上的时候呢，把我们相对算力比较低的机器开起来在美国尤其德州最近这段时间晚上是负电量负电力的价格基本上是在1美分或者是负1美分之间。所以也就是说在晚上的时候，我们凌晨我们使用这个电力，不止德州，当地还会 当地州政府还会奖励我们电费或者是付电费，或者是1到2美分左右的电价。所以呢，我觉得未来很可能会随着这些边缘的能源的释放，然后呢，大家会去来进行像电池一样去调控自己的这个机型。对，这个是一些光伏发电的一些矿场。刚刚我们其实重点已经提到了，我们其实并没有在使用一些核心的能源，因为核心的能源电价工业电电价的成本是比较高的，所以矿工一直在寻找这些跟相对比较边缘的能源那这个数据呢，就是说我们如果跟黄金开采相比较来讲我们其实挖比特币的这个耗电量呢和黄金开采的用电量呢其实是相当的，所以呢，比特币矿工其实并没有跟其他的行业，尤其是重要的工业行业和一些居民用电所竞争相同的能源，而是我们去使用的都是相对比较边缘和废弃的能源。然后那这个刚刚其实我们也提到了这个数据就是我们整个比特币的能源的使用量呢，在全球能源只有0.17，也就是它的使用量是非常非常小的，这个我们是可以看到的。我们然后呢，以及比特币的这个耗能的耗电量和很多传统的其他的产业的比例也是更加可忽略不计。最后呢，我们再简单分享一下，因为从2021年开始，我们也去了非常多的地方从中国的内蒙、云南、四川、新疆，对吧？到哈萨克斯坦、俄罗斯、中亚地区，到欧洲冰岛、挪威，再到了巴拉圭，还有以及到了美国的非常多的州。其实我们也想跟大家分享一下这几年的一些算力的变化。这个数据呢，就是从最早2020年之前吧，2021年之前，可能70%的算力都是在中国。那现在有将近35.4%的算力在美国，然后以及中亚、加拿大等北美地区。那么这个移动的变化呢，这个时间非常短，仅仅是1年的时间，就把这个整个算力格局变成了一个巨大的改观。北美洲呢，大家知道这个几家比较大的上市公司包括一些金融公司所采购的算力和比特币都是来自于北美地区，像 Marathon Riot 他们都是甚至在未来有可能有1 gigawatt 以上的这个场地所以呢，美国确实成为了这个挖矿的核心地区。北美地区，那南美地区呢，主要是我们自己在巴拉圭也进行了比较多的尝试，但巴拉圭最近开始因为合规涨了很多的税，那巴拉圭、阿根廷、巴西、委内瑞拉这些南美地区呢，因为它的水利资源非常发达，我们也看到了非常多的矿工去那边。中亚地区呢，因为它火电能力很发达大家知道，在这个哈萨克斯坦，其实是因为离中国交界很近嘛，所以21年的时候有非常多的中国矿工选择去了哈萨克斯坦和俄罗斯最后欧洲这个地方呢，因为欧洲的水电呢其实是非常发达的，像我们早期去挪威和冰岛的时候，它的电费比现在的北美价格还要低，而且像以 Genesis Mining 这样的比较大的企业呢，一直在冰岛和挪威去发展新的业务，还去做一些供暖的这些设备，所以他们是比较早就被开发的这个地区。最后呢，总结一下，就是说，我觉得未来呢，比特币挖矿会逐渐进入到这个 ESG 的这个方向，因为有越来越多的大资金和大企业开始去关注比特币挖矿。那在这个的前提的基础呢是ESG， 因为我们走到的这些地方，刚刚提到，不管是欧洲也好，还是美国也好，其实都是非常在意 ESG 也非常在意说我们为这个社会提供了如何的贡献，我们消耗了这些能源。我们带来什么样的价值？所以呢，因为这样的一个前提，所以我相信未来比特币的挖矿会逐渐在越来越进入更加 ESG、更加可持续发展的方向。 因为它的商业模式越来越简单无非就是我们利用了稳定的电力，然后我们提供采购更高效的miner， 然后我们产生更低价的这个更绿色的比特币。所以呢，这样一个简单的商业模式呢，也推进了更多的企业开始去传统企业开始去关注到这个产业。那最后呢，就是也是我们也同时在布局的，就是关于分布式挖矿和虚拟电站，就是我们会利用更加边角料的电力、更加低价的电力和更加低价的能源和更加小规模的这种试验方式，在全球各个分布式的地点和分布式的场景下进行比特币挖矿，然后我们去利用起来这些不被重视、开始不被关注的这些能源吧。好，这个就是我整体的分享谢谢大家然后最后介绍一下JDK Capital 我们是从2018年就开始专注在比特币挖矿这一个产业里面我们有如果大家有关于对于比特币挖矿感兴趣，比如说企业有想要挖矿，您有能源，我们可以提供资金和配资；如果您有自己的矿机，我们提供托管服务；然后如果有算力，我们也可以进行算力交易。所以我们为这个行业提供了非常多的基础设施，然后我们同时也有这个 mining fund 帮助大家一起去建设比特币矿场和比特币算力的基础搭建吧所以也期待跟大家合作，谢谢大家。
谢谢 Daisy 的精彩分享，谢谢。Thank you, Daisy, for the inspirational sharing. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, may I invite Mr. Ethan Vera, CEO of Luxure Mining, to deliver a keynote on mining finance. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ethan. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Ethan. I'm one of the co-founders of Luxure. Thanks for sticking it through to the afternoon here. I know people are probably pretty tired, so I appreciate it. Today I'm going to be talking about the active management of mining. This is a topic that's not often talked about. A lot of people think mining is very passive. You buy a machine, you plug it in, wait 3 years and see what happens. But really, the best miners and the most sophisticated miners out there are actively managing their portfolio, and I wanted to walk through that process. So we're about 1 year out from the halving. It's going to take block reward from 6.25 BTC down to 3.125. That is going to significantly reduce the amount of reward that miners have, and heading into that, miners really need to prepare their operations to make sure they can survive the halving. The best miners will look to leverage every solution out there for them, financial services, technology advancements, and get the leg up on their competition. And you'll start to see a real differentiation in the best miners to the ones who aren't as good. That's one unique part about mining that's very unlike staking. You could give $1 million to company A, $1 million to company B, and they will have very different investment returns. They'll make different decisions on ASIC procurement, deployment, financial services. Even in some cases, one company may become a $1 billion valuation while the other company becomes bankrupt. And so leveraging these tools is quite important. There's dozens of tools that miners can use out there, but today I'm going to touch on 3 main ones. Hedging, using hash price derivatives, firmware on the machines, and then finally, ASIC portfolio management. So starting off with hash rate derivatives, this has been kind of a buzzword over the past few years, and it's really coming to fruition now. Taking a step back, looking at a mining operation, what miners are doing is they're purchasing ASICs and running them. What ASICs are in simplicity is a computer, and what those computers are producing is compute power, something that we call hash rate in mining. Hash rate has a value ascribed to it by the Bitcoin network. So the Bitcoin network is willing to pay miners to secure and validate the network. And so at any point in time, you can measure the value of a unit of hash rate in Bitcoin terms. That's determined by the mining revenue, block subsidy, and transaction fees, as well as your slice of the pie, which is network hash rate leading to the difficulty level. And so that concept we call hash price. How much Bitcoin does each unit of compute generate over a certain period of time? As you can see here, hash price is actually quite volatile. WTI oil, we usually consider a very volatile commodity, and the oil industry is very volatile, yet miners are facing an even more volatile asset class. Historically, there haven't been a great way to push that volatility to a buyer and hedge risk. But now there's a suite of products that allow for that to happen. And so miners are leveraging that to their ability. We've done a little bit of modeling on hash rate derivatives over the past few years to come up with some key themes. On the right-hand side here, you can see what hash rate derivatives look like and what discount you can expect by locking in your hash price for a certain period of time. As you can see, hash price trades in backwardation, meaning that over time, the longer the duration, the steeper the discount of hash price, largely a reflection of network hash rate coming online and mining economics dropping. So taking that into account, we've modeled out since 2020, which we think is a pretty good view as we went through the 2021 bull market as well as the subsequent fall in 2022. As you can see in some of these charts here, a hedged miner actually loses money on the way up because they're locking in revenue at a lower cost while price is rising, but they save money on the way down. And so over the long run, actually, the total cash flow is very similar for a hedged miner versus an unhedged miner. But the really key aspect to this is that the variation of cash flow, the volatility, has been significantly reduced. The unhedged miner faces a standard deviation of cash flow of 33%, whereas with a 12-month hedge, it's only 12. What that means is that hedged miners can survive bear markets. If mining economics drop, they'll survive. At the same time, having consistent and stable cash flows really changes the investment profile of a mining operation. And so capital providers are willing to lend money at a lower rate to miners that are hedging and reducing that volatility. Moving on to technology number 2, which is firmware. And for us non-engineers in the room, the simple way of thinking about this is software downloaded onto the hardware device, onto the ASIC. So all ASICs come with firmware. Bitmain, MicroBT ship stock firmware from the company. And that firmware is needed for the machine to run. Historically, manufacturers haven't put a lot of work into the firmware. They've focused on other areas of the machine, and that's left a lot of features that miners wished were there. And so third-party companies have gone and built custom firmware that have added a lot of optionality to miners to leverage. Talking to two of those options, underclock and overclock. Underclock represents lowering the hash rate of your mining machine, but at the same time, it lowers the electricity usage even more, which results in a higher efficiency for your machine. For example, an S19J Pro can go from around 30 joules per terahash down to 27 or 26, depending on operating conditions. And so miners use this to improve gross mining margin. As you can see in the top right here, it improves the overall margin of mining. The other method that miners are using is overclock, which means that you're increasing the amount of hash rate that the machine is delivering. You can increase an S19J Pro from 100 to 130 terahash, but then also increase the power usage as well. While it does decrease gross margin, it significantly improves the return on investment capital. And so these two techniques can be used depending on market conditions to improve the cash flow of mining operations. We've done some modeling as well, looking at the cash flow of an S19J Pro over the past few years and looking at what would happen if you use custom firmware. What we can see is that if you leverage a dynamic solution where in bull runs you are overclocking your machine and in bear markets you're underclocking, you significantly improve the cash flow profile. For example, for a medium OPEX miner mining in 5-6 cent range, you can improve your cash flow for a single machine from under 15,000 to 17,000 by leveraging custom firmware. Some of the most sophisticated miners are leveraging multiple data sources, so they're bringing in mining economics from the blockchain, at the same time operational aspects, and then they're running scripts to automate a lot of this, when they should be overclocking, when there should be underclocking. And finally, last is ASIC portfolio management. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of people think mining's simple, buy a machine, leave it. But there's times in which it makes sense to own certain machines versus others. Over the past 4 years, we've been collecting a lot of data on ASIC prices, and so fortunately, it's allowed us to do a lot of interesting analysis into ASICs, as well as we have this for free, all this public data on hashrateindex.com. One of the interesting analyses we look at is the price of machines relative to the price of Bitcoin, something that we describe as the beta to Bitcoin. The key analysis here is that new generation machines have a low beta to the price of Bitcoin, whereas old generation machines have a very high beta to Bitcoin. In practicality, this works because in falling markets where mining economics are dropping, a flight to efficiency happens where people rush to the most efficient machines like the S19 XP because it is the furthest away from break-even levels and it's better in low economic environments. And so there's some stability in the price of these very highly efficient machines. On the flip side of that, the old gen, so in the depths of a bear market, old generation machines trade almost like paperweights. An S9 was basically free in 2020. You could buy it for essentially the value of recycling it, maybe a few dollars. But when mining economics improved, like we saw in 2021, the value of these machines increased significantly. It went from effectively 0 to 500 within a few months. And so owning different generations of machines can allow you to capitalize on different areas of the market cycle. This analysis isn't a one-size-fits-all, so not every miner can use the exact same strategy. It really depends on the operating costs and the profile of each miner. If a miner has very high cost of power in the 7 to 9 cent range, then they have limited flexibility in how low they can go in terms of efficiency tiers, because if they go too low, they'll be losing money. And so they have to trade within a tight range of the highest efficiency machines. Whereas if you have low cost of operations, 5 cent kilowatt hour or lower, it allows for more flexibility to drop down the efficiencies and allow for more flexibility there. So we did a lot of modeling this out as well, this idea of ASIC portfolio management, to see what the difference would be. I briefly touched on this earlier, but the idea is that during bear markets, near the depths of the bear markets, you're consolidating on lower efficiency machines, and then in the top of the bull run, you're consolidating on high efficiency machines and turning your fleet more efficient, and you want to be trading your ASICs as such. And so an example of this that we took is in the bottom right here, where at the beginning you're running a top-of-the-line efficient machine. At the depths of the bear market, at the end of 2020, you're consolidating into lower efficiency tiers, and then you're trading back into the high efficiency tiers near the top of the bull run. And you can see a difference in cash flow here of almost $2,000 based on that ASIC portfolio management. Now, in the real world, it's not as easy as trading on paper. There's physical cost to doing this. You have to unplug the machine, box it up, ship it out, get a new machine, plug it in. But many times the cash flow difference justifies all of that work. And so we see a lot of sophisticated miners and some of the top miners that we work with practicing this ASIC management portfolio, a topic not often talked about. So today we talk through 3 different strategies: hedging hash price, firmware, and ASIC portfolio management. Again, there's dozens of tools out there, so really I just selected 3 of many that you can layer in. Once you start layering these strategies on top of each other, they actually accumulate in terms of their effect and compound on each other for starker differences in cash flow. And so when you leverage all 3 strategies at once, on the bottom here, you can see there's a huge divergence in cash flow for an actively managed miner to a passively managed miner. And so a lot of miners are kind of layering this on, finding ways to get more cash flow. And for them, that's very critical, especially given that the halving is coming up, mining rewards are decreasing, and they need to find every way to get profitable. So I appreciate everyone listening. I put my contact information here, and I'll probably hang around after the stage after a bit. Again, I'm the co-founder of Luxor. We run mining software, financial services. So we operate everything from mining pools, ASIC trading desks, derivatives, firmware. We're based in Seattle in the United States, but we have team members across all major hubs of mining. And you can find me and the company at the following website, as well as online over email and Telegram. So thank you so much. Appreciate it, and I hope everybody has a good rest of the conference.
Thank you, Ethan, for the insightful speech. And if you have any questions for mining finance, do feel free to reach out to Ethan. Thank you, Ethan. A gentle reminder for all of you. So throughout the festival, you may collect stamps from the areas across the exhibition hall, and you may refer to the logos page for details. And with a complete collection of the stamps in one area, you may proceed to the information desk to redeem a corresponding gift, and each visitor may collect once a day. And every gift is limited to 500 pieces and will be given out on a first-come, first-served basis. And also, simultaneous interpretation is provided during all sessions. You can scan the QR code on the brochure or on at some areas at the entrance. And you can then listen to the simultaneous interpretation through the mobile phone. So it has been an information-packed and inspiring afternoon session. And now may I invite the following guest speakers on stage for a roundtable on the topic of halving Bitcoin. Can this be the starting point for the next bull market? Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Colin Wu, founder of Wu Blockchains, and Discuss Fish, co-founders and CEO of Kobo. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the speakers in the following session.
哎，大家好啊，这个不好意思，今天我们是用普通话交流。对，如果有一些嘉宾他比较擅长的是广东话或者英文的话，那么可能需要要一下同声传译或者什么啊。神宇虽然这个行业里的人大家都很熟悉了啊，但是可能在场有一些圈外的观众，要不就麻烦您先自我再简单介绍一下啊。
大家好，我叫沈宇，然后呢，算是一个老韭菜和老矿工了。那我在2011年的时候吧，正式的参与了整个中国的区块链早期的建设。在2013年的时候呢，推出了第一个中文的世界的矿池 F2 布鱼池。也一度成为了全球最大的比特币以太坊矿池，我们峰值的时候有超过1/3的比特币的算力，有一个小插曲吧，我们也是世界上唯一一个团队对比特币进行过一次成功的双发攻击的团队。然后到了2017年之后呢，我们发现区块链开始有了大量的应用，但是围绕着安全和私钥管理，这里面暴露出了非常多的风险敞口，所以作为一个比较擅长做技术设施的公司吧，我们就 成立了 Kobo 这样一家专注于私钥管理及其衍生风险的一家公司。所以这家公司大概目前做6年多的时间，主要围绕着钱包安全、底层的资产的托管，从全中心化半中心化的 MPC 协管到完全的去中心化的链上智能合约多签的产品形态都有涉猎。OK。
好的，这个我也简单介绍一下我们吧。对大家如果阅读新闻的话，可以在 Twitter 或者是Telegram 或者是公众号等平台搜索我们的这个无说或者无说区块链。对，然后其实可能如果有神宇他其实是这个crypto 这个中文圈这个最乐于分享的一个人，所以其实很多信息他也都曾经在各种各样的采访或者自己的文章中发表过，所以大家其实也可以去网上搜索一些他过去的观点。其实某种程度来说，他应该是这个咱们这个华语行业中最乐于向大家分享的一位这个早期大佬啊。这个，所以我们回到这个最早期，就是其实这个币圈呢，它可以分成几个阶段。最早期的我理解应该就是这个2015年加入的这个行业的人，而那一批行业的人，尤其在中国，可能是主要以矿工为主。那么下面就想请神鱼分享一下这个你刚进入行业的时候是一个什么样的契机，以及那个时候这个圈子的氛围是什么样的一个氛围。其实很多早期的一些文章非常有意思，说是这个，比如大家都在一个 QQ 群里面，是吧？这个也是一些很有意思的一些意识。大家其实有的可以去搜索一些文章，包括有一些，我记得神鱼还接受过一些视频采访，是吧？这些都可以看。对，就可能麻烦你再给大家分享分享啊。
我其实进入整个圈子其实是一个很偶然的因素。我当时在上大学，然后呢，在一个很无聊的下午，在图书馆看书上网的过程中，突然看到了2次关于比特币的新闻，可能是比特币突破$1的这个新闻。然后呢，我就很好奇去 search 了一下什么是 Bitcoin， 然后就发现了中本聪的这篇白皮书。然后读完这篇白皮书之后呢，就非常的震撼。然后接下来就花了3个月的时间，基本上除了在床上躺着，看这些 Bitcoin 的一些论坛、一些社区的讨论，然后基本上没下床，包括吃的都是宿舍的同学帮我带回来的。然后呢，经过了3个多月的那个论坛的逛完之后呢，发现整个当时的 Crypto 的世界还是一群加密极客。大家都有各种各样的天马行空的 idea， 在当时看起来可能不太能行，但是底层的逻辑好像又似乎符合逻辑。就加密货币它最核心的问题是说，把货币怎么通过把它数字化之后，在全球自由的去流转，同时呢又不被双花的这件事情，它把这个事情虽然都是一些很成熟的技术，但是它把它组合的非常的好。所以作为一个工科生就被这些技术讨论深深的吸引，所以后来我基本上大学后面就没有好好上学了，就基本上在比特币的社区里面做一些早期的见识和探索。就最早呢，我们是把国外的一些技术类的文章翻译到中国，然后也交到了非常多的国内的一些朋友。所以最早呢，大家国内社区呢基本上是围绕着QQ 群作为一种交流手段比如说大家可能还能看到的一些群，比如说听到的一些群吧，比如说和平饭店，然后还有一些很神秘的群组当时大概在我的印象中，可能总共有4-5万人这样的一个群体。一方面是一帮加密极客，另一方面呢是说是很多国内很巧合当时拥有了大量显卡资源的一帮人。那帮人最早是做诺基亚手机、水货手机的那个破解的，但是突然 iPhone 火了，这帮水货手机没有了市场，所以他们手里有大量的闲置显卡资源，就也刚好发现了比特币，就切进来就用显卡挖矿。所以基本上当时在2011年到13年的这个阶段，基本上中国的加密生态就是这2帮人，一帮是充满着各种理想的加密朋克，一帮是这种脚踏实地的拿着显卡的突挖矿的这帮矿工。然后所以很幸运的是，中国在很早的时候就切中了整个加密赛道里面非常核心的挖矿的这个领域。因为当时在整个加密生态里面，其实能做的事情不多，只有2件事情。 交易和挖矿。到了2013年之后呢，就开始涌现出了很多华人背景的交易所，因为大家经历了在 Web2 世界里经历了一轮这种团购大战之后呢，一些公司就转行到了crypto 加密的交易所的赛道，也成为了现在大家可能很多耳熟能详的一些加密交易所的一些前身。所以当时基本上是这样的一个状态，所以大家都每天都在讨论各种各样很兴奋的 idea 和想法。但是10年多过去了，这些很多的想法和 idea 其实现在已经变成了现实。比如当时讨论的稳定币的一些想法，一些早期的去中心化交易所的一些 idea， 其实现在都纷纷的实现了。所以我觉得呢，站在现在去回看过去，其实当时看起来很多不可思议的一些创新、一些 idea 都能够实现。那么今天我们已经到了一个更好的阶段。已经有了大量的链上的基础设施和应用，所以我觉得未来越来越清晰了。OK，
谢谢神鱼分享了一些这个最早期的这个状态，包括他提到这个和平饭店的 QQ 群，大家有兴趣可以去这个百度上搜索一下或者谷歌，关于这个早期的这个中国的这个比特币的世界是社区是怎么形成的，其实有非常多有意思的事情也有很多视频的采访，包括大家熟悉的宝二爷这个行长这个吴继涵等等，都可以在这个搜索引擎中自己看到非常多的信息。对我下一个想跟神鱼聊一聊的就是，其实这个行业我感觉2017年是一个中生代，就是在2017年，因为迎来了这个行业的最大的一个牛市。其实现在的很多的知名的人士都是在那个时候变得更加的耀眼，比如像这几天比较火的这个孙哥是吧？然后比如像 CZ 赵长鹏，包括很多的这个中国相关的一些公链不管是什么 Neo 还是量子链这个等等，就你怎么，但是也有很多人回过头来觉得这个2017年更多的只是充满着 ICO 的各种乱象。对，从这个我们现在回顾看2017年，你觉得那个时代或者说那个时候的行业的意义，有什么值得想回顾或者值得分享的东西，或者你印象比较深刻的
？2017年这一波 ICO 的狂潮呢，其实站在今天回看，我觉得有一个非常重大的意义，其实是可能被大家忽略的。虽然在2017年有了非常多的 ICO 的泡沫，涌现了很多的可能投机然后这种甚至直接的是诈骗类的项目，但是我们站到2020年、2021年来回看的话，其实它给以太坊的生态上带来了大量的链上的资产品类。这也是我们过去2年 DeFi 能够爆发的一个直接推动因素，因为资产足够的多了。有不完全的数据统计可能在2017年的1年里面就有20-30万个 ICO 项目的诞生。那如果我们类比 ICO 和 IPO 来看，那在现实世界里面不可想象有这么大量的 IPO 的发生，甚至可能10年都不可能有这么大的数量级。所以虽然可能在当时的过程中有大量的泡沫、大量的诈骗的事件层出不穷，但是经过一轮行业周期的沉淀，好的项目、好的协议依然存活下来了，并且在持续的不断的迭代，在这个废墟中又涌现出来了新的创新。所以整个行业基本上就是这样一轮又一轮的泡沫破灭重建的过程。它典型的是说底层是有一套基础设施，以区块链底层的性能和一些底层的公链的基础设施和应用层两个场景去互相驱动的一个过程。那一旦有了大量的泡沫，然后带来了大量的应用这种爆发，就会倒逼底层的区块链的基础设施去完善自己。但是到了一个泡沫的顶点，发现这个区块链底层的基础设施是不能去支撑整个应用的进一步的发展，这时候泡沫就破灭了，然后进入了一个沉淀期。这时候就有非常多的各种各样的极客，他们就会去迭代底层的基础设施，去为未来下一次的爆发做好基础设施的铺垫。所以这也是这个行业这么快持续不断迭代的内在的驱动因素。所以我觉得泡沫是好事情，只是说在泡沫中的每一个的个体，我们需要保持一定的冷静，需要做符合逻辑的事情， 但长远来看，从行业周期来看，这是个好事情。OK。
对，神鱼这个确实也是。非常有道理，对，就是因为我们可能普通的人可能会觉得啊，2017年是一个充满着泡沫，而且可能整个行业 ICO 非常混乱的一个状态。但是现在来看，其实很多在2020年或者2021年涌现的项目，他们其实也是17年、18年开始做的，不管是这个Uniswap 还是现在的一些更多的DeFi 的相关的协议啊，以及一些公链，像波卡或者是 Filecoin， 他们也都是在那个时候开始做。因为它本身的这种协议层面，它可能并不像一些中心化的机构那么高效，它可能还是需要一段的时间来把这个事情才能够做得更好。所以其实很多在这个2017年，他们投了很多项目，但是到了2020年、2021年出现的1000倍、万倍币，他们回头一看会发现啊，原来其实是在17、18年投的一些这个所谓的优质项目，对。所以您刚才也提到了 DeFi， 对，就是2020年、2020年、2021年一个最重要的事情，可能就是这个 DeFi 的兴起，对。包括您自己这个当时也是这个最有名的一个这个矿工啊，这个 DeFi 矿工，从一个实体的矿工到了一个 DeFi 的矿工。您具体这个接触或者说对 DeFi 产生浓厚兴趣的时候，大概是一个什么阶段？然后包括也经过了这么DeFi 之下经过了几年的沉淀，对你对这个 DeFi 这个行业有一些什么新的看法了没有
？OK， 其实我个人接触 DeFi 其实是在2018年、2019年的那一个牛市的末尾或者熊市的开始，其实开始有了一些 DeFi 协议的涌现。在 US 上，在以太坊上有一些早期的协议，只说当时的 DeFi 没能大规模的应用起来，缺乏一些驱动的因素，所以到了我在上面花了一些时间，然后花了一些资产在上面探索，发现亏了都差不多了，所以后来就没有继续了。到了2020年、2021年开始，然后整个 DeFi 明显出现了一个拐点，出现了以 Compound 为代表的流动性激励的一个新的热潮。所以当时这个拐点来临的时候，我有一个比较好的习惯是说，我会在行业可能各种试错的前沿方向上面，我愿意去花一些时间、精力和一些成本去试错，然后去建立一个观察。然后同时又给它定一个指标，如果这个指标拐点到来的时候我就再去花点时间和精力和成本去进一步的研究。到了2020年、21年的时候，我发现开始出现了一些 DeFi 数据上的改良和用户的涌入的时候，我又花了点时间。我当时去看了2-3天之后，我发现这个市场完全不一样了，它好像自发的成长起来了。后来我就开始投入了大量的精力，然后放了大量的资产进去，在 DeFi 里面做一系列的操作，包括也呼吁身边的朋友，然后群里的人，大家来看一看 DeFi 其实已经发生了一个质变，所以也比较幸运吧，抓住了 DeFi 的这一波，做好了一个矿工的一个过渡吧，从原本的物理世界的 miner 变成了链上 DeFi 的一个玩家，这样的话可能对现实世界的制约就更少一点了，因为过去很长一段时间都苦哈哈的找电、挖矿跟各种各样的物理世界打交道，然后这样其实对于一个偏技术向的同学，其实压力还是蛮大的。发现 DeFi 之后，发现 OK， 我们在整个行业积累了非常多的早期的技术积累。有非常多的优势，然后我们对私钥的管理、对底层安全的极致的追求，在这个链上的世界里面更好的能发挥出来，所以我们后面一路就在 DeFi 里面去 build 各种各样的我们内部用的一些基础设施，然后呢去完善我们的这些效率。那近期呢，我们也会把这些我们内部的一些自用的工具逐步的开放出来给大家来使用，也欢迎大家来体验。OK。
好的，这个我们继续沿着这个历史往下说哈。这个2020年是一个 DeFi 之下，然后到了2021年呢，其实又进入到了一个 NFT 爆发的一个时代。 围绕着 NFT 啊，还有各种小图片呀，还有这个游戏啊，其实某种程度现在它的势头应该更胜过于 DeFi， 因为 DeFi 它可能面临一些监管呐，或者是各方面的因素啊，尤其是一些 Terra 这种暴雷以后会存在一些问题。但是 NFT 它似乎跟主流的结合更加的清晰，对。其实很有意思，这其实是一个圈内人没有想到的。我记得这个Vitalik 说过，就是他觉得最让他惊讶的就是这个 NFT 的爆发，他其实根本没有想到说 NFT 会有一个这么大的爆发，这个尤其是完成了对于这种数字收藏品的确权交易流转，很切实的改变了这样的一个刚需的这个需求啊。这个神宇啊，它其实这个有一个特点，就是它这个确实什么都爱玩啊，这个就基本没有它不玩的啊。这个 NFT 它也是玩的非常多啊。这个从现在的这个角度来看，你觉得这个 NFT 的前景是不是怎么说一个非常非常好的一个前景？而且也很多创业者，就如果我觉得在场可能也有不少，对于这种 NFT 啊这个的创业者，你有一些什么自己的想法啊或者建议没有？
NFT 虽然我个人玩的比较多，我亏的也比较多，所以基本上在 NFT 界我是一个著名的繁殖。OK， 在 NFT 市场，我觉得其实是一个很有趣、很好玩的一个市场。它有一个非常大的特点呢，是说它相对的很分散化，和区块链的其他的不太一样。像 DeFi 啊，它头部效应非常的强。然后它链上都是承载着高价值的交易，因为区块链的空间毕竟很宝贵。但 NFT 市场不太一样的点是说 ，OK， 有大量的割裂的社群，每个社群有自己原生的特质和文化特征，所以在这样的一个社群里面，你很容易找到身份认同感。所以在2021年NFT 刚开始涌现的时候，我们有很多朋友半夜3、5点睡不着觉，很兴奋打电话跟我们聊 NFT。这个协议多么的好，多么的切中人心，然后有什么样的文化价值，一聊就聊一个通宵。所以我们看到了有非常多的这样的能够切合各种各样文化群体的大家的一些内心的情感需求的一些价值开始涌现，包括一些社交资本等价值。所以从这个维度来讲 ，NFT 它的成功和存在是有一定的价值和意义的。另外一个角度来讲，其实对广大的年轻的小朋友来讲，其实 NFT 整个领域相对 Crypto 的世界里面，它的进入的门槛很低，它不需要懂很多密码学的知识，它也不需要有大量的资金，是吧？它只要有一定的艺术鉴赏能力，是有一定的人文精神，其实大家看到的是不一样的一些场景和实验，所以让 NFT 世界里面，尤其是00后进来了非常非常多的人，并且 NFT 在早期阶段，因为大家为了做 IP， 为了打造一个社群，所以基本上的进入的成本也都是非常的低廉的。我们也看到了 NFT 市场里面充斥着大量的这种一夜暴富的这种故事，所以也带来了很多的这种新鲜的血液。所以站在现在来看呢 ，NFT 可能经历了 NFT 的周期可能很短，我们感觉可能也就是一个3个月左右的情绪周期，可能也经历了3、4轮的一个快速的周期。那么站在今天相对一个熊市的市场来看 ，NFT 其实它跟很多的 IP 流量结合，其实让整个 Crypto 世界变得更加的多元。所以这一点特别重要，因为未来还是属于年轻一代的。所以在这样的一个条件之下 ，NFT 也带来了很多的行业的新生的力量。所以我个人，虽然可能亏了很多钱，但是个人依然非常坚定的看好整个 NFT 市场对 Crypto 的未来的一些带来的一些新鲜血液。另外呢是说，我们可以看到现实世界里面有很多资产，它都是非标准化的。这些资产其实在链上很难通过标准化的通证来表达，那么 NFT 是一个很好的资产品类，它可以承载很多一些现实世界的资产。从这个角度切入的话，我觉得未来 NFT 市场还大有可为。所以它可能不单单是我们现在看到的 PFP 这些收藏价值，它可能还有很多跟现实世界结合的一些价值，但是背后可能还需要我们更多的努力去推动行业跟现实世界更好的结合。这个路可能会漫长一点，但是我觉得应该在不遥远的未来会成为现实。OK。
好的，沈宇要不要喝点水？这个一直在这个对，这个我们这个采访时间还有点长啊。对，下一个就是我们一直其实是在沿着历史往前聊啊，就来到了这个2022年。其实2022年是这个 crypto 行业也是一个非常惨痛的一年，甚至可能是历史上暴雷金额最大的一年，对吧？这个不管是从一开始的中国的一些小交易所啊，什么虎符啊、AEX 呀、然后到这个Terra 啊，这个引起一个巨大的震动。随后呢 ，Terra 又引爆了这个 Three Arrows， 对，就是这个曾经在这个 crypto 的这个风险投资里面排名最好的一个这个资本，三箭资本。随后呢，这个三箭资本呢又开始继续引爆啊，三箭资本又引爆了这个行业最大的一个集团巨头 DCG 啊，大家才发现哇，原来这些外表非常光鲜的巨头是这么的脆弱啊。本来当大家以为这个事儿呢已经快结束的时候，哇，下半年最凶猛的来了，这个全世界这个行业的顶端最金光闪闪啊，所有给政客捐款啊，给宗教领袖捐款啊，给这个利他主义啊，这个每天出席各种非常优秀的这样的一些会议的这个Sam 这个 SBF 这个 FTX 的创始人。他竟然挪用了用户的资产，而且资不抵债啊，而且非常荒唐的进行了大量的这个很荒谬的交易啊，随着一篇简单的新闻报道跟这个赵长鹏的一条 Twitter 啊，这个几百亿的帝国竟然就可以在一夕之间崩塌啊，所以这个2022年在这个加密货币的历史上，我觉得一定是一个非常痛苦但又非常这个刺激，但也给大家留下非常多教训的一年，啊，包括矿权也有很多这个大家耳熟能详的公司啊，最后这个倒闭，甚至有很多问题都没有处理啊。这个神鱼就是回顾，当然这个神鱼这个你们在2022年其实还是比较稳健啊，就是从你的角度来看，或者这种一种回顾来看，你觉得？对这个行业有什么你印象是最深刻的2022年这些教训里面，或者说你觉得这个行业有没有必要吸取一些什么样的教训啊
？OK，刚才主持人讲了这么多，2020年的确非常的残酷啊，身边有很多老朋友因为各种各样的事情都可能不能一起吃饭了啊。过去这一年，行业整体的波动是非常的大的，然后层出不穷的各种各样的事故。但是我们回头来看，其实跟比特币诞生至今10多年的历史上，各种各样的类似 Mt. Gox 可能更早之前大家不知道的一些安全事故，其实都是底层逻辑都是一样的，其实本质都是人性的问题。虽然我们行业广为诟病的是波动率高，是我们这个充满着各种各样的不确定性，但是过去2年多的时间，整个行业的确定性变得非常非常的强。因为我们来了大量的带着非常光鲜履历的朋友，来了非常多的华尔街的资本，然后整个行业开始了有了原生的应用，有了 DeFi， 有了 NFT， 有了 GameFi， 再也不是空气了。当在这样的一片欣欣向荣之中，突然栽了一个大坑，泡沫破灭了，很多事情幻灭了。其实这个角度来看，我们在很久之前其实也经历了一轮又一轮这样的事情。底层还是说，大家对自身、对个人、对公司越来越膨胀了。到了一定的心理状态之后呢，很多决策已经不再那么理性了。大家去坚信这个价格可能不会跌破一个区间，我们的杠杆可以用得更高，收益可能更丰。我觉得可能偏离了整个区块链的。这个初衷，所以在这一点上来看，其实区块链给了我们很多自由，让我们有了这样的技术手段和工具，能够提供一个更加透明、开放的一个世界。但是反倒因为这些权利最终被我们终端的这些用户让渡给了这些中心化的这些机构的所有者，虽然它表面看起来非常的光鲜明亮。参与各种各样的政治事件，但在这个过程中，我们其实每一个用户没有去掌握好这个行业 底层赋予我们的技术能力，把我们最强的一把剑让渡给了一个第三方来替我们来保管，这也是这个行业目前面临的一个非常大的挑战。然后帮我们去管理这把 K 的人，我们委托的这个人，他很难去抵抗他内心的贪婪。换位思考，作为这样的一个管理者，他很轻松动用了大家的 K， 很多人也不知道的情况之下，行业波动率又很高，又有非常多的信息优势的情况下，很容易赚一笔大钱。当行业处在一个急速扩张、大家信心膨胀的状态中，或多或少就有一定的概率的人抵抗不了内心这样的诱惑，偷偷的动用了这把 K。那动用一次，可能盈利了，他的信息就进一步的膨胀，就用的越来越多。那最终状态可能一个极端的黑天鹅，一个突发事故导致了资产就灰飞烟灭。所以我觉得2022年其实是祛魅的一年，就是我们得到了一个非常重要的教训，是说大家一定要深刻的意识到，是公司都可以会破产。我们能相信的是什么？我们不应该相信人性，我们应该相信数学，是吧？我们应该相信这底层的技术原理。所以大家一定是要如何的去掌握好区块链赋予我们在新时代下的这些技术手段，去掌握好自己手里的这一把 K。所以围绕这一点，其实行业在经历了去年一整年的这些极端事情之后呢，大家也在探讨，也在积极的去思考，未来我们怎么能够让每一个人更好的去使用区块链的技术，增加整个行业的透明度，去规避那些让逆人性的事情。所以我们现在看到了说，基于 MPC 多方计算技术之下的这种无私钥的技术正在快速发展。我相信在不远的未来，每一个人就可以开箱即用的拥有一个 K， 但是你的对手方，你提供服务的方，他们可能只拥有帮助你管理的一把 K， 所有的交易的过程，你的资产不会在任何一方手里，都是公开透明可见的，能够充分的使用到区块链的底层的特性和数学，这样作为基础保障。我觉得这个未来，虽然我们可能在2022年得到了非常惨痛的教训，基本上行业40-50%的中心化的机构，因为各种各样的原因灰飞烟灭，受到波及。但是这也让我们在去中心化一侧的决心走得更加的坚决。我们能够明显的感觉行业基本达成共识，我们在基于 MPC 的无私钥解决方案，在去中心化透明度层面明显的往上走了一大截。这些我们能看到一个比较明显的例子，这些大型的对冲基金、market maker 这些团队都开始主动要求要使用 MPC 技术来协助管理他们的资产，而不是说把资产紧紧的非常放心的放在中心化的交易所。另外我们也看到了链上的这种原生就是去中心化的透明的 DEX， 他们的交易量包括衍生品的交易量也在快速的飞速的发展。所以从这个维度来讲，我觉得2020年我们得到了一个很大的教训，但是行业的从业者这帮加密极客已经 take 了这个教训，我们正在走出这样的一个低谷。它在未来的2到5年的时间里面，势必给我们带来更多的这样的技术手段，让我们拥有更多的自由。OK。
对，这个我也补充一点，就确实2022年非常惨痛，但是行业也有了很多改进，比如像中心化的交易所，它也开始有了这个叫链上的储备证明 POR。这个虽然大家有很多诟病哈，它也有很多问题，但是这还是一个非常重要的事情。我就简单来说，比如对于这个，如果有一些正在看我们视频或者在场的小白用户来说，如果你的币所在的交易所是没有公布它的 POR 证明的，请果断的把你的这个币取出啊。这个如果一个交易所连 POR 证明都不敢公布的话，那么它为什么要做交易所呢？是吧？那么它又把用户的钱挪用到哪儿去了呢？对吧？这个是一个已经变成了一个非常简单的选择啊。对，这个然后我们再下一个问题就是可以简单的展望一下未来啊，就是这个明年呢是比特币的下一次的减半。一般伴随这个减半呢，行情往往也会有一些变动啊。当然现在 也有很多人认为这个比特币的价格它跟这个美联储啊可能会有更深的关系，而不再受这个比特币减半的周期影响。这个我们就请神鱼这个可能很多人也问过哈，老调重弹的来谈一谈你对这个明年比特币减半，包括这个减半可能对价格呀或者对行情带来的一个影响，你个人的判断啊，不作为这个财务投资建议。
OK， 我首先声明啊，本人不太适合二级投资，所以我进入这个行业前3个月我就发现了这件事情，所以我才走上了挖矿的这条道路，要不我就炒币去了啊。所以以下不作为投资建议。从加密货币的历史来看，其实从2017年以后，整个加密货币其实跟宏观的关联度就非常的高的，尤其这个今年这个加息以来啊，这个关联度就更高一些了。虽然可能我们有一些可能行业原生的一些因素带来的一些事件驱动的结果。那从今年或者短期的这个角度来看，我觉得有2个大的核心驱动因素，一个因素肯定是宏观了，因为取决于我们是个小池塘，取决于我们池塘的水位，有一个因素是宏观是否会放水。那目前来看，这个宏观可能会改善，所以再加上可能3月份大量的美国的银行的暴雷，让大家把比特币又纷纷当成了避险资产。从这个角度来看，可能宏观在改善，这个因素我觉得可能起码是个中性的因素。第2个因素来看是行业内生的一些驱动因素。那么减半虽然可能是说从经济学上角度来讲，它其实目前起不了太大的作用，但是它是一个很好的叙事逻辑，并且大家也都相信。所以在这样的一个叙事框架里面，我觉得大概率今年 Q4 到明年应该还有一轮减半行情。那我们要简单计算一点的，就是现在世界上主流的矿机还是 S19这样的矿机，他们的挖矿的明年如果减半之后呢，这个币价稳不到3万美金以上，这些矿机都得关机。在历史上很少发生这样的情况，即使发生了也是很短暂的。所以我个人觉得，对 Q4 到明年的这个减半行情，还是我觉得值得期待的。OK，
了解。好，咱们这个对话也快到尾声了。最后我们知道这个神鱼他是这个 Kobo 的创始人，然后也请神鱼介绍一下 Kobo 这个。我们也知道 Kobo 它主要是做这个托管业务，包括托管业务其实是一个投入非常大的一个包括它是一个比较长期的业务。就想请神鱼介绍一下这个Kobo 的一个未来的发展方向，以及你们会不会如何与一些西方的这个现在主流的托管机构去进行一些竞争，怎么能够变得更有优势啊？
其实这个行业我们刚才聊了非常多的行业早期一路发展过来，其实我们能看到这个行业目前核心有2大问题啊。第一大问题就是 TPS 问题，性能问题。我们刚才也提到，每一轮的行业的发展都是说应用驱动，最后带来基础设施跟不上，然后泡沫破灭，然后继续去迭代基础设施，核心就是 TPS 的问题。第2个大的问题其实是说，我们给终端用户提供的一套解决方案，这套解决方案能够让用户非常简单易用，同时又能保证用户的安全性的情况之下，让用户接入整个区块链，让用户不会把自己掌握 K 的权利让渡给第三方。所以基本上这是行业2个大的问题。我们目前能看到，第一个问题，性能问题，可能在不远的未来应该能解决。基本上行业经过了7、8年的探索，基本上围绕着2层网络、3层网络这样的方式去解决。那么接下来的问题其实就是底层私钥安全的问题。那么 Kobo 我们就是这样的一家公司，我们从2017年开始发现整个加密世界出现了层出不穷的安全事故，大家开始越来越多跟链交互了，这样就让很多无助的人、不掌握技术的人暴露在了这些黑客的前面。所以我们试图去构建一套围绕着底层资产安全、私钥和及其私钥风险管理的一套解决方案，所以也就有了 Kobo。所以我们基本上的底层逻辑是说，围绕着行业的不同阶段，找到它的核心的应用场景，在这个应用场景之下，我们提供一套的围绕着私钥的解决方案。那么第一个阶段呢，其实我们是以比特币为代表的这样的阶段，大家的核心区块链的应用其实就是收发、存储、转移，然后再加上交易比特币这样的数字资产。所以在这个阶段，我们做了叫做 OKX， 是一套纯中心化的托管解决方案， 把整个区块链的钱包作为一个 SaaS 化产品，做成 Wallet as Service， 让这些有收发存储转账用户的需求直接调我们的 API 就可以使用，所以非常适合现在的香港的状态，就有大量的合规基金，有大量的新兴的交易所，他们需要找到一个合规、安全、易用 Web2 的体验的一套产品，这就是我们的 OKX 和 Wallet as Service 的这套服务。那么到了第二个阶段呢，我们发现 OK， 大家开始跟链有大量的交互，这时候你就需要有链上交互能力和合约状态管理能力。这时候就把我们在 DeFi 领域积累的大量的这样的能力，我们把它封装成了 OKX 这样的产品。它的核心是底层是链上的多签，它有非常多的跟各种各样区块链上 DeFi 协议打交互的能力，同时又有一系列的风险管理的模块和一些自动化的程序，它更好的去支持这个链上7×24小时的响应，处理一些极端情况。那么到了第三个阶段呢，也就是后 FTS 时代，大家开始越来越意识到掌握 K 的重要性，所以很多的大型的机构开始说，我们能不能有一个透明的单独隔离的资产池，然后所有的资产需要我来授权同意才能使用。所以我们在最早期的中心化托管基础上，把底层的技术迭代到了 MPC 的技术，就是终端的用户他掌握一把 K， 我们来掌握一把 K， 来协助来管理他的资产。我们这把 K 主要用来做风控，那么还有一把 K 呢，用来冷存储放在一个第三方，可能是安全公司，也可能是一个保险公司来管理。后来很多的公司发现这套方案非常的好，他们就在我们这套方案的基础之上去迭代，面向他们的终端用户提供产品。那终端用户呢，在他们那边只掌握账号密码的情况之下，就可以很快的进入区块链。有大量的游戏类的公司，他们其实就用我们的解决方案来让他们的终端用户用 Web8 的体验进入到整个 Crypto 世界。当终端用户成长到一定程度，可能他在链上有了高价值资产，比如说有个很稀缺的 NFT， 在游戏中突然获得了，这时候就可以让他的账号升级，把第三把 K 授予这个用户。这时候这个用户他已经有了意愿、动机去学习和理解一些基础的概念，这时候他拿到他的这把 K 之后，他就能更好的去使用。所以基本上我们就是围绕着这3个阶段去提供了3款不同的产品：纯中心化的基于加密机的托管解决方案，面向链上智能合约的多签的解决方案，基于去中心化的协管的 MPC 的解决方案。所以基本上这3个方案，针对不同的场景，核心还是解决大家的底层的资产安全和私钥，以及围绕私钥上面使用的各种场景里面的风险的管理。我们也期望是说，通过我们这样的公司的努力和迭代，能够让更多的用户能够更安全、易用、放心的涌入整个区块链，在我们链上探索非常精彩的这样的链上生态。OK。
行，好，那谢谢大家。大家如果有漏掉一些内容，可以在官网进行回放的观看。好，谢谢大家，我们就结束了。
谢谢两位的精彩分享，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, the Bitcoin Ecosystem Technology and Development session of the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023 has come to an end. However, there are many more exciting sessions scheduled for both the main stage and other sub-stages, starting from tomorrow at 9 a.m. So please scan the QR code on the event brochure or at the sign at the entrance of each venue to view the detailed agenda. In addition, on the sponsor logo page of the brochure, there is a stamp area under the logos of the organizer, title sponsor, and all co-organizers, platinum, gold, first, second, and third tier sponsors. So throughout the festival, you may collect stamps from all areas across the exhibition hall. You may refer to the logo page for details. And with the complete collection of stamps in one area, you may proceed to the information desk. And after that, you can redeem a corresponding gift. Each visitor may collect once a day, and every gift is limited to 500 pieces and will be given out on a first-come, first-served basis. Once again, we'd like to thank our title sponsors, OKX and ZA Bank, official supporting organizations, Invest HK, FinTech HK, Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, and Cyberport. Also, our platinum sponsors, Near Filecoin, Neo, Upside, and Questend. And also our gold sponsors, Avalanche, Biocene, Certic, DGFT, Dodo, Dotbit, Foblay, Map Protocol, Meta 48, Metalpha, Mixmorphle, Neopets, Nervous, Pedal, Qtone, Safe Hearing, SafePow, Zeba, Waterdrip, and ZKP Lab, and more than 100 partners who have supported the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023. Thank you so much for your great support. Once again, thank you so much for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you all at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.